Chapter 1 My Pokemon is Too Good. Hone Region. The most remote Fall Arbor town. Amidst the volcanic ash from Mt. Chimney, a broken gym lies in the very center of town. Xiaoming leader, now officially inform you that there will be a gym qualification review in 1 month. If there are no 3 gym level Pokemon, and 3 gym apprentices, the Pokemon gym qualification will be cancelled. Look at the official news just sent. Xiaoming sighed deeply, with a look of despair and helplessness on her face. If gym qualification is cancelled, then he just crossed into the world of Pokemon, and he didn't even have a last place to stay. Xiaoming is a transmigrator. A heavy Pokemon lover himself, he accidentally crossed into the Pokemon world and became the gym leader of Fall Arbor Town. It was unexpected that with the resources of gym, I could open my own legendary story in the Pokemon world. But never thought of it. This gym is extremely dilapidated, with no resources, no apprentices, and even the roof of the gym has several huge gaps, and volcanic ash falls. The only thing that makes Xiaoming a little relieved is that there are also 4 Pokemon by his side, Growlithe, Linoone, Tropius, and Meowth. But after checking carefully with Pokédex, Xiaoming found that the cultivation level of these 4 Pokemon was extremely poor, and the innate aptitude also belonged to the worst category. Change in game. I'm afraid they are all discarded Pokemon. The power of Pokemon is divided into 8 stages from low to high: beginner, superior, gym, quasi-elite, elite, champion, master, master. The level of the trainer is also divided into these 8 stages according to the strength of Pokemon. For example, as long as a Pokemon reaches gym level strength, it can be called a gym level trainer. But to become a gym leader, you need at least 3 gym level Pokemon. The aptitude of Pokemon is also known as individual value, which is divided into 5 levels: common, excellent, excellent, epic, and legendary. From a certain direction, the level of aptitude is the upper limit of a Pokemon's growth. But this statement is not absolute. If you really like a Pokemon, you can use various precious items, such as fruit, to improve the Pokemon's qualifications. No doubt. At this time, the 4 Pokemon surrounding Xiaoming are all entry-level Pokemon with ordinary qualifications. Although Xiaoming has always believed in a saying, there are no trash Pokemon, only trash trainers. But now it's a bad hand. The Alliance's qualification inspection was so close at hand, Xiaoming could only shake his head helplessly. Rubbing the head of Growlithe beside him and looking around at the 4 Pokemons, Xiaoming sighed. It's time for dinner. There should be the last Pokemon rations at home. I'll go and get them for you. I'll see if Jim has anything of value in a minute, and I'll take it to the Pokemon store and sell it. If I really don't have anything, I still have the last Pokeball on me, and I can sell it for some money. No matter what, I can't starve you all. Silence for a few seconds. Just when Xiaoming just stood up to take the Pokemon ration. Ding! It is detected that the host gym is broken, and the Pokemon competition system is being activated. Ding! System activation is complete. Hearing the cold voice of the system in his head, Xiaoming's face suddenly showed joy. Finally waited. A must-have system for everyone who travels. He finally waited for this moment. But Pokemon rivalry system? What exactly does this do? Before Xiaoming could ask the question, another series of system voices sounded. Ding! Your Pokemon is heartbroken to see the tattered gym, rage, determined to fight. Ding! All your Pokemon aptitudes have been upgraded to excellence, and you have gained extraordinary potential. Qualification upgrade? Without using any precious treasures and tree fruits, you can directly improve your qualifications. It was simply too much of a surprise. Xiaoming hurriedly took out Pokédex from his pocket and carefully checked his Pokemon. Growlithe has excellent qualifications. Linoone has excellent qualifications. Tropius is highly qualified. A series of 5 outstanding qualifications. It made Xiaoming's eyes vibrate, and he was even more excited. He hurriedly stepped forward and stroked the heads of all Pokémon, exclaiming in admiration. "You are so arrogant. However, now Gym has no resources and Pokémon coins, and I don't know if I can upgrade you to Gym level in a month." Xiaoming said these slightly worried words. All the Pokémon looked at each other, and except for Growlithe, the other 4 Pokémon ran towards the gym. Just when Xiaoming was puzzled, suddenly, there was another beep sound in his mind. Your Growlithe feels very sad to see that Gym is weak and weak. He took the initiative to evolve to Arcanine and upgrade to the Quasi-Elite level. Your Pokémon Lineuan disliked that Gym has been unable to open the pot, and took the initiative to pick up 10 gold beads. Your Pokémon Tropius felt very guilty that there was no tree outside the gym, and hurriedly offered 5 cherished fruit trees. Your Pokémon Meowth, I feel that there are too few gym Pokémons, and I am ready to convince Garcomp to join gym. What the hell? Xiaoming was shocked and speechless. Quasi-Elite? Gold beads? Cherish fruit trees? Garcomp? What is this situation? Before Xiaoming could recover, Growlithe, who was staying in the gym, suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Xiaoming took a closer look and shouted in surprise. This is the light of evolution. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Evolution. Arcanine. Evolution shines brightly. Growlithe in the light, growing in size. After a few seconds, a majestic Arcanine with fluttering mane and a breath of the world appeared in front of Xiaoming. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xiaoming quickly took out the Pokédex to investigate again. Race, Arcanine. Attribute, Fire. Characteristics, Fire. Qualification Excellent. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Skills, Bite, Flame Wheel, Agility, Fire Fang, Revenge. Note, Arcanine is a Pokémon full of majesty and justice. Its growl can make people bend over involuntarily, loyal to the trainer, and a reliable companion. Seeing such a majestic Arcanine, Xiaoming was amazed. Evolution, without Firestone, that's too good to be true. Put away the inner shock. The sadness in Xiaoming's brows had completely dissipated. He still doesn't have a gym-level Pokémon, though. But there is a Quasi-Elite level Arcanine support scene, which is completely enough. Only strength alone is not enough, you also need to get some Pokémon coins. Boom! Before Xiaoming could have other thoughts, a violent roar suddenly sounded outside the gym. Looking through the somewhat broken door, the green and verdant branches fluttered in the breeze. Although he just came to the world of Pokémon, Xiaoming instantly recognized. This is a special fruit tree. Fruit trees are a unique product of the Pokémon world, and the berry produced by each fruit tree has its own special function and is an extremely important resource. Thought here. Xiaoming also walked directly to the door of gym without hesitation. Just left gym. The tip of the nose is filled with the fragrance of various tree fruits, which makes the heart and spleen calm and refreshed. Look at the 5 fruit trees in front of you. Xiaoming quickly opened the Pokédex and carefully identified 5 fruit trees. Oran Berry allows Pokémon to use it to restore a small amount of stamina. Wood Fruit, when used on a Pokémon, it heals all ailments. Leppa Berry, when used on Pokémon, it can restore energy and increase the number of skill casts. Lamp Berries, when used on Pokémon, it can reduce its power when attacked by normal attribute moves. Golden Vine Berry, when you give the fruit to the Pokémon will become very easy to catch. After the 5 tree fruits are identified in turn, the joy on Xiaoming's face was hard to contain. Except for Oran Berry, the other fruits were extremely rare, and the prices in the market were also good. Just rely on these 5 fruit trees alone. At most, it can only maintain the daily expenses of Pokémon, and cannot improve the situation of gym. But it's a good start. At least it won't be reduced to the point where Pokemon's rations are all eaten up like it is now. At this moment Tropius was holding his head high, standing beside the 5 fruit trees, as if waiting for a compliment. Xiaoming naturally saw Tropius's thoughts, stroked its body lightly, and said in admiration, "You are too good, Tropius." At the same time, Linuan, who had previously left gym, also came to Xiaoming, spread out his claws, and the 10 beads hidden in his hands shone dazzlingly. This is the gold bead. Although it has no other special utility, it is extremely precious. But if you get it for sale in the Pokemon store, a gold bead can be sold for a high price of 5,000 Pokemon coins. With these 10 gold beads, you can buy a lot of items and facilities, repair and rebuild the gym. Thought here. Xiaoming felt a burst of joy and excitement in her heart. From previous despair, up to now, the future is promising, only more than 10 minutes. All because his Pokemon is so good. He also stroked Linuan lightly, and after complimenting her, Xiaoming looked around to find Meowth's trace, frowning a little worried. He didn't forget. Earlier in the system prompt, Meowth was going to convince Garchomp. Throughout the Pokemon world, Garchomp belongs to the most powerful group, known as the Quasi-God. He is also rude and has a strong sense of territory. If Meowth breaks directly into Garchomp's territory, there is a high chance of an accident. Just when Xiaoming was going to take all the Pokemon to find Meowth, the roar of a jet fighter suddenly sounded in my ear. Chapter 3 Conquer. Garchomp. Xiaoming looked up at the sky. A black shadow flew rapidly in the air. The speed was extremely fast, it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and it even reached the speed of sound. 5 seconds later, the shadow got closer and closer to Jim, and gradually descended from the sky. This is a Pokemon. It looks like a shark, with a dark blue body, red from the lower jaw to the upper part of the abdomen, and yellow on the lower part of the abdomen. There is an inverted pentagram-shaped macula on the tip of the nose, the claws are white single-toed, the feet are 3-toed, and there are 2 white bone spurs on the upper arms and thighs. Garchomp. There is no doubt that this is a Garchomp. Although Garchomp is simply called the Earth Dragon because of its attributes of ground and dragon. But one thing cannot be denied. Garchomp does fly, and it flies extremely fast. But compared to flying, what shocked Xiaoming the most was, on the shoulder of this Garchomp, there is also a Meowth waving hello to Xiaoming. See this scene. Xiaoming suddenly lost his mind and muttered to himself in disbelief. No, I won't. Can my Pokemon really be so good? Even Garchomp can convince. At the same time, Garchomp, who was flying in the sky just now, also landed in front of Xiaoming. Boom! Garchomp's feet stomped on the ground, shaking up a cloud of dust, and his sharp eyes swept across Xiaoming. Meowth hurried off Garchomp's shoulder. Running in front of Xiaoming, very humanely pointed to the Pokeball on his waist, and pointed to Garchomp. Xiaoming looked at Meowth's movements and asked tentatively. Meowth, do you want me to subdue Garchomp? But is this really possible? Will there be any problems? Although I have guessed what the Meowth action represents. But Xiaoming has her own considerations. If you can't get Garchomp's approval, using the action of Pokeball will definitely arouse Garchomp's disgust, and even fight furiously. Although there is now a quasi-elite Arcanine. However, in the wild, evolution is the final form, which is enough to see that this Garchomp has excellent aptitude. Now he also only has one Pokeball. If you can't conquer the ball in the end, it will cause countless troubles in the future. Xiaoming reached out and touched the Pokeball around her waist, her eyes flickering hesitantly. Right now. The system beeps again. Ding! Your Pokemon Meowth, puzzled by your hesitation, in a hurry, he took the initiative to mutate to acquire human language ability. The next moment the system beep appears. Meowth stood up anxiously, pulled Xiaoming's trousers, and said something. Xiaoming, what are you hesitating about? I've brought Garcomp with me. Hurry up and subdue it. It'll be fine. It really wants to join our gym. Talking Meowth. If we assume someone told Xiaoming before, in the future, he will have a Meowth who can talk all the time, and that's something he wouldn't believe in killing him. But now, this Meowth is so arrogant that under anxiety, he took the initiative to mutate to learn human language. Just like the Meowth of Team Rockets in the anime, there is no difference. Hear Meowth's words. Xiaoming no longer hesitated, took out the Pokeball from his waist and threw it at Garcomp. The Pokeball touches Garcomp's head, and a red light pops up to scoop Garcomp into the ball. The button in the middle of the Pokeball flashes red and shakes gently from side to side. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just in the third second, the flashing red light stopped, and the Pokeball, which had been shaking, was quiet. Xiaoming's face showed excitement, and she reached out and stroked Meowth's head beside her, exclaiming, "You're so proud, Meowth." So easily subduing a quasi-god made Xiaoming extremely excited. There was no further hesitation. Xiaoming went straight to pick up the Pokeball, pressed the button in the middle, and muttered to himself, "Come out, Garcomp." The Pokeball shimmers bright red. Garcomp emerged from the red light, arms raised with scythes, roaring up to the sky. Roar! Looking at Garcomp, who was so imposing, and looking around, Xiaoming was also ecstatic, and took out Pokemon Pokédex to observe carefully. In this world, only your own Pokemon can use Pokemon Pokédex to see specific attributes. As for wild or other Pokemon, you can only see race and attributes at most. Xiaoming aimed the Pokemon Pokédex at Garcomp, and the specific attributes were revealed. Race, Garcomp. Attribute, Dragon and Ground. Characteristics, Sand Hidden. Qualification, Epic. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Skills, Tackle, Sandstorm, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rage, Slash. Note, Garcomp is hot-tempered, extremely fast, has a flying ability comparable to a jet plane, and is extremely aggressive. Epic qualified quasi-elite Garcomp. Sure enough, it was just like what Xiaoming thought. Wild Pokemon can evolve to their final form, and they must have extremely terrifying talents. However, Xiaoming also felt a little regretful in her heart, and sighed to herself. Pity. This Garcomp doesn't have a strong skill and will need to relearn it. Skill. It is one of the most important ways for Pokemon to improve their strength. And this isn't a Pokemon game. There are far more than 4 skills that each Pokemon can master. Garcomp has no strong skills, and it is currently the biggest shortcoming. Just when Xiaoming secretly sighed. Ding, your Pokemon Garcomp, after joining gym, I found that other Pokemon are very good. After thinking about it, in order to catch up with other Pokemon, I took the initiative to learn the skill Outrage. Hear the sounds of the system in the brain. Xiaoming quickly used Pokemon Pokédex to check Garcomp's specific properties. This time in the skill line. The skill of Outrage has already appeared. Stare at the Pokédex in silence for a few seconds. Xiaoming couldn't help but raised his head and sighed. It's not that I don't work hard, it's just that my Pokemon is too good, **. Chapter 4 The Power of Aura. Super Power. Viridian Power. Early the next morning, Xiaoming poured Jim's last remaining Pokemon ration in front of several Pokemon. Look at the Pokemon feasting in front of you. The corners of Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly, looked up at the broken ceiling, and said slowly, "You guys have a good meal here, I'll go to the Pokemon store and buy some Pokemon food and ingredients. On the one hand, I will improve the food for you, and on the other hand, I will repair the gym." Meowth, who was eating Pokemon food, raised his head and waved his paws at Xiaoming. "Go, Xiaoming, don't worry about me here. After saying this, Meowth lowered his head without hesitation, and ate Pokemon again. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, she shook her head and left Jim. Since yesterday, his Meowth seems to be developing towards the Team Rockets in the anime. Not only can he speak, but his wisdom has greatly improved. But this is the case. For Xiaoming, this is a good thing. After all, I was able to deceive a Garchomp yesterday, and in the future, I could deceive a Pokemon at the level of a mythical beast. For this Meowth, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Come to the Pokemon store. Because Fall Arbor Town is remote and there aren't many trainers, there aren't many people in the store. Xiaoming glanced at the dazzling array of Pokemon items, went straight to the counter, and placed 10 gold beads in front of the clerk. Sell 10 gold beads, and then I have to choose some Pokemon items and sundries, which will be settled together later. Finally put the remaining money into my Pokemon Pokédex. Put the gold beads behind the counter. Xiaoming walked directly to the shelf behind him, looking for the items he needed. Pokeball? 1 for 200 Pokemon, buy 20 directly. Premium Pokemon rations? A bag costs 50 Pokemon and will feed a large Pokemon for 5 days. Buy 100 bags and the store will deliver them to your door when the time comes. Pokemon paint? Pokemon tiles? These necessities for repairing gym are all must-buy things. Buy. When I had no money, I lived in tight clothes, and now I have plenty of money, so Xiaoming will naturally be rich. Return to gym. The store's Vigoroth removal team has moved all the items to the gym. Xiaoming didn't hesitate, took out all kinds of materials and carefully repaired the gym. Xiaoming has never forgotten. In order to qualify for the gym badge, in addition to the Pokemon requirements, the gym scale also has corresponding eligibility. A minimum of 3 gym apprentices are required. In this remote Fall Arbor town, it is naturally several times more difficult to recruit apprentices than those prosperous cities. So in the current situation, recruiting apprentices is the most important thing for him. But as a gym leader, if even his gym is damaged, how can it attract apprentices to sign up? When Xiaoming was busy, a few Pokemon did their best to help. Tropius used his body as a ladder, allowing Xiaoming to climb to the roof to repair the leak. Arcanine fires the newly patched notch to dry and cool as quickly as possible. Meowth acts as an overseer, constantly directing the other Pokemon. From 9 in the morning, busy until 3 in the afternoon. The broken gym has finally regained its former glory and splendor. Look at the refreshed gym in front of you. Xiaoming has an indescribable sense of accomplishment in her heart, and she also feels like home. Behind him, there were 5 Pokemon standing quietly, also staring at Jim with burning eyes. Ding, your Pokemon Arcanine. Seeing the brand new gym, I feel a stronger sense of belonging in my heart. I feel that I should be more aggressive, and take the initiative to comprehend the skill Flamethrower. Ding, your Pokemon Lineuan. I feel that the new gym can't be without the treasures of the town hall. Look around, pick up Firestone, Waterstone, Thunderstone. Ding, your Pokemon Tropius. Found that there is too little greenery around the gym, and transplanted 10 precious fruit trees again. Ding, your Pokemon Garchomp. Worried about the gym being invaded, and started laying the sandstorm barrier. Ding, your Pokemon Meowth. Noticed that gym Pokemon's attributes are not enough, and I don't know where to pick up a Pokemon egg. Listen to a series of beeps in your head. Xiaoming couldn't help but look stagnant, and then showed a look of admiration. My Pokemon is also, my wife is very good. Just when Xiaoming was amazed, the system in the brain suddenly sounded again. Ding, it was detected that the host successfully rebuilt the gym and became the real gym leader, but as a gym leader, how can there be no apprentices? Release task, within 3 days, recruit a gym apprentice with at least elite level potential. Quest reward, storage crystals of Aura's power, Supergram's power, and Viridian's power. the moment you finish reading the system tasks. Not only did Xiaoming take a deep breath, she muttered to herself with a shocked expression on her face. The reward turned out to be the power of aura, the power of supergram, the power of viridian. P.S. I don't know if anyone sees this genre. Ask for data, ask for support. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Canto. The gathering place of genius, seeking data. The power of aura, the power of supergram, the power of viridian. They are the three major powers of the Pokemon world, with extremely terrifying functions. It can be said, as long as you master one of the three divine powers, your future achievements will be at least elite. Like Giovanni and Watanabe with the power of viridian. One is the leader of Team Rockets, and the other is the Dragon Elite. Although the three powers are extremely captivate, but the requirements of this pre-task are not low at all. After all, it is not an easy task to recruit apprentices whose potential is at least at the elite level. Moreover, Fall Arbor Town is so remote, and there are few trainers. To meet a trainer with elite potential, and to take him as an apprentice, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiaoming was silent for 2 seconds, rubbing his fingers and muttering to himself. It's absolutely impossible to complete the mission in 3 days if you just wait in Fall Arbor Town. It seems that we can't sit still and take the initiative to attack. Except for some small details, this world is almost the same as the previous Pokemon comics and anime. With her knowledge of the Pokemon world, Xiaoming has every chance to recruit an elite apprentice within 3 days. Just as Xiaoming couldn't stop thinking about it, several Pokemons had already returned with their own things. Boom! With a loud bang, 10 fruit trees swayed in the breeze, and the hanging fruit shone with various colors. Tropius, who was standing aside, raised his head again and waited for praise. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and quickly took out his pocket Pokédex to check. Jade millet fruit, yuzu fruit, rongdan fruit, lemon fruit, salique fruit, coconut palm fruit. After carefully examining these 10 fruit trees, a look of amazement appeared on Xiaoming's face. The 10 fruit trees this time are all raw materials for making Poke Blocks. Compared to regular Pokemon rations, Poke Blocks are pure and free of impurities, and are actually more suitable for Pokemon. And these cherished tree fruits, when made into Poke Blocks, can enhance the beauty, cuteness, and so on of Pokemon. Xiaoming reached out and touched the head of Tropius next to him, exclaiming in admiration. "You're really good at it, Tropius." At the same time, Linoon and Meowth also returned to gym with their own things. Xiaoming took the 3 evolution gems from Linoon's claws and carefully observed the evolution gems. The 3 evolution stones are all rhombus-shaped, about a quarter the size of a palm. Evolutionary stone/ite of different properties is also excellent to distinguish. The fire stone has a flame in the center, the water stone has a drop of water in the center, and the thunder stone is a bolt of lightning. The number of evolutionary stones/ite is extremely small. And each piece can be sold at a high price, and it can indeed be used as a treasure of the town hall. "You're very good too, Linoon." Xiaoming already felt a little numb and shook her head in admiration. "What about me, what about me, Meow?" At this time, Meowth held a Pokemon egg high and asked Xiaoming. Since learning human language, Meowth has become extremely lively, and his wisdom has also risen significantly. Xiaoming took the Pokemon egg held up by Meowth, frowned and wondered as she looked at the eggshell that had not yet shown the pattern. It seems that this little guy has just been born, and the pattern of the eggshell has not yet appeared, so there is no way to distinguish it. Pokemon eggs are usually pale yellow in appearance when they are first born, and will show different patterns over time as they approach hatching. Only then can races be distinguished by the rows of flowers in the shell. Don't worry, this Pokemon egg is definitely not ordinary, I can feel it has extraordinary abilities, Meow. Meowth spread his hands, tapped his right foot on the ground, and sighed, shaking his head. Looking at Meowth's human-like movements, Xiaoming was not only a little dumb, but always felt that her Meowth was developing towards that of Team Rocket's. Xiaoming walked into the gym with the Pokemon egg and placed it on the incubator she just bought. Pokemon eggs require different incubation times depending on their race value. Pokemon with better talent will naturally take longer to incubate, but this is also something that cannot be rushed. At this time, gym outermost, Garchomp tried to set off a circle of sandstorm barriers, flying sand and rocks, and the wind howling. Even if no one is in the gym, this layer of sandstorm barrier alone can prevent others from breaking in. Looking at the dust outside the window, Xiaoming couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. After speaking, Xiaoming directly took out the Pokédex and dialed the Pokemon Shipping Center pager. I need a flight reservation service for a flight from Hone region to Kanto region tomorrow morning. If there is a suitable flight, just send the ticket information to my Pokemon Pokédex. Hang up the paging call. Xiaoming's eyes flickered slightly, and he held the back of his head with both hands, muttering to himself. In terms of the number of potential rookie trainers, there should be no other place comparable to Kanto. P.S. There are at least 5 chapters today. At least 10 chapters on the first day. Ask for various data, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. If you have opinions and encouragement, you can leave a message in the comment area for corrections. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Viridian Forest Special Girl. Seeking data. The next day, Xiaoming took all the Pokemon and was going to Kanto region. Since the gym has Garchomp's sandstorm barrier, there is no need to keep Pokemon guards. Sitting on Tropius' back, Xiaoming came to Moss Deep City in the Hone region. Due to the stable climate, Moss Deep City has also become the center of the Hone region Pokemon shipping company. Although relying on Tropius, Xiaoming can fly between cities in the region. However, when moving between regions, it is more comfortable to take the Pokemon shipping company. After all, no matter how careful a Pokemon is to fly, the comfort is always inferior to that of a cross-regional plane. Besides, there are currently 8 continents in the Pokemon world. Except for Kanto region and Johto region, which are connected together, other regions are basically far apart. Get on a shipping plane. While waiting for the flight, Xiaoming closed his eyes and thought about this plan. Kanto region. This is the beginning of the Pokemon story. In the entire Kanto mainland region, the most important town is not the most populous and largest saffron city. It seems to be inconspicuous, but everyone is a big pallet town. This is because the residents of Pallet Town are naturally connected to Pokemon, and each has an extremely powerful physique. Can resist Thunderbolt hard, hold a small nebula with one hand, and more. Most importantly, they are like natural trainers. In the Quartz League of Kanto region and Johto region, all champions are from Pallet Town. If you are looking for a rookie trainer with the potential to become an elite, then Pallet Town must be the first choice. But Xiaoming's target this time is not Pallet Town, but Viridian City next to Pallet Town. Because of this city, there's a very good rookie trainer, or girl who can't be called a trainer just yet. Come to Kanto region. Xiaoming didn't dawdle about anything, and went directly to Viridian City. Viridian City is a medium-sized town famous for the huge Viridian forest next to it. Walk the streets of Viridian City. Xiaoming took out Meowth's Pokeball from the backpack, pressed the button in the middle, and after a flash of red light, Meowth appeared beside him. Sure enough, I was the first to come out, ah meow. Meowth stroked his beard and whispered proudly to himself. For Meowth is anthropomorphic, Xiaoming has long been surprised, looked around and said, Meowth, you can help me find it with me later, and see if there is a girl with yellow hair, about 9 years old. This girl is very special. Maybe you can tell the difference from ordinary people at a glance. This matter is very important to us at gym, we must look for it carefully. Hear the words very important. Meowth's eyes lit up suddenly, his nose twitching in the air. Ding! Your Pokemon Meowth, feel the importance of things, afraid that you will be disappointed, and learn the skill smell detection very much. Xiaoming walking. Hearing the sound of the system in his head, he was stunned for a moment, and then took out the Pokédex to check the specific information of Meowth. Race, Meowth. Attribute, General. Characteristics, Technical Master. Qualification Excellent. Strength, Superior. Skills, Bite, Growl, Feint Attack, Treasure Gathering, Smell Detection. Note, as a naturally very smart and cunning Pokemon, it can learn a lot of evil-type moves, so as to control the enemy with skill, but this Meowth seems to be a little too smart. I actually learned the smell detection skills. The corners of Xiaoming's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. As far as searching is concerned, scent detection is absolutely god level. Meowth held his head up with his eyes closed, his nose twitching, as if he was discerning smells, and he was still muttering words. A girl with yellow hair about 9 years old, and she's different. Not this, not this, not this. Hey, is that this? Meowth twitched his nose more and more frequently, and kept walking to the left of the street. After 3 seconds, Meowth opened his eyes instantly and said excitedly, Xiaoming, I seem to have found that girl. She has a very special feeling about her. It's like being in the forest, and I can't help but get closer, and she must be very kind. She's on the far west side of the city. Hearing Meowth's description, Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then a happy expression appeared on her face. No doubt. Meowth's description, the girl he was looking for, couldn't go wrong. Because of the large population of Viridian City, Xiaoming originally planned to spend a day or two looking for it, but did not expect. In less than an hour, Meowth found the girl through scent detection. Too arrogant. This is so frustrating. As long as this girl is found, Xiaoming has full confidence to complete the task of the system. Take a deep breath. Xiaoming calmed down the excitement in her heart, rubbed Meowth's head and boasted. Fantastic, Meowth, you're so arrogant. I'm going to the Pokemon store to buy something right now, and I'll find this girl right away. After half an hour. Following Meowth's direction, Xiaoming gradually walked to the edge of Viridian City. In front of the entrance to the Viridian Forest, Xiaoming saw a yellow-haired girl who was sitting by the pool with her knees in her arms. There seemed to be stars twinkling in her pure eyes. P.S. Everyone knows who this girl is. Now the evaluation votes are 700. Can the author want to evaluate the votes to 1000 today? Readers who still have data in hand are great, can you vote for it? Asterisk. Chapter 7 The Best Actor, Meowth. Seeking data. The girl had saffron hair, innocent eyes, and an air of innocence. Pressing his chin, he stared at the pool in a daze for some reason. The moment she saw the girl, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found it. This girl is Yellow from the Pokemon Special. Although Yellow looked a little weak in the past, Xiaoming was very aware of her potential. Every 10 years, the Viridian Forest selects the right child to grant special Viridian powers. The first is Giovanni, the second is Lance, and the third. It was the innocent little girl in front of her. Giovanni has the strength to surpass the champion, and Du also has the strength to be the champion. Then the potential of Yellow is definitely at least at the elite level, which fully meets the requirements of the system. And Yellow also has an extremely defiant ability. That is, when her willpower to win increases, her Pokemon unleashes energy that it normally doesn't show. Just like the Pokemon, whose strength is only superior, may be instantly upgraded to elite strength under the stimulation of Yellow's willpower. This is the special ability that the power of Viridian gives her. But compared to these special places, what Xiaoming values most is Yellow's pure heart. No doubt. Xiaoming Norman came all the way to Kanto Viridian this time to accept Yellow as a gym apprentice. After all, Yellow can be regarded as a top group regardless of talent or temperament. Now that he has seen Yellow, Xiaoming naturally doesn't want to hesitate anymore. However, if he rushes forward like this, it is very likely that Yellow will be regarded as a liar, causing serious consequences. Xiaoming touched his chin and thought for 2 seconds, then leaned gently into Meowth's ear and whispered, "Meowth, you'll be doing this first, then this." Meowth listened carefully to Xiaoming's words, his eyes gradually glowed, and finally he patted his chest and nodded. Don't worry, it's on my body." After saying this, Meowth began to approach Yellow cautiously. At this time, Yellow was staring at the calm pool in a daze. The rippling blue water made her feel extra calm. Don't know when to start. She likes to come to the Viridian Forest and enjoy the quietness of being alone. As for why not enter the Viridian Forest, it's because she doesn't have her own Pokémon. If she rashly enters the Viridian Forest, she is very likely to be attacked by wild Pokémon. The real Pokémon world, full of the weak and the strong, is not as quiet and peaceful as described in the anime. Some brutal Pokémon, when they see a human, are likely to attack directly. There are not a few trainers who die every year because of this situation. So even though Yellow likes Pokémon and wants to get in touch with Pokémon, but before getting his own Pokémon, she could only come to the entrance of the Viridian Forest, staring at the calm pool in a daze. All the time, Yellow would love to have a Pokémon of his own. Golem, Golem. Just as Yellow was in a daze, a ball of wool rolled to her feet. In Yellow's surprised eyes, Meowth emerged from the grass and ran towards the ball of yarn very honestly and cutely. This is Pokémon. Yellow showed a look of surprise, and instantly put the safety issue behind him, reached out and gently touched Meowth's head, muttering in his head. "Little me, let me touch it, just touch it." Yellow's slowly outstretched palm, trembling slightly, seemed to be worried about Meowth running away. Although he was a little disdainful of the name Xiaomi. But seeing Yellow dawdling like this, in order to complete the task, Meowth approached Yellow without expression, put his head on her palm, and dawdled lightly. After stroking Meowth's head for a few seconds, Yellow seemed to suddenly remember something. He kept rummaging in his backpack, took out a piece of candy, put it in his hand, and looked at Meowth hopefully. "Xiaomi, do you eat this?" In order to try his best to complete the task, Meowth also stepped forward to bite candy, showing a very well-behaved look. "So good, Xiaomi, you are so good." After finding that Meowth was not in the mood of rejection, Yellow hurriedly hugged Meowth, wrapped his arms around his armpits, and raised him high, his eyes full of joy and joy. Yellow has the purest affection for Pokémon. The first time she was so close to a Pokémon, she couldn't be happier. The corner of Xiaoming's mouth, who was observing from a distance, rose slightly, and now all this situation is very much in line with his expectations. According to Yellow's character, seeing such a cute Meowth will inevitably stimulate his desire for Pokémon. But this is just the beginning. To gain Yellow's trust, just a few minutes is not enough. It will take a while for Yellow to fully understand how important Pokémon is to her. But at this moment, the water pool next to it suddenly boiled violently, and a vicious and violent aura lingered around. Boom! A Pokémon with a blue back suddenly jumped out of the pool and nibbled at Yellow and Meowth. Chapter 8 The Mighty Pokémon. Gyarados. The moment she saw the blue back and yellow belly, Xiaoming already knew that this was a Gyarados. Gyarados is an extremely brutal Pokémon, basically either angry or on the way to anger, and has a strong sense of territory. Arguably, Gyarados could never have existed in such a small waterhole. There is only one possibility. That is the original Magikarp in this pool. In the long years, it has passed the test of 9½ life and evolved into Gyarados. After evolution became Gyarados, his temperament changed drastically, and he launched an attack on Yellow and Meowth outside the pool. The situation is critical. It's too much to think about. Gyarados opened his mouth wide and nibbled at Yellow and Meowth. The fangs are filled with dark gray energy, clearly using the crunch ability. Xiaoming did not continue to hide, and hurriedly walked out from behind the tree and ordered loudly. Meowth, step back and protect Yellow. Then he took 2 Pokeballs from his pocket and threw them hard. With 2 groups of bright white lights flickering, the majestic Arcanine and Garchomp appear beside Xiaoming. Arcanine, Garchomp, rush to the pool as fast as you can, subdue Gyarados. The situation was critical. Xiaoming didn't hesitate at all, and ordered directly. Arcanine and Garchomp were extremely excited to receive orders, because in a way, this was the first battle under Xiaoming's command. The extremely excited Arcanine, with flames on his limbs, and the stripes on his body flashing brightly, couldn't be traced by the naked eye, and rushed towards Gyarados like a fireball. At this time, the speed of terror even surpassed Garchomp. Ding! Your Pokemon Arcanine, find that the current situation is critical, stimulate the potential in your body, and take the initiative to master the skill Extreme Speed. Just the next second of the system's sound, Arcanine's whole body was boiling with flames, and the air seemed to be burned by the fire, and it hit Gyarados with lightning speed. Boom! The fierce Gyarados was knocked to the ground by Arcanine. See this scene. Xiaoming breathed a long sigh of relief and was even more excited. Extreme Speed. At this critical juncture, Arcanine actually learned Extreme Speed. Knowing that Extreme Speed is an extremely powerful skill, among hundreds of Pokemons, only less than 10 can be mastered. While using this ability, Pokemon will have unimaginable speed. But the battle isn't over yet. Gyarados slapped the ground with its huge tail and splashed again, and rage roared. Being able to evolve from a weak Pokemon like Magikarp to Gyarados is enough to demonstrate his aptitude and strength. Even if it doesn't reach the quasi-elite level, it is not a one-shot Extreme Speed that can be defeated. Rage's Gyarados writhes, his tail glows with a faint blue fluorescence, lingering in a stream of water, slapping towards Arcanine like a stormy sea. This is Aqua Tail. Although the fire-type Arcanine was restrained by Aqua Tail, Xiaoming did not command. Because Garchomp was already high in the air like a jet fighter, with his arms scythes together, he swooped down towards Gyarados. Ding! Your Pokemon Garchomp, I don't want to see only Arcanine in the limelight, I feel that I should also work hard and take the initiative to master the skill Dragon Rush. Xiaoming clenched her fists hard, with a very excited look on her face. Again. This time it's Dragon Rush. Dragon Rush is an extremely powerful top-notch skill among all Dragon-type skills, and the most amazing thing is the swooping momentum. At this time, Garchomp, with his arms together like a cannonball, was lingering with a purple aura, and the terrifying deterrence made Gyarados cringe to the ground, unable to even resist. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and thick smoke filled the surroundings. After 3 seconds, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Gyarados fell to the ground covered in bruises, his eyes kept rolling in circles, obviously he had entered a coma. And by Gyarados' side, Arcanine was burning with fire, and her golden mane fluttered in the wind, making her look domineering. Garchomp's arms still had the purple dragon breath remaining, staring at Gyarados with violent eyes, and the scythes on his arms glowed with coldness. At this time, standing dozens of meters away, Yellow, watching the 2 Pokemons Arcanine and Garchomp. He opened his mouth wide in surprise, his eyes shone brightly, and there were thousands of throbbing and thoughts in his heart. Only because these 2 Pokemons are too domineering, and it makes Yellow feel a sense of security being protected. From the naughty and lovely Meowth to the majestic Arcanine and Garchomp, Yellow has become more and more covet in his heart, and he can have a Pokemon. Right now. A gentle voice sounded beside Yellow. How? Do you want to learn how to cultivate Pokemon? I'll teach you. P.S. The author is still trying to code words. There is an update tonight. If you think it looks good, please vote for the data. Asterisk. Chapter 9. The task is completed, and the 3 divine powers are obtained, seeking data. Do you want to learn? With a smile on the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, she looked down at Yellow beside her, and asked again. Yellow froze for a moment. Then he took 2 steps back like an astonish, as if he saw something extraordinary. When did you stand beside me? Xiaoming scratched his head helplessly and explained slowly. Just when you stared at Arcanine and Garcomp in a daze. Speaking of which, Arcanine and Garcomp, who were originally standing next to Gyarados, were now standing behind Xiaoming. Even Meowth, who had been protecting Yellow, trotted all the way, squatting beside Xiaoming, wiping his beard with his claws. Seeing all the Pokémon walking towards Xiaoming, Yellow pointed at the 3 Pokémon in surprise. They are all your Pokémons. Xiaoming nodded with a smile, and continued to persuade her. You said Arcanine, Garcomp, and Meowth, they're all my Pokémon. As for the Gyarados next to it, it's a wild Pokémon with no owner. Yellow's lovely mouth opened wide, and after 2 seconds of astonishment, he slowly lowered his head and muttered to himself. Arcanine? Garcomp. And it turns out that its name is Meowth, not my little Mi. Xiaoming saw Yellow bowing her head and thinking silently at this time, so she didn't continue to speak, and asked Yellow's decision, but stood quietly and waited. By now, Xiaoming was so sure that in the end Yellow would agree to follow him. Because since he has the power of Viridian, Yellow will inevitably be involved with Pokémon, it can't just be a matter of time. After a few seconds of silence, Yellow slowly raised his head, with tears of hope in his eyes, clenched his fists, and asked aloud. Can I have Pokémon like you? I've always wanted to have my own Pokémon, but didn't know exactly how to do it. Seeing Yellow's uneasy look, Xiaoming nodded, then asked and responded. You can have Pokémon now if you want to come and study at my gym. And you don't have to worry about safety. I have a legal gym qualification in the Hone region and am fully qualified to recruit gym apprentices. I'm asking you one thing seriously now. Would you like to study with me and be a gym apprentice? Looking around at the 3 Pokémons again, Yellow had a bright smile on his face and nodded vigorously. I am willing to study at your gym, and I can clearly feel that you are not a bad person. With the power of Viridian, Yellow naturally has outstanding perception and intuition. After getting Yellow's affirmative answer, Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief, and everything was settled. Pulling out the new Pokémon Pokédex and Pokeball from your pocket, explained. As for the official gym apprenticeship certification, it needs to be returned to the gym in the Hone region before it can be done. Now I'll give you the trainer essentials, Pokémon Pokédex and Pokeball. Pokédex can be used to identify Pokémon and learn about your own Pokémon, and Pokeball can be used to catch wild Pokémon. It just so happens that there is a Gyarados incapacitated here. It can be regarded as a welcome gift from me. A novice trainer who just got Pokédex can have a terrifying Gyarados, which is undoubtedly unimaginable in the eyes of others. Besides Gyarados being too rare. Another reason is that Gyarados are short-tempered and difficult for novice trainers to tame. But this problem, for Yellow, who is serious about Pokémon and the power of Viridian, it's not a problem at all. Because no matter how violent Pokémon is, after Yellow's appeasement, it will become docile. Gathering up the courage to take the Pokédex and Pokeball, Yellow scratched his cheek in embarrassment and asked. Brother, but I don't know how to use Pokeball. Xiaoming stood there and didn't plan to help, just answered. Smash Gyarados with the empty Pokeball in your hand, and when the Pokeball hits the ground without shaking, it means you have your first Pokémon. Yellow stared at the empty Pokeball for 2 seconds, then plucked up the courage to walk up to Gyarados, throwing the Pokeball hard. With a flash of red light, Gyarados was sucked into the Pokeball and began to shake slightly. Yellow also clenched his fists hard, staring at Pokeball nervously. One time. Twice. At the third time, the Pokeball shook violently, then suddenly calmed down, and the button that was flashing red also went out. With a bright smile on his face, Yellow hurried forward to pick up the Pokeball, raised it and shouted excitedly. I finally have my own Pokémon. At the same time, Xiaoming's mind suddenly sounded a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the gym leader task and recruiting a gym apprentice with at least elite level potential. A storage crystal to obtain the power of Aura, the power of the Supergram, and the power of Viridian. P.S. Is it because the author's writing is not good looking? Scratching his head and asking for the data. Insert yellow photo. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Team Rockets, The Underground King. Hear the sound of the system. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, with a surprised smile on her face. He thought that the system would not issue rewards until he returned to his gym and registered Yellow as a gym apprentice. But did not expect. The system has already issued rewards at this time. In his hands. At this point, 3 crystals similar to evolutionary stone/ite have appeared in blue, red, and green colors. These 3 crystals each represent the power of Aura, the power of Supergram, and the power of Viridian. As long as the trainer uses these 3 crystals, they can directly obtain these 3 supernatural powers and obtain extremely terrifying potential. Xiaoming carefully put away the 3 crystals and did not use them immediately. Looking at Yellow beside him, he spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Yellow. Now a reasonable trainer with his own Pokémon. You can now open Pokémon Pokédex and take a closer look at the specific properties of this Gyarados. It will be your partner from now on. Yellow's eyes widened in surprise at this time, and he couldn't wait to take out the Pokémon Pokédex and examine it carefully. Race, Gyarados. Attribute, Water and Flight. Characteristic, Overconfidence. Qualification, Excellent. Strength, Gym Level. Skills, Glare, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Crunch. Note, Gyarados maintains rage all the time, as if to vent the pain of being a Magikarp, and the incomparable strength is enough to crush most Pokémon, belonging to a very dangerous type of Pokémon. Gym level Gyarados with excellent qualifications. When Xiaoming saw the specific condition of the Gyarados on the ground, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. In the wild state. With just excellent qualifications, he broke through the shackles of terror and evolved from Magikarp to Gyarados. Such an ordinary aptitude, to be able to reach the current level, is enough to see the difference in this Gyarados. Although the qualifications are only excellent. But under Yellow's helping hand, I'm afraid it won't be a big problem in the future. And the original race of Gyarados is far more powerful than other Pokémon. In the future, under the training of Yellow, it is not a big problem for this Gyarados to reach the elite level. Brother, what does this feature mean? Yellow raised the Pokémon Pokédex suspiciously and asked Xiaoming aloud. For Yellow, who has never been exposed to Pokémon, she has no idea what traits and attributes stand for. Xiaoming nodded with a smile and explained slowly. Characteristics are the special abilities that each Pokémon has. When training, you should pay attention to developing Pokémon's characteristics, and sometimes unexpected results will be achieved. As for how to train Pokémon, as well as various things and knowledge related to Pokémon, I will teach you one by one when I return to gym. It's not too late now. You just go back and pack your things, and we'll go back to gym in the Hone region later. Wait until gym, and you'll start your journey as a trainer. Hear this. Yellow's eyes were sparkling, and his face was full of hope. He clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Well, then let's go now. Xiaoming followed Yellow on the streets of Viridian City. He finally completed the system task. At this moment, he also had time to look at the surrounding buildings. Compared to Fall Arbor Town, the entire Viridian City is several times bigger, and trainers can be seen walking on the road with their Pokémon everywhere. In this environment all day. No wonder Yellow is so eager to have a Pokémon of her own. Here, I'm at the door. Brother Xiaoming, please wait for me at the Pokémon Center, because I have to pack my things. Yellow pointed to the room in front of him and said excitedly. Yellow is also full of anticipation and excitement about going to gym to practice. Xiaoming nodded slightly, looked around and said directly. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the Pokémon Center first. It is indeed more appropriate to wait at the Pokémon Center than at the door. Besides, Xiaoming wasn't worried that Yellow would suddenly regret it, so he went straight to the center of Pokémon. Just walked to the door of the Pokémon Center. Xiaoming suddenly saw Viridian Gym next to the Pokémon Center, which was surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors. Countless people looked at Viridian Gym expectantly, and various discussions came one after another. Who will win? Do you think he can pass the gym test? I don't know, it seems that few people have been able to pass Viridian Gym for so long. Don't talk about Viridian Gym. Most of the trainers I've seen can't make it to the leader battle and lost in the gym apprenticeship stage. I heard that the new Pokémon tournament is about to start, maybe I don't know who can get the champion. Hearing everyone's discussion, Xiaoming frowned in confusion, with a puzzled look on his face. Pokémon battles? Viridian Gym's gym leader, isn't it Giovanni? The underground king of Kanto and Johto, the terrifying, unpredictable leader of Team Rockets, *. Chapter 11 Sabrina's Favor and Curiosity, Seeking Data. Team Rockets. It is a large evil organization that hangs over the entire Kanto and Johto. It hunts and pillages powerful Pokémon in an attempt to take over the world with these Pokémon. The madness of Team Rockets is unique among many villain organizations. Artificial Pokémon, mutated Pokémon experiments, and more. And the scariest thing is, in the current situation that Team Rockets has not been fully exposed, 5 of the 8 gym leaders in Kanto are members of Team Rockets. In terms of elites alone, there are probably more powerhouses than the Pokémon Alliance. This is just a little surprising. As for the leader of Team Rockets, Giovanni, who has long been hidden in Viridian City, has become a gym leader, secretly commanding a large number of Team Rockets. And in the eyes of many people, Giovanni can be regarded as a hero, with his own unique personality charm, and has the strength beyond the champion level. Especially the beedrill that has been bred for many years. The strength has surpassed the shackles of racial values, reaching an unimaginable level. Just when Xiaoming kept thinking about it, Yellow came to Xiaoming's side with a small school bag on his back, and asked in confusion with his hand on his chin. Brother Xiaoming, what are you thinking? Hear Yellow's voice. Xiaoming suddenly recovered from his thoughts and bowed his head with a smile. It's nothing, let's go, we'll go back to Hone region now. In the observation just now and the chat of others, Xiaoming also understood why Viridian Gym gathered so many people. It turns out that Viridian Gym is recruiting gym apprentices and needs to be decided through Pokémon battles. The top 3 players in the battle can pass the gym assessment and enter Viridian Gym as an apprentice. In order to ensure a certain fairness, it was specially held in an open space outside the gym so that everyone could clearly see it. No doubt. This approach will make all trainers feel good about Viridian Gym's leader. It is because of this good feeling. It also paved the way for them to join Team Rockets in the future. It can be said, this so-called fairness and impartiality is actually just a means used by Giovanni to recruit members of Team Rocket's periphery. After all, the organization wants to grow. On the one hand, it is the top combat power, and on the other hand, it is the number of small soldiers and trash. It can be seen from this point. Giovanni is a true hero, growing Team Rockets as much as he can with the official resources he has. But no matter how terrifying and dark Team Rockets is, it has little to do with Xiaoming. Since the rockets are currently only playing in Kanto and Johto, the Hone region has yet to lay the groundwork. The evil organizations in the Hone region are Team Magma and Team Aqua, two organizations that delusionally control Groudon and Kyogre. But when it comes to strength, even Team Magma and Team Aqua together are no match for Team Rockets. Xiaoming glanced around again at Viridian Gym, who was surrounded by people. After pursing her lips for 2 seconds, she walked towards Pokémon shipping company with Yellow. Since he is the leader of the Hone region, the Kanto region's affairs should be kept as little as possible. What's more, his current strength is not enough to fight Team Rockets by himself. Just the moment Xiaoming and Yellow left, Sabrina, who had just stepped out of Viridian Gym, stared at the previous position of Xiaoming, frowned and said in a deep voice, I feel a very special person, just now here. If I can find him, it may be able to solve my mental out-of-control troubles. Standing next to Sabrina, Koga, with a shuriken in his hand, stared straight ahead and said in a deep voice, Sabrina, don't worry about any special people. I think you should be equally aware of how important what Boss Giovanni just said is. This time our Team Rockets have the chance to top the world. If anything goes wrong, you should know what the consequences will be. Or do you mean that you have already planned to betray Boss Giovanni? Hearing Koga's cold, unsentimental words, Sabrina's eyes suddenly flickered with faint fluorescence, and a faint force field filled the air, extremely cold. My loyalty and admiration to Boss Giovanni, do I need you to tell me what to do? Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, the most stable Lieutenant Surge scratched his head and quickly spoke to Ease. Don't be noisy, don't be noisy. Let's hurry up and find the 3 legendary birds Pokémon at the request of Boss Giovanni. No matter what, you must put the request of Boss Giovanni first. Lieutenant Surge's words fell behind. The force field that lingered around and could explode at any time slowly dissipated, and Sabrina's eyes returned to normal. Koga shrugged first and disappeared like a ninja. Lieutenant Surge also followed closely, and according to Giovanni's orders, hurriedly left here. Only the last Sabrina remains. My eyes are still staring at the direction where Xiaoming left. I don't know what to think in my mind. P.S. Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Surge are the 3 codders of Team Rockets in the Pokémon Special Chapter, and they are also the gym leader of Kanto. The picture of Sabrina is attached, and I ask for the data. Asterisk. Chapter 12 The First Gym Apprentice, First Update. Hone Region, Fall Arbor Town. Wow, Brother Xiaoming, is your gym so big? The fruit trees next to it look so good. They feel very unusual. There are no fruit trees outside Viridian Gym. Yellow looked at Jim in front of him and opened his mouth in surprise. At the current gym scale, it's not much different from the Viridian Gym she often saw before. But the dozens of fruit trees swaying in the dim light outside the gym shocked Yellow even more. She has the power of Viridian. You can clearly feel the preciousness of these fruit trees. Seeing Yellow's surprised expression, Xiaoming had already seen her thoughts, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. What's the matter? Do you still think my gym is just a small building? Yellow, who was exposed, was stunned for a moment, scratching his head and showing an embarrassed smile. No. Just a little surprised. But, will this be my new home from now on? Speaking of which, Yellow's voice was visibly low. As a 9-year-old child, leaving Viridian, where I have always lived, is bound to be sad and sad. See Yellow's lost expression. Xiaoming was silent for 2 seconds and summoned all his Pokémon. Arcanine, Tropius, Linoone, Garchomp, Meowth. 5 Pokémon emerged simultaneously from the white light. Looking at the Pokémon beside him, Yellow, who was still in a low mood, opened his mouth in amazement and said with excitement on his face. Okay, a lot of Pokémon. Xiaoming nodded with a smile and comforted slowly. It's not just your new home, it's the home of these Pokémons, and more Pokemons to come. At this time, Meowth also cooperated very well with Akimbo and Chest, shaking his head in agreement. Xiaoming is right. There will be more and more Pokemon in our gym in the future. Yellow, you won't be bored here, Meow. After Meowth said this, Yellow was stunned for a moment, and the air was suddenly quiet. Yellow's eyes widened in surprise, turning to look at Xiaoming in disbelief. Talking Meowth. Brother Xiaoming, your Meowth can speak. Meowth spread his hands helplessly, shaking his head and explaining. What's weird about talking, Meow? And Meowth, I can't just talk, I can dance, sing, somersault. While talking non-stop. Meowth also made various moves, which made Yellow giggle, and the haze on his face disappeared. Xiaoming did not stop Meowth's actions. Although a talking Pokemon, if exposed to this world, it is bound to cause a sensation and coveted by others. But Yellow's love for Pokemon is pure. There's no need to worry about what she'll do to Pokemon, let alone talk to others. There's a talking Meowth in gym. That's why he chose Yellow. Compared to those rookie trainers who are full of talent and never give up, Xiaoming prefers a trainer like Yellow who has a pure love for Pokemon. When Yellow's low mood completely dissipated, Xiaoming also smiled, then looked at Yellow and said slowly, "Come and register for the gym apprentice first. Only when you register here can you truly join gym." Yellow also stood up quickly and followed Xiaoming into the interior of the gym. "Okay, it's all right. Yellow, you will be a member of our Akia gym from now on, so keep working hard. Look at the communication computer that shows the words that the registration is successful." Xiaoming also took a deep breath, with a faint smile on her face. Finally having the first gym apprentice. Although 2 gym apprentices are still required to maintain the gym qualification. But at least it's off to a good start. At this time, Yellow also saw the words that the registration was successful, and asked with a little doubt and worry. "Brother Xiaoming, what should I do after I become a gym apprentice? I heard that after becoming a gym apprentice, you need to train Pokemon hard, and then participate in battles, so as not to let other trainers challenge the leader. But I don't want to fight Pokemon at all, and I don't want to hurt Pokemon." Speaking of the back, Yellow's voice became more and more sullen, and some even dared not say it outright, for fear of making Xiaoming unhappy. But Xiaoming had already heard Yellow's worried words. First he was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a smile, "No, there's no need for Yellow to train Pokemon and fight hard. As long as you can maintain this pure love for Pokemon, training and combat are not necessary at all. Because the world isn't just Pokemon trainers, but Pokemon coordinators, Pokemon breeders, Pokemon performers, and more. Even if you don't want to fight, Yellow, you can be a Pokemon trainer, and I think you're definitely a good fit for this class. Since you've truly become a gym apprentice now, let me think about what kind of welcome gift I would like to give you." Just when Xiaoming was thinking about what gift to give, the beeping sound in his head kept ringing again. "Ding! Your Pokemon noticed that gym has already had its first apprentice, and is very happy to see gym expanding and growing, and has decided to be more aggressive. Ding! Your Pokemon qualifications are all indicated as epic, and the potential has been greatly improved again. Ding! Your Pokemon started searching around for items, trying to give Yellow the most appropriate greeting. P.S. Ask for data, kneel for data, vote for free flower evaluation, at least 5 changes today. Asterisk. Chapter 13, The Soaring Strength, The Baptism of Viridian's Power, 2nd. A voice suddenly sounded in my head. Ling Xiaoming couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. This is really surprising. All Pokemon aptitudes have been upgraded to Epic, which is a terrifying upgrade. Has Epic potential. Even if the racial value is lower, it has the strength to aspire to the elite level. Now his Pokemon qualifications are all Epic, This is enough to shock everyone. To know. Even those Alliance elites, I am afraid that only a few ace Pokemon can have epic talents. At the same time as Xiaoming sighed, all the Pokemon returned after searching for the items. Ding! Your Pokemon Garchomp, aware that Yellow doesn't want his Pokemon evolution, and brought Everstone from the desert as a greeting. Ding! Your Pokemon Arcanine, worried that Yellow's Pokemon will be weak because he doesn't evolve, so he used his extreme speed to find a piece of Eviolite. Ding! Your Pokemon Tropius, I hope Yellow can become friends with her Pokemon as soon as possible, and fly 100 miles to find Soothbell. Ding! Your Pokemon Linoone, accidentally found a rainbow-colored feather and brought it here as a gift. Ding! Your Pokemon Meowth also found an unusual silver feather and picked it up to give to Yellow. Everstone, Eviolite, Soothbell, Rainbow Feather, Silver Feather. After hearing the beep in your head, Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim, with a very satisfied smile on her face. Because of Yellow's kind and innocent character. She doesn't like Pokemon evolution, and she doesn't want to see Pokemon suffer the pain of cancelling evolution, so an Everstone can completely solve this problem. Entering Eviolite can enhance the strength of the unevolved Pokemon, and it is the best match for Everstone. Soothbell needs no further explanation. It is clear. These items are the most suitable gifts for Yellow, and they are all expensive. The key is Iridescent Feather and Silver Feather are 2 items. It is a token of Ho-Oh and Lugia, which can summon Ho-Oh and Lugia at a specific location. In the Pokemon Manga Special, these 2 feathers have been following Yellow, inserted into her straw hat. Xiaoming didn't expect Linoone and Meowth to find such a thing. These Pokemons are too good to be true. Xiaoming took a deep breath. He took out a straw hat from the table next to him, put it lightly on Yellow's head, and said with a smile, "This straw hat is my present to you. Remember, Yellow. If you're not at the gym in the future, wear a straw hat to hide your ponytail. Now let's go to the gate of gym and see what surprises those little guys have prepared for you." After speaking, Xiaoming took Yellow directly and walked towards the door of gym. The 5 Pokemon had already brought their own greetings and stood at the gate of the gym. The moment I saw Yellow, each Pokemon stepped forward in order and placed the greeting gift they found in Yellow's hand. Everstone. Enter Eviolite. Soothbell. Rainbow Feathers. Silver Feather. Looking at the few welcome gifts that dazzled with dazzling light in his hands, Yellow opened his mouth wide, showing an unbelievable expression, and quickly turned his head to look at Xiaoming. "Brother Xiaoming, what is this?" Looking at Yellow's shocked expression, with a faint smile on her face, Xiaoming picked up the rainbow-colored feathers and silver feathers from her hands, gently inserted them into her straw hat and fixed them, and explained gently, "It's their welcome gift to you. From now on I'm officially announcing that you are welcome, Yellow, to be part of our Akiba gym." The moment Xiaoming's voice fell, the 5 Pokemon also howled happily, welcoming Yellow's arrival. Yellow, who heard Xiaoming's explanation and Pokemon cheering happily, froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned red, and more crystal tears flickered in his eyes. He wiped the crystal tears with his fingers, and choked with emotion. Thank you. I'm really happy to be at Akiba Gym. Right now." The emotional Yellow suddenly flashed a bright green light, with a painful expression on his face. Viridian's power surged around, shrouding the 5 Pokemon present. The 5 Pokemons infected with the power of Viridian were all roaring incessantly, as if they were in a frenzy. Such a sudden situation. To Xiaoming's surprise, when he was about to stop it immediately, a series of prompt sounds suddenly sounded in his mind. "Your Pokemon Arcanine has been baptized by a lot of Viridian power, and the potential in the body has been stimulated, and its strength has reached elite level. Your Pokemon Garchomp has been baptized by a lot of Viridian power, and the potential in the body has been stimulated, and its strength has reached elite level." Your Pokemon Linoon has been baptized by a lot of Viridian power, and its potential has been stimulated, and its strength has reached a quasi-elite level. Your Pokemon Tropius has been baptized by a lot of Viridian power, and the potential in the body is stimulated, and its strength has reached a quasi-elite level. Your Pokemon Meowth has been baptized by a lot of Viridian power, and the potential in the body is stimulated, and its strength has reached the gym level. PS. For the second update, ask for data, ask for a monthly pass. Has anyone seen this here? Can you comment to tell the author about bacteria? The following are the functions of the props that appear in this chapter in the game. Sometimes in order to better express, the author's bacteria may be slightly modified. Everstone effect, Pokemon carried will not evolve. Enter Eviolite effect, if the Pokemon carrying this item is a Pokemon that can evolve, its defense and special defense will increase by 50%. Soothe Bell function, the effect of the Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 1.5 times when the intimacy is increased. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Awakened Alpaca, Legendary. Seeking data. Hiss. Xiaoming couldn't help but take a breath, with a look of amazement on her face. This is simply a surge in strength. The unimaginable strength skyrocketed. At first he thought it was the Viridian power in yellow that was unstable. Accidentally triggering a weird riot in this situation is what makes Yellow and Pokemon's expressions so painful. But now, when the system in his mind prompted it, Xiaoming fully understood. It turned out that Yellow's emotions triggered the evolution upgrade effect of Viridian's power. Directly upgrade all the Pokemon of Xiaoming to a level. To know. The strength has been upgraded from quasi-elite to elite. This seems to be only a word difference, but in fact there is a huge gap in the middle. Because of this insurmountable gap. Not sure how many Pokemon there are. Although they have excellent qualifications, they are all stuck at this stage and cannot go any further. If not, elite level trainers in the entire league will not be so rare. But now, just under 10 seconds, Arcanine and Garchomp rose to the elite level, overcoming this impenetrable shackle. Two Pokemons, Linoon and Tropius, have also been promoted to the quasi-elite level. Even Meowth, who hasn't evolved yet. Relying on this huge energy, they have been upgraded to the gym level. The horror of Viridian's power is really too terrifying. The most remote gym in the Hone region has 2 elite-level Pokemon, 2 quasi-elite-level Pokemon, and a gym-level Pokemon. If this is said, it is enough to make people drop their jaws and wonder if this is true. After all, it has such power. I am afraid that the 4 elites competing for the Alliance have a chance, and there is no need to hide in a small Fall Arbor town gym. After a few seconds, as the bright green light of the Viridian power on his body gradually dissipated, Yellow seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his feet were soft, and he fell back directly. Xiaoming, who had been watching Yellow's state silently, quickly hugged Yellow in her arms and sighed helplessly. Yellow's Viridian power is strong. But it also has certain side effects. Every time she uses it excessively, it will make her extremely tired and even fall into a coma. Instantly level up 5 Pokemons. No doubt. For Yellow, this is absolutely overloaded. The 5 Pokemon that were roaring and roaring. At this moment, after the influence of Viridian's power has gradually receded, there is also a clear look of fatigue. Although the power of Viridian can enhance the strength without sequelae, but by stimulating potential, it is inevitable to be a little tired. Once again, I looked at the Pokemon whose strength has been greatly improved. With a relieved smile on Xiaoming's face, she put all 5 Pokemon back in the Pokeball and let them rest for a while. As for Yellow, Xiaoming also carried her to the room that had been prepared, put her on the bed, and covered the quilt. This is a coma caused by excessive exertion. Just take a good rest for a while and you can recover without worrying too much. After setting up Yellow and Pokemon, Xiaoming came to Jim's lobby and took out 3 inheritance crystals from his pocket, his eyes flashing with a little anticipation. This is the reward given by the system after completing the gym apprenticeship task previously, storage crystals of 3 divine powers. In the Pokemon world, the power of Aura, the power of Supergram, and the power of Viridian are called the 3 divine powers. And just the yellow. Just one Viridian power can raise Pokemon levels so amazingly. He is now. Just need to crush the crystal to get 3 kinds of divine powers. So what would happen if you could have 3 divine powers at the same time? No one knows, and no one has the opportunity. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoming didn't hesitate any longer, and directly held the 3 red, green, and blue crystals in his hands and crushed them with force. The power of blue aura. Red super power. Green viridian power. Like the most important 3 primary colors in the world, Xiaoming instantly lingers. Right at this moment. Choking, cranky, soothing, pain, healing, sensing, communicating. All kinds of extremely strange and indescribable feelings flooded Xiaoming's mind instantly. After dozens of seconds, when all the light is absorbed into the body by Xiaoming, Xiaoming can clearly feel it. From this moment, he has mastered the 3 extremely terrifying divine powers. The power of aura stands for perception, the power of transcendence for communication, and the power of viridian for healing. Xiaoming slowly opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth rose slightly to reveal a bright smile, and a faint tricolor light lingered on her wrist. Right now, far in the Temple of Creation in Sinnoh region, a Pokemon shaped like an alpaca, carrying a mutilated slate on its back, wakes up from its slumber. Glancing in the direction of Xiaoming, he said to himself indifferently without the slightest emotion. Has it appeared? A legend. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Stephen calls, Pokemon Egg Dew Pattern, seeking data. 3 days later, Akiba Gym. Xiaoming is holding a Pokeblocks crafting manual, reading it carefully. In front of him, there is also a fruit mixer that was specially bought for 5,000 Pokemon coins. To make Pokeblocks, it is necessary to use a fruit mixer to completely break the fruit and stimulate the energy in it. Then through a series of operations, the reaction combination is carried out in the fruit mixer, and finally the agglomeration becomes a piece of Pokeblocks. Pokeblocks made in this way, although there is a certain uncertainty in the purity. But compared to the most common Pokemon rations, I don't know how many times better. And some Pokeblocks made of special tree fruits can also enhance the beauty, intelligence, and so on of Pokemon. Basically, when trainers have a certain strength, they will choose to make Pokeblocks to feed Pokemon. Because this is the only way. Only in this way can Pokemon get better growth and better stimulate the potential of Pokemon. But due to the scarcity of raw materials for Pokeblocks, various recipes and production methods have not been handed down. Lead to the whole world. There are not many masters who specialize in making Pokeblocks, so there is no way to even buy them. Basically most famous trainers, they all consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and they specially learn 1 or 2 Pokeblocks production methods to achieve self-sufficiency to a certain extent. So during this time, Xiaoming has also been researching how to make tree fruit. He has experience with Pokemon games in the last world, although he knows the recipe of Pokeblocks by heart. But you can't always control the heat. These 3 days, they can only force Pokeblocks with just the right purity. But even so. But if you let the so-called Pokeblocks masters know, it only took Xiaoming 3 days to make Pokeblocks stably. Even the lowest level of Pokeblocks is enough to leave them speechless in shock. Just as Xiaoming put down the production manual. Think for 2 seconds. When you're ready to start your next Pokeblocks crafting. Yellow, wearing a straw hat, ran from the door to Xiaoming, holding a Pokeball high in his hand, and said excitedly. Brother Xiaoming, I caught the 3rd Pokemon. Xiaoming, who was going to make Pokeblocks, Stopping the movement in his hand, he raised his eyebrows interestingly, looked at Yellow and asked, "Oh? What Pokemon did you catch this time?" Yellow scratched his cheek with his fingers, smiled shyly, and gently pressed the Pokeball in his hand. After the white light of the Pokeball flickers, a Pokemon with pale blue skin, similar to a tadpole, appeared in front of Xiaoming, looking around at Jim curiously. "Dolu, Dolu." Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then encouraged with a smile on her face. "Yes, a Poliwag. With yesterday's Rattata, I didn't expect you to catch 2 Pokemons on your own, Yellow, just 3 days after you became a trainer. But I want to remind you of one thing. You can't treat Pokemon with a love for the new, let alone catch Pokemon just to collect. When you capture a Pokemon, you must be responsible for the Pokemon, understand?" Although with the character of Yellow, basically what Xiaoming said would not happen. But now, as Yellow's teacher, Xiaoming couldn't help but remind him to nag a few words. Yellow withdrew the Poliwag, nodding forcefully in response with a big smile on his face. No, brother Xiaoming. I will definitely give Pokemon the best training so they can be as good as Arcanine in the future. By the way, brother Xiaoming, can I see how the Pokemon eggs are now?" Facing the innocent and curious Yellow, Xiaoming naturally had no reason to refuse, and pointed directly to the incubator next to him. "Of course can. Just go directly to the incubator to see." Just the second after Yellow entered the incubation room, an exclamation came from inside. "Brother Xiaoming, come quickly, come quickly. This Pokemon egg has a pattern on it, and it didn't even have this weird pattern yesterday." Hear the word pattern. Xiaoming also dared to become interested, and strode into the incubation room. Pokemon eggs, which had always been pale yellow shells, now have obvious patterns. On the orange shell, there is a light yellow streamer in the middle. But what's so weird is, the shell is still flashing with symbols of various attributes, including fire attributes, water attributes, thunder attributes, and so on. No doubt. Orange shell with pale yellow streamers, this is exactly what EV eggs look like. But these flickering attribute symbols are extremely strange. There shouldn't be any kind of Pokemon that would show this pattern. Such an odd situation. Xiaoming couldn't help frowning tightly, and his heart was even more puzzled. Just as he was about to investigate carefully, the Pokemon Pokédex in his pocket suddenly sounded an extremely urgent paging sound. After Xiaoming saw the caller clearly, his eyes narrowed suddenly, even more sharply. Because the caller shown in Pokemon Pokédex is Steven, champion of the Hone region, Steven. P.S. It will be the first day tomorrow. I hope that the monthly pass in June, I hope that readers can vote for the author bacteria. Kneel down, there will be an update tonight, please ask for the data. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Steven's Request, Crazy Team Magma, 5th more. Steven, the undisputed strongest trainer in the Hone region. While powerful, he also has a great sense of justice, and has always guarded the peace of the Hone region. But the most admirable thing is, Steven was able to entrust the title of champion to his friend Wallace at will in order to collect bizarre stones. To know. Champion is a title that countless people are desperately pursuing, a real name. All trainers have worked hard to collect 8 gym badges, participate in Pokemon League competitions, challenge the 4 elites, etc., not to prove themselves by winning the title of champion. So Steven was able to voluntarily give up the champion title, which is amazing and full of admiration at the same time. However, when Xiaoming saw Steven's call, she did not feel the slightest joy. Instead, she thought carefully about what she had experienced recently. According to common sense, although the gym leader's Pokédex pager number is freely available in leagues in the Hone region, but as a former region champion, Steven would never call a gym leader page if there were no special events. Even about the cancellation of gym seats. It should also be the current champion Wallace or the Big Four elite calling. What exactly is going on? It's worth having Stephen specifically paged over. Xiaoming squinted and pondered carefully, staring at the volcanic ash falling rustling outside the window. Suddenly thinking of a possibility, he hurriedly looked in the direction of MT Chimney. Could it be that? After having some kind of guess in his heart, Xiaoming didn't hesitate at all. This is Fall Arbor Town Gym, and I'm gym leader Xiaoming. Stephen didn't reply right away, only the whirring of the wind could be heard in the Pokemon Pokédex. After 2 seconds, Stephen's low but calm voice echoed in the Pokemon Pokédex. Hello Xiaoming leader, I'm Stephen, the former Hone region champion. I need your help here with one thing. I just received reliable news that Team Magma, the villain organization in the Hone region, is performing some kind of evil activity ritual at MT Chimney at this time. This ritual is most likely related to the ultra-ancient Pokemon. If Team Magma succeeds, it will cause extremely terrifying harm. I'm rushing from Moss Deep City to MT Chimney now, and it will probably take at least half an hour or so I urgently need someone else to investigate first. In the entire vicinity of MT Chimney, Xiaoming leader, you are the strongest alliance trainer I can contact, so I need you to investigate the specific situation first. But you must pay attention to safety. According to our calculations, the 3 strongest cotters in Team Magma may have elite level strength. Because the matter is too urgent, I hope Xiaoming leader can help as much as possible. After listening to Stephen's words, Xiaoming's eyes flashed slightly, and there was such an expression on his face. Fall Arbor Town is remote, just off MT Chimney, and even volcanic ash sometimes drifts to Jim. But in such a remote place, there is a very special place, MT Chimney. In the legend, the super ancient Pokemon Groudon hid in the magma of MT Chimney and slept. And Team Magma is a villain organization that advocates expanding the land. So their goal is to find the god of the land, Groudon, and then forcibly control Groudon. Fill up the entire world's oceans and convert them all to land. Although Xiaoming understands that capturing Groudon is not that simple. But things are too variable. If Team Magma succeeds, it will definitely cause a disaster for the entire continent, and there is absolutely no room for laxity and hesitation. After thinking about the current situation quickly, Xiaoming looked down at MT Chimney and responded. Okay, Stephen Champion, I'm going to MT Chimney now and try to stop Team Magma from doing what I can. After saying this, Xiaoming hung up the phone without hesitation, squatted down and rubbed Yellow's head and said seriously. Yellow, I'm going to MT Chimney, you have to stay in the gym and don't go out. With the protection of the sandstorm barrier, ordinary people can't enter the gym. Remember not to go out until I come back. The reason why Xiaoming is so serious. Because he knows all too well that the real world of Pokemon is not games and animations. These extreme villain organizations will not be lenient if something unexpected happens. But there is no chance to start over and continue the game. For the first time seeing Xiaoming's serious attitude, Yellow nodded forcefully and responded obediently. Well, don't worry. I'll hide in the gym quietly and not get out. Xiaoming nodded slightly, rubbed Yellow's head again, and then directly mounted Tropius and flew towards MT Chimney. Yellow was the only one left in the gym, holding the Pokeball tightly in his hand, and with tears in his eyes, he muttered to himself with great worry. Brother Xiaoming, you must come back. P.S. The 5th one is delivered. For the new January, ask for a monthly pass and ask for data. If I can receive 15 monthly passes tomorrow, I will make a base every 6 days from now on. Ensure quality. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Fight. The 3 Cotters of Team Magma, first update. Far in the Viridian Gym in Kanto. In a dimly lit room, Giovanni sat in a chair, stroking Persian in his hands, and lowered his eyes. Below Giovanni is Athena kneeling on one knee, with a very respectful expression. Boss Giovanni, I just received an accurate intelligence message from the informant. Team Magma and Team Aqua in the Hone region are preparing to awaken the ultra-ancient Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre to take over the world and reshape the sea and the land. Should we take this opportunity and try it in the Hone region, if we can control those two super-ancient Pokémon? Athena is a senior cadre of Team Rockets and has the right to speak directly with Giovanni. He is the same level as Archer, Lance, and Ram, and is called the Four Generals of Team Rockets. Hear what Athena said. Giovanni stopped rubbing Persian, his fingers tapped his knees, only a pair of eyes showed in the darkness, and he said dignifiedly and coldly. Ignore those two clowns, just because they want to master super ancient Pokémon is no doubt a fool's dream. How are the three of Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Surge? Did they arrive at the scheduled location? Athena lowered her head and replied more respectfully. Reporting to Boss Giovanni, the three of them have arrived at the predetermined location and are making necessary preparations, waiting for the three legendary Pokémon to appear. If nothing else, the three bird Pokémon should be caught in the next few days. Giovanni nodded in satisfaction. One hand propped his head on his side, and the other hand rubbed Persian again, and continued pointing. Pay more attention to Blaine's situation and dynamics during this time. The experiment of the strongest Pokémon has basically come to an end, so don't let any accidents happen in the past few days. Let all members keep a low profile during this time. The Pokémon Alliance may have noticed us, and don't cause any trouble recently. Did you hear me? The latter sentence was somewhat icy and harsh. It made Athena tremble, and quickly responded, Yes, boss, please rest assured, I will explain it immediately. Giovanni waved his hand, motioning for Athena to step back. He then put down Persian in his hand, looked at the front indifferently, and said to himself with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. It's delusional to want to control super ancient Pokémon just with this kind of trash. At the same time, Xiaoming also took the Tropius and flew above MT Chimney, carefully observing the surroundings. MT Chimney is an extinct volcano that has been out for many years. A very significant volcanic landform, the surface is covered with volcanic rocks, and the only vegetation is also covered with volcanic ash. Although there has been no magma riot for a long time, volcanic ash has been floating around. Xiaoming carefully observed the surroundings, trying to find out where Team Magma was hiding. But I watched it several times in a row. Neither found out where Team Magma was hiding, carrying out illegal activities. After thinking for 2 seconds, Xiaoming took the pokeball out of his mouth and summoned Meowth to command. Meowth, use your scent detection to probe this area carefully to see if there are any large numbers of humans hiding somewhere. It seems to feel the solemnity and seriousness of Xiaoming. Meowth put away his usual hippie smile, raised his head and nose and shrugged gently, carefully discerning all the breaths around him. MT Chimney was originally located in a remote location, coupled with the special terrain, resulting in sparsely populated. If there is a large range of human odors somewhere, basically, it can be judged that a large number of Team Magma members are hiding in it. As for how many there will be, Xiaoming does not know. Meowth's nose was moving. After 3 seconds, suddenly, his eyes glowed, pointing at a stone hundreds of meters away, and he was firm. Where? I can smell a lot of people, hiding under that rock, meow. Hear this. Xiaoming suddenly looked at the big stone in the distance, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said coldly. Where are you hiding? Okay, come back first. Meowth. After taking Meowth back, Xiaoming directly took out Garchomp's Pokeball and summoned it. Garchomp, who has reached the elite level, has his own aura. The scythes on both arms glowed with a sharp cold light, which made one's spine shiver. If this is an important tactical location for Team Magma, there must be at least elite level cadres guarding it. Only gym-rated Meowth. In this level of battle, it basically does not play any role. Team Magma's Pokemon are basically fire type. Although Garchomp and Arcanine have a certain restraint ability for fire attribute attacks. However, it is more suitable to use Arcanine, who has the extreme speed skill, as a trump card backup. Knowing that the current situation was urgent, Xiaoming directed Garchomp directly. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw on that big rock. After receiving the order, Garchomp, like a jet plane, rushed towards the huge stone in the distance. The scythes in both arms lingered with energy purple light, and slashed against the stone with force. Boom! The crackling sound resounded around. The gravel splattered, and the smoke was everywhere. The Team Magma members who were in MT Chimney at this time all looked towards the outside of the passage. The Team Magma Cotter who was at the forefront of the excavation commanded the flames, spitting, and rage roared as he looked around. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and continue digging for me. Be sure to dig the deepest cave for me within half an hour." The Team Magma members who had stopped moving at first heard the roar, and hurriedly tried their best to dig again. The Flame and the partner around him looked at each other, shrugged and walked out of the passage. "Huoyan, Hokage will give you the command first. Pay attention to the time. Despite the obstruction of our boss Maxi, it is estimated that Steven will only need 2 hours at most to arrive here. Now I'm going to take care of the trash fish trainer at the door, so as not to cause other unnecessary troubles." Outside of MT Chimney, the smoke and dust from the explosion of the stone gradually dissipated, and gradually Xiaoming planned to go in and investigate. Wearing a red uniform, a bloated and fat Flame appeared in the passage. Seeing the gym leader badge on Xiaoming's chest, the Flame spit out again with contempt. "It's really trash. Just a gym leader who dares to come here to die. P.S. Flame, Fire Goose, and Hokage are the 3 cotters of Team Magma, and they all have elite level strength. I feel that the data is very small, and it has not risen much today. In the new January, the author is asking for monthly tickets. Flowers, evaluation tickets, and comments. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Who told you that I'm only gym class? Second more. Xiaoming, who was about to enter the passage, stopped. He didn't expect Team Magma's Cotter Flame to come out so arrogantly. And there is no nervousness at all when things are revealed, instead, the word trash fish is used to describe him. The Flame slowly walked out of the passage, looked at Garchomp beside Xiaoming, and taunted again with clasped ears. Interesting. I didn't expect that just a gym-level trash fish could have a powerful Pokemon like Garchomp. But it's still just trash. Even if there is a Garchomp, it's still just a gym leader. In that case, I'll take your Garchomp for you. Speaking of which, Flame pulls a Pokeball straight out of his pocket and throws it hard. Come out, Charizard. White light flashes. A Charizard emerges from the Pokeball, huge wings spread out, and white air blowing from his nose looks majestic. However, his body was covered with whiplash wounds, and some of them were even bruised and scabbed. The Flame played with a lighter in his hand and explained indifferently. This quasi-elite Charizard is the Pokemon I grabbed some time ago. Although I have been resisting at the beginning, what's the use? Under my training, don't you still work for me obediently? After the Flame said these words, the originally majestic Charizard turned out to be trembling and cowering all over, as if he remembered something extremely terrifying. If it is called trash fish, Xiaoming can also sneer without caring and speak with real strength. Then, after seeing this Charizard with scars all over his body, an indescribable anger rose in his heart. This anger is not just Xiaoming's own thoughts. It is the influence of Viridian's power on him. Snatch Pokemon, abuse Pokemon. These are 2 extremely bad things, and it is also the reason why the evil organization must be wiped out. Xiaoming clenched his fists slightly, and ordered directly without explaining anything. Garchomp, use Sandstorm. Garchomp felt the anger in Xiaoming's heart, raised his head and let out a roar. Roar. Arms glowing with cold light raised Sandstorm violently, hiding his figure inside. Garcomp, who has the characteristics of sand hiding, is no different from a duck in water in Sandstorm. Dusty, gravel constrict. Sandstorm suddenly invaded towards Charizard's location. If Charizard is dragged into Sandstorm, due to the inability to adapt to the Sandstorm environment, his overall strength will be greatly reduced, and he will definitely fall into a hard battle. The Flames, whose strength has reached the elite level, naturally knows this, and ordered without any hesitation. Blow the Sandstorm straight away with Heat Wave. Charizard's wings were wide open, his mouth spit out a hot breath, and he whistled and collided directly at Sandstorm. Facing the strong heat wave, all the sandstorms were gradually washed away. But at the moment when Sandstorm all dissipated, the Flame suddenly noticed one thing: there was no sign of Garcomp in the arena. As an elite level trainer, the experienced Flame instantly thought of a possibility. Garcomp is a ground Pokémon. If you can't see it after Sandstorm, then there is only one possibility, and that is, in the ground. Charizard, get off the ground. Xiaoming's face didn't change at all. Even calm and a little scary, although his tactics were detected by the Flames, it was too late. Garcomp, get out of the ground, use Dragon Claw. Just as Charizard flapped his wings to lift off, Garcomp suddenly emerged from the ground. The scythe, which was filled with purple energy, slashed hard at Charizard's abdomen. Boom! Garcomp's long-charged blow slammed Charizard into the air, losing his balance. Flame's face was gloomy, and he continued to give orders extremely calmly. Charizard, use Flamethrower to adjust the state, use Dragon Rage against Garcomp. As an elite level trainer, Flame's Pokémon have a lot of experience fighting and understand that losing their balance in mid-air can be extremely dangerous. Charizard, who had lost his balance, quickly used the Flamethrower toward the ground. Adjusting its posture through the reaction force, a blue-purple energy ball accumulates in its mouth. Dragon Rage. The corner of Xiaoming's mouth showed a faint smile, and after muttering to herself, she waved her hand. Garcomp, also using Dragon Rage. Garcomp standing on the ground. The next moment he got the order, he also opened his mouth to save Energy Ball. See this scene. The Flame, whose face was still cold before, was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. I thought you had a set strategy just now, but it turned out to be a half-assed idiot who met a dead mouse. I don't know where you got the courage to let Garcomp use Dragon Rage too. Or do you think that with just a gym-level Garcomp, you can master the same skill as a quasi-elite level Charizard? What a fool! Charizard just smashed it to pieces. The voice fell. The energy ball in the mouths of Charizard and Garcomp has both been accumulated to the limit and spewed out extremely forcefully. Two dazzling energy balls collided violently in the air. The violent explosion swept through a shock wave, and countless volcanic ash was lifted to fill the surroundings, and the roar resounded through the eardrums. Although the thick volcanic ash obscured the sight of the two, but the ferocious laughter of the Flames sounded throughout the venue. Ha ha ha, I didn't know how to hide until the end. It turns out that this is the gym leader of the Pokémon Alliance. He's so stupid that he doesn't even deserve to be called a trash fish, ha ha ha. Hear the laughter of the Flames. Xiaoming lowered her eyes, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and responded mockingly, no longer. Who told you, my Garcomp is only gym class? As soon as this word comes out, the Flames, who had been laughing non-stop, suddenly stopped laughing. He quickly widened his eyes, vaguely recognizing the scene completely covered by volcanic ash, and said in disbelief. What? How is it possible? P.S. Ask for data, ask for a monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Evolution Beyond Evolution, Mega Garcomp, Chapter 3. As the ash gradually dissipated, The situation that could not be seen clearly was also displayed in front of Xiaoming. At this time in the war zone, Garcomp was still standing still, his icy cold eyes didn't change at all. It just seemed like a huge explosion. In fact, Garcomp wasn't hurt in the slightest. But Charizard on the other side. But he was already lying on the ground unable to move. Although he was still struggling and wanted to stand up again, his injuries were so severe that there was no possibility of continuing the fight. The flame that was in astonishment also recovered at this moment. Looking at Charizard who was struggling, the disgust on his face became more and more obvious. He stepped forward and stepped directly on Charizard's head, spitting on him. "It's really rubbish, it's useless at all, I can't take such a blow. Let's just fend for ourselves here, rubbish." After saying this, the flames also kicked Charizard hard, without even looking at it again. Watching the flames abuse Charizard so much, the anger in Xiaoming's heart suddenly burned, and he clenched his fists lightly, his eyes were extremely cold. The flame looked at Xiaoming's slightly clenched fists, and laughed mockingly. "What's wrong? Unhappy? Think I shouldn't hurt Charizard? Or want to avenge Charizard? Put me in a Pokemon prison." Without waiting for Xiaoming to speak, the flame seemed to be poked into a sore spot, and answered loudly to himself. "You don't think you have an elite Garcomp, so you can look at me so condescendingly and think you can beat me casually. I admit that as a gym leader, you have elite level strength, which makes me a little surprised and unbelievable. Even until now, I still don't understand why you have elite level strength, but you have to be a gym leader in the small Fall Arbor town. But it doesn't matter, because... Speaking of which..." The flame suddenly stopped for a while, with a grim expression on his face. "I'll crush your bones, inch by inch, so you know what it's like to piss off our Team Magma. For these villains, murder isn't really that big of a deal. Pokemon World. In fact, it has never been as good as it looks in the anime." Flame pulled 2 Pokeballs from his pocket, and said with a triumphant smile on his face. "You are really strong, and you can even reach the height of the 4 elites in the Hone region. But unfortunately, today you met me, the strongest in Team Magma except for Boss Maxi." The flame suddenly threw the 2 Pokeballs in his hand and shouted excitedly. "Come out, Houndoom, Crobat." With 2 white lights flashing, a black wolf-shaped Pokemon and a bat Pokemon with 2 pairs of wings appear before Garcomp. The flame looked at the 2 Pokemon in front of him, with an excited look on his face, and licked his mouth. "Houndoom and Crobat are both elite-level Pokemons, and they are Pokemons that I grew up with. Now with 1 against 2, you don't have the slightest chance to win. And don't expect Steven to come and save you, because our Lord Maxi has already stopped Steven on the only way, ha ha ha." "Has Steven been stopped?" Hearing what the flame said, Xiaoming's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about the current situation carefully. Maxi actually went to stop Steven himself. That's enough to say one thing. That is, Team Magma must have been absolutely certain, there must be something to Groudon in MT Chimney. If not, it is simply impossible to be so inspiring. It looks like there's no time to linger. If Groudon was really mastered by Team Magma, even if it's just the same as in the game, just for a short moment, it will inevitably cause great trouble. Take a deep breath. Xiaoming stared at the 2 elite Pokemon in the flames and was about to take out the second Pokeball. Suddenly a beep sounded in his head. "Ding, your Pokemon Garcomp, feel your current emotions and rage, and in order not to disappoint you, take the initiative to master Mega Evolution without Evolutionary Stone/Ite." The sudden sound made Xiaoming stunned for a moment, and then slowly stopped to take out the second Pokeball. Xiaoming stared at the ferocious flames and said confidently and firmly. "What about 2 elite Pokemons? All I need is Garcomp. 1 against 2. Hear this from Xiaoming. The flame froze for a moment, and exclaimed in disbelief subconsciously. How How is it possible? Not waiting for the flame to say the next sentence, Xiaoming's incomparably sharp words suddenly resounded all around. Evolution beyond evolution. Come on, Megagar Comp. PS, if readers are very happy, they can vote for free data, and in the comments, you can say what Pokemon you want the protagonist to conquer. Asterisk. Chapter 20. I don't seem to have said that there is only one elite Pokemon, seeking data. Right now, Garcomp's body is covered with colorful light. The characteristics of the body shape are in the light, and there are significant changes that flicker continuously. The momentum is rising, and the waves are overflowing. Flame stared at Garcomp, who seemed to be evolving again, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and shook his head. No. It's impossible. Super evolution is the unique way of evolution in Kalos region, and it is impossible for other regions to appear. And it is absolutely impossible for the Kalos Alliance to allow a gym leader from the Hone region to have their region's exclusive evolution keystone. Xiaoming didn't answer the flame, just looked at him silently, waiting for Garcomp's transformation. After a moment of hesitation, the flame also suddenly reacted, his eyes suddenly became fierce, and he quickly ordered the two Pokemons. Houndoom uses Inferno, Crobat uses Air Slash, directly attacking Garcomp, who is Super Evolution. Flames are not stupid. He knew in his heart that whether it was really Super Evolution or not, now Garcomp's aura was getting stronger and he was in a stage of transformation. If Garcomp completes this transformation, his strength will definitely be more than a few points stronger than before. To beat Garcomp, the price to be paid will also increase several times. Therefore, if Garcomp can be seriously injured or even strangled in the cradle of transformation while the current Garcomp has not completely transformed, it will naturally be the best result. However, Xiaoming had already seen the flame's thoughts, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly and sneered. You just reacted now. It's too late. Garcomp uses Dragon Claw, slash attack. The first super evolution took a short time to get used to. This will cause the evolution time to be slightly longer, giving opponents a chance to take advantage. But that's only in the blink of an eye. If you don't catch it right away, it will be fleeting. And now, Garcomp has completed his own super evolution. All the colorful light suddenly dissipated. Garcomp, who was already domineering, became more ferocious after super evolution. The huge scythe in front of the arms lingered with dark purple energy, and the terrifying sharpness was suffocating. Look at the two powerful attacks that come. Garcomp swung his scythe violently, and two purple slashes slashed out. Boom! A huge roar of explosion resounded all around. Flame looked at the remnants of the explosion in the sky, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It took only one blow to Dragon Claw. Smashed the attacks of Houndoom and Crobat. This is just too appalling. To this extent, only one thing can be said. After super evolution, even if the Garcomp in front of him has not reached the champion level, it is not far behind. At least it has the strength to crush and defeat the elite level Pokemon. But he is not without a chance. With a hideous smile on the flame's face, he roared at Xiaoming. What if I can surpass evolution? I have two elite level Pokemon that I grew up with, and in a 2-on-1 situation, I will definitely not fall into the disadvantage. The so-called grasp of the flame. Xiaoming showed an indifferent expression on her face. She didn't say much about arguing, and gave an order directly. Garcomp, with your speed splash, use Dragon Rush on Houndoom. Next second, with the speed of a jet plane, Garcomp sprinted directly into the air. A rich purple energy permeated his body, his arms crossed like a sharp sickle, and he swooped towards Houndoom. Watching Garcomp fall like a meteor, there was an incomparable rage expression on the flame's face, but there was some sad helplessness in his heart. Because that's what it is. The seemingly simple and unskilled attack is extremely effective at present, and it is directly crushed by strength. Since there are no complicated tactics. To some extent, it has evolved into an alternative one-on-one. Huo Yan stared at Xiaoming with red eyes, clenching his fists hard, as if he had finally made a final decision. You forced me, you forced me. Houndoom uses the flamethrower on Garcomp to block Garcomp's attack. Krabat uses air slash to attack trainers directly. Hear the last words of the flame. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then looked at the flames with a very mocking look. Really? The behavior of flames. Once again, it proves how cruel the real Pokemon world is, and there is no lower limit to how bad these region villains are. Actually all the time. An extremely tough law in the Pokemon world. That is, everything is solved with Pokemon and not allowed to ascend to the trainer. So while Pokemon has great power, there is basically no such thing as using Pokemon to harm people among trainers. But for these unlimited villain organizations, they don't pay any attention to this so-called law. If you are really anxious, it's not unheard of to attack trainers directly with Pokemon. It can be said to be useless. Every time the Pokemon Alliance conducts trainer training, it will emphasize this point. Compared with worrying about Pokemon being injured by the villain, you need to pay more attention to whether your environment is safe. Watching the air slash coming straight at him, Xiaoming threw another Pokeball without hesitation. A violent flame shot out from around Xiaoming in the next second, completely crushing the still flying air slash. The majestic Arcanine, with flying mane and limbs burning with raging fire, is stationed beside Xiaoming like the most loyal nurse. Looking at the sluggish flames, Xiaoming said with contempt and ridicule. Attack the trainer. But I didn't seem to have said, there's only one elite Pokemon. P.S. The real Pokemon world, the setting in the special chapter, many villain organizations will call Pokemon to attack the trainer directly. If you don't like this, say it in the comment area, and the author will change it immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Z Skills. The Ultimate Invincible Collision. Seeking data. At this point, the flames completely fell into an unbelievable sluggishness. The majestic Arcanine. Standing next to Xiaoming, the surrounding air was a little hot, more like the most loyal guard. At the moment when the flame hesitated, Garcomp, who had just swooped down, had already used his scythe-like arms, the slash flamethrower, to charge directly towards Houndoom like a sharp sword. Boom! The incomparably terrifying impact directly knocked the Houndoom into the air, threw it high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Watching Houndoom struggling to get up, the flame finally understood what situation he was in, swallowed hard, took 2 steps back in horror, shook his head and said in shock. How is that possible? You're just a gym-level trash fish, why do you have super evolution abilities, why are there 2 elite-level Pokemons? Impossible, it's impossible. For Flame. The strength that Xiaoming is showing now is really too terrifying, making him a little unacceptable. As the number 2 character in Team Magma, Flame is the only member other than Maxie to have 2 elite Pokemon. Besides, these 2 elite Pokemon, it is still the Pokemon that the Flames have grown up to, and they have a terrifying tacit understanding between them. With these 2 Pokemon, before even playing against the 4 elites in the league, even if it is not invincible, also able to retreat in good condition. But now, he was completely at a disadvantage and had no ability to resist. In front of him, the Alliance Gym Leader, which he called Trash Fish, also had 2 elite-level Pokemon. And it's just a super evolution Garcomp. He has faintly reached champion-level strength, stubbornly suppressing his 2 Pokemons. Not to mention, there is also a majestic Arcanine ready to go. Although the heart is extremely horrified and rage. But the Flames did not completely lose their minds, but forced themselves to calm down. As Team Magma's coder, he knows all too well the importance of this MT Chimney excavation mission. According to the description of the legendary ancient books, the red orb that can control Groudon is hidden in the deepest part of MT Chimney and has not yet been excavated. The purpose of Team Magma's accumulation and hiding for so many years is to control Groudon, the god of land, and change the environment of the entire world. It would be absolutely unacceptable for all Team Magma members to see the impending success shattered like this. Thought here. The flame quickly recovered, and looked at Xiaoming with a grim look. Who are you? Hone region can't have a gym leader as strong as you. Which organization are you sent by? Team Rockets? Or Plasma? Although it seems reckless. But as the cadre of Team Rockets, Flame is definitely not a douchebag who only knows how to fight. No doubt. The Flame said this questioning words at this moment, not to really get the origin of Xiaoming, but just to prolong the time as much as possible. Drag. As long as you can drag and dig out the red orb, then everything will be a foregone conclusion. With the cooperation of the three cadres. Even if you can't defeat Xiaoming in a short time, you can completely retreat to find and control the super ancient Pokemon, Groudon. Questions about flames. Xiaoming didn't care at all, and ordered to Garchomp. Garchomp, fly high again. Use Dragon Rush on Houndoom. Arcanine uses the Vortex of Flame, trap Crobat in the Vortex, don't let it escape. At the same time, he took out another two Pokeballs, Tropius and Linoone also appeared in the battlefield. Tropius builds up Hyper Beam, Linoone keeps an eye out, ready to attack. After commanding all Pokemon, the corners of Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly, mockingly said casually. Want to procrastinate? Do you think I'll give you this chance? This moment. The face of the Flame finally showed the horror from the heart, and the whole body trembled involuntarily, and shouted with all his strength. Houndoom uses Inferno with all its strength. Crobat fly fast and dodge the vortex of flames. Like water off a duck's back. The Flames insisted on giving orders to their Pokemon, but the current strength of the two is not at the same level. Garchomp was once again like a sharp sword, smashing the terrifying Inferno attack with his scythes and slashing Houndoom to the ground. Although Houndoom struggled to get up again. But there was no fighting intent in his eyes, and when he looked at Garchomp's position, he showed a little timidity. In another battle. Confront the blazingly fast Arcanine. Crobat had no possibility of flying to escape at all, and was caught in the vortex of flames, unable to escape at all. It's now. Xiaoming waved his hand sharply, and said with burning eyes, Tropius, use Hyper Beam on Crobat. Now. The huge energy ball brewing in Tropius' mouth, like the most terrifying shock wave, roared and roared towards Crobat. Hyper Beam. It is an extremely terrifying skill, with extremely tyrannical destructive power. Crobat, now trapped in the vortex, has no way to escape. If you endure this blow firmly, I am afraid that you will lose your fighting ability in an instant. Magcargo, stand in front of Crobat, use Harden. Just when the Flames were helpless, a familiar figure suddenly sounded behind him. Boom! The extremely terrifying explosion of the Hyper Beam suddenly triggered a strong shock wave, and the volcanic ash was scattered in all directions. When the volcanic ash fell, the two cadres Hokage and Fire Goose also walked out of the passage. Looking at Xiaoming on the opposite side, Huo Yan showed a faint smile and joked. You are very powerful. After all, this is the first time I have seen someone who can push the flame cadre to such a level. However, no matter how powerful you are, we have already got what we want, and this world will eventually be controlled by our Team Magma. Everyone is in the teleport circle. Afterwards, Fire Goose threw a few Pokeballs from his pocket and commanded with a stern look. Guadud, Graveler, Naughty Bomb, Wheezing, use explosive together. Blow up. Hearing this skill, Xiaoming's pupils shrank suddenly. Have so many Pokemon use explode at the same time. No doubt. Team Magma wanted to escape from MT Chimney while explosion, and the red orb must have been found by them. And the bases of these villains are built with teleport devices, controlled by some psychic Pokemon. Although it is only a one-way return to the base, it has also allowed them, the Team Magma members, to escape MT Chimney. It only takes 5 seconds at most. These Team Magma members will then all flee the place via teleport with the red orb. Seeing the self-exploding Pokemon whose whole body began to swell and glow in front of him, Xiaoming clenched his fists solemnly and thought about the countermeasures carefully. The power of self-destruction is too great. Coupled with so many Pokemon blowing up at the same time, it will definitely give Team Magma dozens of seconds, which is enough for them to get out of here. No chance yet? At this moment, Arcanine, who was originally guarding Xiaoming's side, suddenly, flames rose from his limbs, his fur shone with luster, his mane fluttered, and he strode towards Team Magma. Ding! Your Pokemon Arcanine, feel the rage and unwillingness in your heart, feel that you can't sit still like this, and take the initiative to master the Z skills evolved from extreme speed without the need for Z pure crystals. Ultimate Invincible Clash. PS. If readers think it's okay, ask for free flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Comments are also an encouragement to the author. Of course, rewarding and urging updates are also possible, so I knelt down. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Arcanine dancing through the self-destruction zone, seeking data. After hearing the beep in your head, Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. It turned out to be the Z skill. Compared with the skills that Pokemon can normally learn, the Z skills are more magical and special. Wear a special Z bracelet. Trainers in the Alola region can activate special Z crystals through the bracelet to enhance Pokemon's skills and become a brand new move. Such moves are called Z skills. The Ultimate Invincible Collision. This skill is the Z skill of the General Department, and it has extremely terrifying power. And most importantly, this skill has a more terrifying speed than extreme speed. As such, there is a complete opportunity to pass the self-exploding area with speed. Xiaoming reacted quickly, waved his hand quickly, and ordered to Arcanine, who was already running. Arcanine goes all in on extreme speed first, close to a self-destructing Pokemon. Z skills have a time limit for use, and you need to use them at the most appropriate time. And if you use the Z skill right now, it will definitely arouse the vigilance and attention of Team Magma. Getting closer to Team Magma is the best thing to do with extreme speed as a front end. Like a bright meteor, streaking across the sky. Less than a second, Arcanine has arrived in front of all the Pokemon ready to blow themselves up. Fire Geese being teleported. Looking at Arcanine, who was still approaching with flames all over his body, his face froze slightly, and then he muttered in disbelief. Is this crazy? Even if Arcanine masters extreme speed, it is absolutely impossible to rely on speed to pass through the damage range of Pokemon's self-destruction. Although these Pokemon are only superior, the power of self-destruction is enough to deal heavy damage to Arcanine. After a complete incomprehensible surprise, Huo Yan reacted instantly, his eyes were suddenly cold, and he said without hesitation. But since you delivered it yourself, don't blame me. All Pokemon blow up. Under the orders of the Flamingos. The Pokemon, whose energy had been accumulating to the limit, exploded with a bang. Boom! The white light exploded one after another, and the violent wind howled. The terrifying shock wave even crushed the volcanic ash into nothingness and swept away towards Arcanine. Next second, Arcanine seemed to be completely submerged by the self-exploding white light. Xiaoming stared straight ahead, looked at Arcanine like a shooting star, and shouted. It's now! Using the ultimate invincible crash. Xiaoming, who clenched his fists, stared at Arcanine's figure, and was also extremely nervous. Rely on extreme speed to cross the self-destruction zone. In fact, this approach is not much different from dancing with the tip of a knife. Right now, Arcanine's limbs were ablaze with fire, her mane fluttering in the wind. His body was filled with bright golden light, and he ran towards the location of Team Magma with all his strength. Extreme speed. At this moment, it has become the ultimate invincible collision. The terrifying speed actually set off a violent sonic boom, driving bursts of fierce winds, and the volcanic ash everywhere was unable to contaminate Arcanine at this moment. What shocked everyone the most was the terrifying shock wave caused by the self-destruction could not capture Arcanine's figure at all. At this time, Arcanine was engulfed in a monstrous fire, and the dazzling golden light spread and radiated, leaving the shock of self-destruction behind with every step. This scene. The flame was stunned for a moment, and exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! I've never seen a Pokémon that can use its speed to pass through the attack of self-destruction skills. This is simply unreasonable and impossible. Hokage, who was standing aside, frowned at Arcanine who was galloping, and said in a low and cold voice. No, with skills. Lord Maxi reminded me before that there is only one possibility to avoid the shock wave of self-destruction through speed, and that is Z-skill. The moment you hear the Z-skill, Flame's eyes were sluggish, and his legs trembled involuntarily, looking at Xiaoming who looked like a demon in the distance. Super Evolution. Dual Elite Pokémon. Z-skills. All the magic. It all appeared in that person. The horror level of Xiaoming has exceeded everyone's imagination. Fire Goose stared at Arcanine who was about to pass through the self-destruction area, with a very solemn expression, took out a Pokeball from his pocket and said. Flame, don't be in a daze, prepare to fight. There are so many of us that the load on the teleportation array is too large, and it takes at least 5 seconds to activate the teleportation. But no matter what the price is, the red orb must be returned to the base. The voice just fell. Arcanine with flames all over her body. He has already passed through the dangerous self-destruction area, and looked at all Team Magma members with cold eyes. P.S. If you have any opinions, you can mention it in the comment area. Then put the comments at the top of the comment area, and everyone can take a look and give their own opinions. Asterisk. Chapter 23 I just choose the most appropriate practice, seeking data. The rapidly approaching Arcanine. Limbs are boiling, mane flying all over. All Team Magma members looked shocked, holding the Pokeball in their hands, not knowing how to resist. If the transmission is interrupted, then they have no chance of escape at all. Even if not directly killed, it must be detained and thrown in the Pokémon prison. In that dark place. For them. Needless to say how tormented. At this time, the flames of Team Magma's cadres were full of horror in their eyes, and facing Arcanine who was charging, he had no desire to fight. Just a few minutes before. The flame has completely understood one thing. Xiaoming's strength is far beyond imagination, it is simply not something they can fight against. The moment Arcanine approaches. If the transmission is accidentally interrupted, I am afraid that so many people will not be able to escape. They will also be arrested and held in Pokémon prison. Thought here. The flames looked around at all the members standing in the teleportation. Be silent. He suddenly took out the Pokeball from his waist, summoned Crobat again, and gave the order in a cold voice. Crobat, use Whirlwind around to push the others out of the teleportation area. Such a sudden command of the flames. Everyone around was unexpected, and they never thought that the flames would attack other members. Don't wait for people to react. Crobat's 2 pairs of wings flapped at the same time. The whistling wind directly sent the outermost Team Magma member, Whirlwind, to the sky, and then fell heavily outside the teleportation array. Because there is no preparation at all. Sudden with such an attack, all the peripheral members of Team Magma who fell to the ground had no ability or chance to fight back. Hokage quickly turned his head to look at the flame, grabbed his collar with his hand, and shouted in disbelief. Are you crazy, Flame? what are you doing? Did you know that if they were captured by the Pokemon Alliance, they would be locked up in Pokemon prison for the rest of their lives? The flame took a deep breath, looked at Hokage with extremely cold eyes, and explained. No, I'm not crazy. I just chose the safest way. In just a few seconds, you should be able to see that the trainer is definitely not just the gym leader's strength. As the strongest of the three of us, even I am so embarrassed in a short period of time. How much advantage can I get if it is you? Even if we all fight back together now, we don't have much confidence in defeating him. And you won't forget that Arcanine just used the Z skill to escape the Pokemon self-destruction area, right? If the transmission time is prolonged because there are too many people transmitting, it is very likely that the opportunity will be seized and some accidents will occur. If the red orb is not sent back to the base, then everything we have done before and now will be in vain. The flames at the moment seemed extremely calm, even to the point of being terrifying. Hokage's face was anxious and he planned to continue to refute the question, but he was stopped by the fire goose, and said indifferently. The flame cotter is right. No matter how much it costs, as long as this red orb can be brought back, then all the costs and sacrifices will be worth it. The most important thing right now is to keep this red orb and avoid any accidents. The problem we are currently encountering is that the activation time of the teleportation array is too long, and we are not fully sure to repel Arcanine. But getting the peripheral members out of the teleportation array can completely increase the activation speed, and it is also the safest way. Go ahead and do what you say, Fire. Hearing that even the flamingos agree with this decision. Even though Hokage wanted to refute, he could only sigh helplessly and didn't say anything more. Red Orb. The god who controls the continent, Groudon. This is the original intention of Team Magma, and it is the ambition of all members. If they lost the Red Orb today, then they basically have no chance. A wicked smile appeared on the Flame's face. Immediately commanding Crobat, the peripheral members, one by one, whirlwind. But no one at Team Magma noticed. At this moment, at their feet, there was a Linoon hidden. After seeing Team Magma in action, Arcanine's limbs burst into flames, and he accelerated again, trying to get in front of Team Magma and stop the teleportation formation. When the flames used Crobat to whirlwind all the members, leaving only their three cotters, the teleportation device in the hands of the wild goose finally sounded. The number of people has decreased, the teleport has been activated, and the transmission has begun. A dazzling bright light flickered from the feet of the three of them, just at the moment when the figure was about to flash and teleport. Arcanine was already in front of the three of them, and slapped the flickering figure with her flaming claws. What? A heart-piercing howl suddenly sounded. A figure was shot directly by Arcanine from the teleportation array that was about to dissipate. P.S. There are very few monthly passes today. Can readers vote for 1 or 2 more monthly passes and kneel down? Asterisk. Chapter 24. Please help me call 20 Officer Jenny, for data. Team Magma Base. The teleportation array located in the deepest place suddenly lit up with bright white light. Next second, 2 figures appeared in the teleportation array. It was Hokage and Hokage. At this time, they were all gasping for breath with lingering fears, and sweat dripped on their foreheads. The moment when Arcanine rushed, they all seemed to have a suffocating horror. This is because, if Arcanine is filmed from the teleportation, let alone whether it will be life-threatening, it will inevitably be detained in Pokemon prison in the future. For the cotters of these villain organizations, if put in a Pokemon prison, well, basically, you have to stay in it for the rest of your life, don't even think about the chance to come out. Fire Goose sat on the ground with her back against the wall, glanced at the empty left side, looked up at the ceiling, and said sadly. The flame was not sent over. At the last minute, it was shot out of the teleportation array by Arcanine. Although the moment Arcanine rushed, the wild goose was already mentally prepared. But when it was really confirmed, the heart was still full of fear and even more regret. Because fire is one of the 3 cadres of their Team Magma. It is the strongest person in the entire Team Magma except for Maxi. Fire is captured by the Pokemon Alliance. It's a huge blow to their entire Team Magma, and their strength will drop by more than a few points. Hokage, who was sitting on the other side, also sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. This time it's really a huge loss. Not only did more than a dozen perimeter members lose, but even the flames were left in empty chimney. But just like what you said earlier. As long as you can bring the red orb back to the base, all the efforts and sacrifices are worth it. With Groudon in the future, it is not impossible to save the flames from the Pokemon prison. The originally sad Flamingo. After hearing these words, the corners of his mouth also rose slightly, he nodded in agreement, showed a faint smile, and reached out to touch his waist at the same time. But just touched the waist. Fire Yan's face was suddenly pale, and his hands kept stroking around his waist, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Looking at the strange movements of his companions, Hokage was puzzled and asked in confusion. "What's wrong? What have you been touching your waist?" Fire Yan did not answer immediately, but stood up directly and continued to search for his pockets. His face was getting paler and his eyes were glistening with tears, as if he was about to cry. Hokage, who was a little puzzled at first, also thought of some possibility at this moment, staring at the wild goose nervously, and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After dozens of seconds, Fire Yan sat down directly on the ground, his eyes were lost, and he couldn't believe it and muttered to himself. "It's gone, how could it be gone? I clearly put the red orb in my waist pocket, why is it gone now? It's impossible to disappear." At the same time, on empty chimney, the smoke caused by Pokemon's self-destruction has gradually dissipated, and there are only a few huge potholes, as if to prove the previous tragic. Or it should be said that it is one-sided tragic. Seeing Arcanine standing beside the many Team Magma members, Xiaoming's worry was finally relieved. It was exactly as he had guessed. Although the power of self-destruction is great, it can cause terrifying damage by leaps and bounds, but in the face of terrifying Z-skills, it is basically useless. Just as Xiaoming was about to step forward to investigate, the Pokemon Pokédex in his pocket rang again. After looking at the caller, Xiaoming picked it up. Before he could speak, he heard Steven's anxious voice. "Xiaoming leader, how is your situation? I just got entangled by Maxi, and it still takes 10 minutes to arrive." Looking around again at all the Team Magma members lying on the ground, Xiaoming responded with a helpless expression. "It's okay, no major issues, Team Magma they didn't get what they wanted." "Hear this?" Steven breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said without hesitation. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiaoming leader. I'll go to you right now to see how the situation is, please wait a moment." It is perceived that Steven wants to hang up the page. Xiaoming hurriedly continued, "Wait, Steven champion. Please contact Officer Jenny first and let her handle the scene, because we may not be able to handle it." "Officer Jenny?" Steven asked suspiciously. Although Officer Jenny is a person who specializes in managing such incidents, but because of his weak strength, he can't have much helping hand in the battle. So basically, after they defeated the members of the evil organization, they contacted Officer Jenny for arrest. "Xiaoming is looking for Officer Jenny, is it already?" Before Steven could finish thinking, Xiaoming continued. "By the way, remember to find a few more Officer Jennys, maybe 20 will be enough." 20? Steven, who was thinking, almost shouted in surprise when he heard 20 Officer Jenny. Requires 20 Officer Jenny scenes. This is a situation where a squadron of Team Magma was directly uprooted. One person downed a squadron of villains? Although terrified. But Steven didn't directly question anything, and responded quickly. "Got it, Xiaoming leader. I'll contact Officer Jenny right now, just wait a moment. Hear a blind tone for Pokédex to hang up. Xiaoming also stretched hard and walked slowly towards the ground where the flames were. At this time, the flames were extremely embarrassing, the clothes were burnt black, blood was spitting out, and it was unknown how many ribs were broken by Arcanine's last palm. After seeing Xiaoming approaching, the flame endured the severe pain, with a ferocious and excited smile on his face, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. What if you catch me, what can I do? We've got what Team Magma wanted, and we've got the world in our hands, it's just a matter of time. After Boss Maxi rescues me from Pokemon prison, I will definitely stomp your face and ravage you. Hearing the words of the flames, Xiaoming clucked his ears speechlessly. Your idea is very good, but it's a pity that you met me. In the flames' puzzled look, Xiaoming looked around for a few times, then waved in one direction and said, Linuan, come to me. Next moment, Xiaoming took a red orb from Linuan's hand and shrugged. What did you just say you wanted? Is this in my hand? P.S. The seedlings of the new book need support, ask for data, and ask for a reward for the data. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Stephen is shocked, this gym leader is not ordinary, seeking data. The moment I saw the red orb in Xiaoming's hand, Flame's eyes widened for a moment, struggling in disbelief, snarl. How is it possible? Why does this red orb appear in your hands? It's impossible, impossible. While shouting non-stop, the flames struggled to reach out and grab Xiaoming, as if trying to use all their strength to regain the red orb. But I don't know how many ribs were broken. The flame can't even raise his hand, so Rage can only struggle and shake his body, there is no other way. Now. It was only then that the flames could clearly feel what true despair was. Why are you willing to pay such a high price? The purpose is to capture this red orb, and then control the body of the earth, Groudon, to occupy the whole world. Therefore, even if he is shot out of the teleportation array and is about to be detained in the Pokemon prison, he can still deal with it indifferently. After all, wait until Team Magma takes full control of the world. Maxi is bound to go to Pokemon prison to rescue him from the prison. But now, everything has changed. Did not get the red orb. As a result, there is no possibility of their Team Magma comeback at all. Can't control Groudon. Can't dominate the world. And the same will be held in Pokemon prison for the rest of his life, with no chance of escape. Think about it. Flame's eyes suddenly dimmed, his body and mind were completely gone, and he didn't even have the last thought of struggling. Lost. Their Team Magma has lost completely. And the reason for this is all because of the person in front of him, a trainer who is so terrifying that no one can see the upper limit. Seeing the look of Flame that has completely given up, Xiaoming shook her head. No more talking about excitement. The red orb. It was stolen from the waist of the flamingo by Linuan in the last period of time. Actually from the beginning. Xiaoming had already guessed that what was in MT Chimney was a special red orb, not a sleeping Groudon. Therefore, Linuan has been specifically explained before. No need to fight, watch your surroundings carefully and be ready to steal the red orb. So at the end, when Arcanine caught everyone's attention, Linuan took advantage of his ability to pick up and steal, and quietly took the red orb from the waist of the flamingo. It can be said, from start to finish, everything was under Xiaoming's control, and Team Magma had no chance at all. Secretly put away the red orb. Xiaoming stood by and waited for Stephen and Officer Jenny to arrive. Red orbs are extremely precious things. Naturally, Xiaoming will not be handed over to the Pokemon Alliance, not to mention that handing over to the Alliance does not mean complete security. The Pokemon League has a lot of people. It is not certain that a certain leader, or even an elite, is a pawn placed in the Alliance by an evil organization. Like the Quartz League in Kanto region. There are 8 gym leaders in total, and 5 of them are Team Rocket's members. Just kind of surprising. So seriously. This kind of precious and dangerous thing, it is only appropriate to put it on oneself. 20 minutes later. Stephen and 20 Officer Jenny finally arrived at MT Chimney belatedly. Wearing a black suit, Stephen, with silver blue hair and pupils, looked extremely gentlemanly. The 20 people have basically the same appearance, with Detective Mongoose and Growlith's Officer Jenny beside them, which is even more eye-catching. Just arrived. Pokemon blew up, causing devastated ground and dozens of Team Magma members lying on the ground. This made Stephen frown wildly, thinking of some extremely terrifying possibility in his heart. Look around. Seeing the only Xiaoming standing on the field, Stephen quickly stepped forward and asked in surprise. Xiaoming leader. Is these Team Magma members, all of them were defeated by you alone? One person knocked down nearly 30 Team Magma members, including even Team Magma cotters wearing unusual special clothes. This matter. It was a little too startling. Although with champion-level strength, Stephen can also do this, but it is absolutely impossible to be so clean. Made so many Team Magma members lay on the ground unable to move. Xiaoming scratched his head, coughed and replied. Should be. Barely, right. Because it wouldn't have happened without my pressure. Stephen had a look of admiration on his face. Then he carefully looked at Garchomp and Arcanine behind Xiaoming. In his eyes, it can be easily seen that these 2 Pokémons are not ordinary, and their strength may have reached the elite level. A gym leader has 2 elite Pokémon. This is simply unbelievable. Just as Stephen was about to open his mouth to continue his questioning, Officer Jenny walked up to the 2 of them and reported with great surprise. Report Stephen champion, Xiaoming leader. After a short search, a total of 26 members of the Team Magma organization were found, all of whom have no ability to resist. Among them is a key Team Magma cotter, our long-wanted Flame. Hear the name Flame. Stephen's pupils froze, and he looked at Xiaoming with extremely complicated eyes. There are 2 elite Pokémon Flames, and they have both been defeated so thoroughly. What is the origin of this Fall Arbor Town leader? Take a deep breath. Stephen suppressed the doubts and shock in his heart, waved his hand and ordered. If there are no other special circumstances, Officer Jenny will take these group members back into custody first, and then there will naturally be a reasonable trial in the Pokémon court. As for those Pokémon, take all of them to the Pokémon shelter for the time being. After a while, the Alliance will select a suitable trainer to retrain Pokémon. After all, no matter how bad the trainer is, most Pokémon can still be saved, just with the wrong owner. Besides, there are 2 elite-level Pokémon. If they can be retrained and cultivated, it will also help our alliance, but for those Pokémon who are always reluctant to bow their heads and remain fierce, we will directly use Psychic Pokémon for amnestic processing. There's nothing else to do, just follow the rules and regulations. Stephen is extremely aggressive. Just a few words. The fate of these villains and the future of Pokémon is determined. Just when Officer Jenny got the order and was going to handle the funeral according to the system, Xiaoming, who was standing beside him, suddenly asked. Wait a minute, Officer Jenny. I remember so many Pokémons, there should be a Charizard in it, can you give it to me? I really like this Pokémon. P.S. The seedlings of the new book need care, begging for data, and begging for comments. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Xiaoming Leader, I think Elite is more suitable for you, seeking data. Xiaoming Leader, this is Charizard's Pokeball. Take the Pokeball from Officer Jenny. Xiaoming didn't look at it further, just put the Pokeball in the bag, nodded and thanked. It's troublesome, Officer Jenny. Hear this. Officer Jenny waved his hands quickly and responded with a bright smile. No trouble, no trouble. We have defeated so many Team Magma members without thanking Xiaoming Leader first. Stephen also nodded and nodded, also looked at Xiaoming and said sincerely, "Indeed. After this incident, Team Magma must be seriously injured. By interrogating these people later, we may be able to obtain the location of the Team Magma base, and there may be some hope of completely destroying Team Magma. Of course, all of this is due to Xiaoming, you alone. Just asking for a Charizard now, really needn't be too polite to thank. By the way, Xiaoming leader. If it's all right, can I go to your gym? I want to ask you something." For Stephen's request to go to the gym and ask about things privately, Xiaoming was already prepared. After all, as a gym leader, he has such terrifying strength, which inevitably arouses Stephen's suspicion. It is natural to want to know more about the situation. Besides, Stephen has no sense of responsibility and can give up the champion seat in order to collect stones. But in the end, he is indeed an extremely righteous trainer. Xiaoming put away Garcomp and Arcanine beside her and smiled. "Of course can. If Stephen Champion is coming to gym, of course I'm very welcome, let's go now." Fall Arbor Town. Stephen, who got off Skarmory's back, looked at the sandstorm barrier in front of him, and said in surprise, "Xiaoming leader, is your gym inside this sandstorm barrier?" Xiaoming didn't answer Stephen's question right away, smiled slightly, and asked Garcomp to remove the sandstorm barrier. After 3 seconds, the originally violent grid gradually calmed down, revealing the hidden gym. Every time you go out, Xiaoming will deliberately let Garcomp set up the sandstorm barrier, and place some strangers or thieves to invade. As for him at gym, of course it doesn't need to be the case. Seeing Jim emerge from sandstorm, Stephen also looked around the whole gym and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The idea of using sandstorm as a barrier against intrusions from strangers is a great idea, and it's really practical. Hey! Wait! Xiaoming, all the trees you plant outside your gym are cherished fruit trees. At this time in Stephen's eyes, dozens of cherished fruit trees swayed in the breeze, and the colorful fruit trees on the branches shone with dazzling brilliance. No doubt, those gleaming fruit must not be ordinary goods that are usually seen. Xiaoming clenched his fists and coughed, and said with a faint smile, "Not really. Among these fruit trees, there is also a more common tangerine fruit tree, which can barely be regarded as an ordinary family." Normal family? Hear the word. Stephen's face was speechless, and he didn't know what to say. Although as the champion of the Alliance and the son of Devon Corporation, Stephen has seen a lot of cherishing fruit trees. But this is the first time he has seen. There are so many precious fruit trees planted in the periphery of a gym. This is simply not the level of a gym. Even in the dojos of the 4 elites in the Alliance, there is no such amazing handwriting. Because the key to cherishing fruit trees is not the price, but that it is too rare, and there is no market for it. Stephen shook his head, looked at Xiaoming helplessly, and said slowly, "Well, if you are an ordinary family, the other gym leaders are directly poor. After all, most gyms may have a lot of ordinary fruit trees, but they don't have any cherished fruit trees. Stop talking about these things. Go to the gym first, I have something more important to say." Xiaoming also nodded and nodded, without further speaking, and walked towards gym with Stephen. "Push open the gym door." Xiaoming glanced left and right in the hall and found that there was no figure of Yellow. Although a little suspicious, but not too worried. After all, Yellow is very well behaved and sensible, and there is basically no problem. Xiaoming pointed to the table beside him and turned around. "Sit down, Stephen Champion. If there is anything, we can talk about it in detail." Stephen wasn't too polite either, sitting directly on the chair, frowning suspiciously. "Xiaoming leader, is your gym the only one? I've never seen a gym apprentice." After pouring Stephen a cup of tree fruit tea, Xiaoming explained slowly, "I'm not alone. There is also a gym apprentice similar to my sister." This answer made Stephen stunned for a moment, and he spoke in surprise. Only one gym apprentice. If I remember correctly, a minimum of 3 gym apprentices are required to maintain a gym qualification. And in a few days, there will be a gym qualification review. If you only have an apprentice, I'm afraid. Xiaoming didn't understand what Stephen meant. She shook her head helplessly and said nothing, but she didn't have the slightest worry in her heart. With his current strength, finding 2 gym apprentices is effortless and not difficult at all. It is precisely because of the idea of that there is no need to find new gym apprentices. But Stephen doesn't know what Xiaoming is thinking at the moment. After taking a sip of the tree fruit tea in front of him, he spoke quite solemnly. But Xiaoming leader, I have a solution here that can perfectly solve the problem of insufficient gym apprentices. After a 2-second pause, Stephen tapped the table with his finger and said very solemnly, Xiaoming leader, Alliance Elite can also have dojos, and there is no limit to the number of apprentices. P.S. The seedlings of the new book need care, ask for data, and ask for support. Asterisk. Chapter 27 rejects Stephen, I don't want to be an elite at all, seeking data. Alliance Elite, there are no restrictions on gym apprentices. The meaning of Stephen's words can be said to be extremely straightforward. No doubt. This is the elite who wants Xiaoming to become Hone region. After all, from Stephen's perspective, with 2 elite Pokémons, Xiaoming doesn't really need to stay in this tiny Fall Arbor town gym. Such a terrifying power. But being a gym leader in a remote region is simply overkill and a waste of talent. Although he has already resigned as champion. But Stephen was still concerned about the Hone Alliance, and he didn't want Xiaoming, who was so terrifying, to hide in the little gym. Elite. Even the final champion is the real stage of Xiaoming. But for this olive branch thrown by Stephen, Xiaoming didn't answer right away. Even frowning and thinking carefully, how to refuse Stephen's invitation. After all, compared to the well-known, business-ridden elite, Xiaoming prefers to be a carefree gym leader in the remote Fall Arbor town. Besides, with so many competitive Pokémons, he doesn't have to worry about his ability to improve. Seeing Xiaoming frowning silently, Stephen picked up the tree fruit tea in front of him again, took a sip, and continued to persuade further. Xiaoming leader, I may not have been clear enough just now. If you decide to become one of the 4 elites, not only will you not be troubled by the apprenticeship quota, but most of the resources in the alliance will be tilted towards you to maximize your strength. Elite also represents fame, has the admiration of countless trainers, and is the most powerful group of people in the world today. The key is, your current strength has reached the elite level, and there is absolutely no need to continue to be an unknown gym leader. And if it is recommended by me, you can directly select elite for a transposition battle without participating in the alliance conference. Judging from the fact that you can completely crush the flames, the transposition battle of the alliance elite is not a big problem for you. Xiaoming leader, how do you feel and what do you think? After saying this, Stephen is also in the presence of the old god, and he has great confidence in his heart, waiting for Xiaoming's answer. Such excellent conditions. He was not worried at all that Xiaoming would refuse, or it could be said that no one would refuse. After all, even the most difficult transition battle, he has already given the most suitable solution. At this moment, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, before answering briefly after pondering for 2 seconds. Improper. Hey! Stephen suddenly showed an expression of disbelief, and said in astonishment, Wait, Xiaoming leader, what did you just say? Look at Stephen's shocked expression. Xiaoming sighed helplessly, shrugged and spread his hands. Thank you Stephen champion for your attention. But I don't want to be an alliance elite. I prefer Fall Arbor Town's gym leader to an elite. Stephen was completely lost. It is simply incomprehensible to not understand Xiaoming at all, why she refused such a good condition. Just when he was about to ask, Xiaoming was the first to explain. Stephen Champion, it's not that I don't like the name elite, but I like the life of gym leader more than the busy elite. Just like the idea that you could resign as league champion to collect stones, being a busy elite can be a burden to me. This is Xiaoming's sincere words. If you become an elite, there is basically no time to rest. Pokemon hunters, evil organizations, Pokemon riots, and a series of other things need him to solve. It's simply not as easy as gym leader. Just take care of your own area and accept the trainer challenge. Hear Xiaoming say it. In order to collect stones, he resigned from the position of league champion. Stephen was also extremely embarrassed to cough twice, scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed, and did not continue to persuade Xiaoming. After all, he has also done this kind of thing, and what qualifications does he have to persuade Xiaoming? He can only sigh helplessly. That's a pity. With the strength of Xiaoming leader, he is fully qualified to become an alliance elite. But I hope Xiaoming leader promises me one thing. Speaking of which, it is rare for Stephen to restrain his playfulness, showing a very serious look, staring at Xiaoming with silver blue eyes, and speaking slowly. If the Hone region encounters a huge crisis, I hope Xiaoming leader can step in and protect our Hone region as much as possible. Of course I'll be in front of everyone first. Even if I die, I won't take a step back. P.S. Let me explain, if you think this chapter is not well written, you can leave a message in the comment area, and the author will change it immediately. Then in the special chapter, Stephen did indeed do this, standing at the forefront of the battle, and even died once to protect the Hone region, and was finally resurrected by Celebi. Finally, ask for data, ask for a monthly pass, and ask for comments to interact. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Undersea Cave, Team Aqua strikes, seeking data. Usually likes to collect stones, Stephen, like a noble boy, said such firm words. It really made Xiaoming stunned, but there was also a feeling of admiration in his heart. Because Xiaoming understands very well. Stephen's words are not just words, but the most real thoughts in his heart. Stephen, who seems to be a playboy, is actually very righteous and has always guarded the Hone region. It seems that the atmosphere is a little dignified. Stephen scratched his head, suddenly burst into laughter, and quickly eased the atmosphere. Xiaoming leader, don't be too nervous, don't be too nervous, I'm just talking casually. After all, I haven't seen any major problems in the Hone region over the years. And Team Magma is one of the biggest evil organizations in the Hone region right now. Because of this MT Chimney incident, it is estimated that the overall strength will be greatly reduced, and it will not be able to cause much trouble. As for Team Aqua, they haven't been found recently, and I don't know what's brewing. But it's nothing major, so don't worry too much. After saying this, Stephen, who has nothing else, also has time to observe Xiaoming's gym at this moment. Gym compared to others. Since there are too few gym apprentices and things are not complicated, it seems that the entire gym is empty without too many decorations. Stephen looked around the entire gym hall slightly, but didn't seem to see anything special. Just when he felt a little bored, 3 stones with special brilliance suddenly appeared in his eyes. When you see these 3 stones, Stephen suddenly widened his eyes, showing an extremely surprised look, and hurriedly walked to the exhibition area in the gym hall. Fire stone, water stone, thunder stone. 3 stones containing special energy instantly caught Stephen's attention. To be able to relinquish the title of champion in order to collect stones is indeed enough to show Stephen's love for these special stones. Xiaoming leader, where did you pick up these 3 evolutionary stones/ites? It seems that the purity is unusual. Stephen stared at the 3 evolutionary stones/ites in the glass cover, carefully pondering and analyzing. Xiaoming also walked up to Stephen, looked at the evolutionary stone/ite in the glass cover, shook his head and replied helplessly. Forgotten. I didn't care about it before, after all, I'm not as obsessed with special stones as you are. The purpose of placing these 3 stones here is to support the gym scene. After all, there must be a few treasures of the town hall. Stephen didn't answer right away, but stared at the 3 evolutionary stones/ite, rubbed his chin, nodded, and muttered to himself. 3 evolutionary stones/ites with this purity are indeed very rare, and they can be regarded as treasures of the town hall. Think again for 2 seconds. There was a little desire in Stephen's eyes, and he looked at Xiaoming beside him and asked. Xiaoming leader, I like these 3 evolutionary stones/ites very much, can you please sell them to me? Or do I trade it for something? After all, evolutionary stone/ite of this kind of purity is really rare. Watching Stephen's wistful gaze, Xiaoming, who felt that the 3 evolutionary stones/ites were useless at present, wanted to give them to Stephen directly, but suddenly thought of the EV Pokemon egg still in the incubation room. Xiaoming then sighed, shook his head and refused. Stephen champion, it's not that I don't want to give up, but I just recently had an EV Pokemon egg. Although I haven't figured out what properties it will evolve, I have to prepare evolutionary stone/ite in advance. Here the unhatched EV Pokemon eggs. Stephen could only sigh with great pity, and didn't ask for it again. That's such a pity. I couldn't get these 3 evolutionary stones/ites with such a high purity in my bag. If I could exchange them for champion, I would be willing. Because EV has too many evolution branches. As a result, the choice of evolution is extremely important, so it is very normal to prepare evolutionary stone/ite early. But Stephen's last sentence can be replaced by champion. It made Xiaoming frown wildly, a little helpless. Although I understand that it is Stephen's joke, it is too human. As expected, it was Stephen who was able to give up the champion position in order to collect stones. The EV Pokemon egg in the hatching room. In addition to the distinctive features of the pattern itself, there are also very obvious attribute identifiers on the eggshell. Although Xiaoming, who didn't know much about Pokemon eggs, really couldn't see what was wrong. But without a doubt, this Pokemon egg isn't ordinary, and it's bound to surprise him. Right now, Stephen Pokemon Pokédex sounded a rapid burst of paging, picked up the Pokédex and picked it up. Wallace, what's wrong? Team Magma is fine, there's a leader to help us. But it seemed that before Stephen could finish speaking, Wallace urgently interrupted the follow-up words. As Wallace spoke, Stephen's eyes became sharper and colder. Understood. I'll rush to the underwater cave now, and you should bring someone to stop Team Aqua first, and don't let Archie succeed. After hearing this, Stephen hung up the page, looked at Xiaoming and explained with a frown. Xiaoming leader, Team Aqua members all appeared in the underwater cave in large numbers. It is estimated that they got news from Kyugra. Wallace said Team Aqua is coming, it's urgent and I'm leaving first. You can come to Moss Deep City to find me in a few days. I am currently cultivating Beldum, and I can give you one as a thank you for destroying Team Magma this time. See you next time, Xiaoming leader. Stephen didn't hesitate any longer, walked out of the gym, rode on Skarmory and flew towards the underwater cave. Seeing the figure of Stephen leaving in a hurry, Xiaoming's eyes flashed slightly, and she muttered to herself. Team Aqua, is it finally here? P.S. Ask for data, ask for comments, ask for support. Asterisk. Chapter 29 This is Redemption, Conquer Charizard, Seeking Data. Team Aqua. It is a villain organization that is completely opposite to Team Magma. They believe that the ocean is the future, that only the ocean can breed life, that the world only needs to expand the ocean, and the land is completely dispensable. So since the organization was created, Team Aqua has been searching for Kyugra, the god of the sea. One for Groudon, one for Kyugra. The two villain organizations are almost the same in terms of the number of members and the progress of finding super ancient Pokemon. So right after Team Magma caused the MT Chimney riot, In less than 3 hours, Team Aqua also found news about Kyogre, doing the same thing in the underwater cave. But the two champions, Steven and Wallace, have both gone to the underwater cave to investigate and stop them, so Team Aqua probably won't be able to set off any storms. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoming didn't pay attention to this matter anymore, and walked towards the incubator next to her. Just walked in. Xiaoming saw Yellow curled up and lying on the ground, with 2 tear stains hanging on her delicate little face. Although he fell asleep due to fatigue, he still clenched his fists and his body was tense, looking extremely nervous and worried, and he was still muttering, "Brother Xiaoming, you must come back. Yellow is really worried about you leaving so suddenly, but I can't help it all. Brother Xiaoming, Yellow can only rely on you here." I heard that Yellow was worried about his safety in his sleep. Xiaoming couldn't help feeling a little distressed, sighed, picked up Yellow gently, and put her on the bed. After covering the quilt, Xiaoming glanced at Yellow again, feeling a little warm and heavy in her heart. "Go back to the gym hall again." Xiaoming also took out the poke ball previously given to him by Officer Jenny, gently pressed the middle button of the poke ball, and threw it hard. With a bright white light lit up, Charizard, who was covered in scars and looked exhausted, appeared in the hall, and the flames on his tail were extremely wilted. But nonetheless, Charizard still roared at Xiaoming with his mouth open, warning Xiaoming not to approach. Has been tortured by flames. As a result, this Charizard is hostile to every trainer. Not to mention, previously, Xiaoming commanded Garchomp and beat him hard, and Charizard didn't like Xiaoming at all. Charizard, this series of race Pokémon. The most important feature is the never-extinguishing flame at the tail, which is like a display device of vitality. When Charizard's tail flame goes out, it also means the end of his life. Now, the Charizard's tail flame has been extremely weak and wilted. If not treated in time, even if he can barely survive in the end, he will inevitably leave serious sequelae. Think for 2 seconds. Xiaoming raised her eyebrows slightly and walked slowly towards Charizard, the healing light of Viridian power lit up in her hands. But this is the action of Xiaoming. Immediately, Charizard became emotional, and there was another terrifying roar. Roar! Wings full of scars fluttered, stout tail fluttered constantly, and there was a little flame flickering in his mouth, warning Xiaoming not to approach. But, although it looks fierce, but the steps that kept stepping back revealed Charizard's panic. A mild smile appeared on Xiaoming's face. And she didn't stop, as if she had been comforted by detect Charizard's heart. "Don't be so cruel to me, I didn't intend to hurt you. With such a serious injury on your body, I'm afraid it's very difficult to even stand. If you don't get treatment in time, I'm afraid it won't last long. Although I kept you, my intention was to subdue you. After all, Charizard is indeed a very handsome Pokémon. But if you don't want to become a trainer's Pokémon because of your previous experience, I naturally won't say much. After your injury is cured, it's up to you to decide whether to leave or stay." Speaking of which, Xiaoming is only about 3 meters away from Charizard. He suddenly stopped, stretched out his hand towards Charizard, and looked at Charizard with a smile. "If you think you can walk over the remaining 3 meters and let me treat you." Actually, when he decided to take this Charizard, Xiaoming had already thought that this might happen. After all, he was abused to the point of scars all over his body, and he lived an extremely painful life. Having this experience, this Charizard's attitude towards human trainers must be rage and disgust. To subdue Charizard with this resistance, undoubtedly a very difficult thing. What Xiaoming has to do now is to break Charizard's inner vigilance and disgust little by little, and make this Charizard believe in him. Pokémon and trainers can only be the best partners if they trust each other. This is the salvation of the soul. Charizard, now full of scars, looking at Xiaoming, who stretched out his hand in front of it, he didn't know what to choose for a while, let alone whether to believe it or not. On one side are the memories of the incomparable pain, being whipped, beaten, abused. On one side is the mildness that is clearly visible now, and the breath of Viridian's power makes it extremely comfortable, and even the pain on his body is much relieved. And before the battle, the Pokémon that followed the man in front of him were all well-bred, and there was no trace of abuse at all. Time passed little by little. The flames on Charizard's tail were also getting weaker. Although he wanted to step out and walk towards Xiaoming countless times, the scene of being tortured by flames appeared in his mind in the next second. Just like a puppy who was abandoned in the past, never dared to recognize the second owner again. Compared to wandering. More afraid of being abandoned and abused again. While hesitating, Charizard suddenly noticed Xiaoming's gentle smile and the hope in his eyes that he would come forward. Such smiles and eyes! It had never been seen on a trainer's face before, giving Charizard the urge to get closer. After 3 seconds, Charizard took his first steps slowly. Although he still recalled the scene of being abused and beaten in his mind, Xiaoming's gentle smile and eyes always encouraged him to come forward. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Every step has to endure the pain of the body and the torment of the memory. Until the last step. Charizard stood in front of Xiaoming and carefully placed his scarred paw in Xiaoming's hand. P.S. The author's bacteria won't get cold, right? Suddenly I feel that flowers and evaluation votes are much less recently, and comments are not very active. I beg for data comments. If there is any problem with the plot, please correct me. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Choice. Freedom is not as strong as respect, seeking data. When Charizard's paw is in his palm, Xiaoming also exhaled a long breath, and the originally hanging heart also let go. If in normal times, Charizard has never been able to get out of the painful memories of the past, that's okay, there's no need to force it too much. Just release this Charizard and let it live freely in the wild without the control of a trainer. But it was just an emergency. This Charizard is in a critical condition, and the flames on his tail may be completely extinguished in the next second. Therefore, Charizard must be rescued as soon as possible to avoid an accident. If 3 minutes late, Xiaoming may directly use tough means to let his Pokémon subdue Charizard, and then force the treatment. Although this is bound to arouse Charizard's disgust, even fall into extreme stress, there is no chance of capturing this Charizard anymore. But anyway, if you want to subdue Charizard, you can watch it die a little bit of life. Such bad behavior. There is no difference at all with those evil organizations. Naturally, Xiaoming couldn't do it either. But now, all in all, they are moving in the best direction. Xiaoming grabbed Charizard's claws lightly, and gradually aroused the Viridian power in his body, which enveloped Charizard. Compared to Pokémon Center, Viridian power has a more terrifying restoration ability. It can make Pokémon completely restore health and combat power in a very short period of time, without any sequelae. The only downside is that the use of Viridian powers can leave the trainer extremely exhausted, and overuse can even lead to a coma. Even Xiaoming with 3 divine powers, in a period of time, at most, you can only rescue 3 Pokémon with all your strength. At this time, the green Viridian power has completely enveloped Charizard, constantly repairing various wounds. Whipping, scalding, biting, stabbing. Each represents the scars of past abuse and suffering. Under the gentle repair of Viridian's power, all slowly disappeared. The flames on Charizard's tail, which were sluggish to the point of dying out, also gradually became more and more vigorous, like a bonfire that was constantly stacked. 3 minutes later, a loud roar announced Charizard's complete recovery. At this time, Charizard didn't have any scars on his body, and he didn't look like he was dying before. The huge wings fluttered into a fierce wind, the tip of the nose spewed out wisps of flames, and the eyes were as sharp as electricity. No doubt. This is what Charizard really looks like. After using the power of Viridian, Xiaoming, whose head was a little dizzy, saw Charizard finally rejuvenated, and also said with a smile on his face. Finally recovered, Charizard, and now is what you really are. Hear this. Crystal tears suddenly appeared in Charizard's eyes, and he was trembling all over, bowing his head and sobbing non-stop. Previous abuse. For Charizard, it will always be a painful memory. Seeing Charizard so sad and lost, Xiaoming sighed deeply. He stood by without speaking, waiting quietly for Charizard to recover. After a while, when Charizard's mood recovered slightly, Xiaoming took out a Pokeball from his pocket, put it in the palm of his hand, and spoke gently to Charizard. Charizard, now that you are generally recovered, I want to ask you something seriously. Would you like to be my Pokemon? Travel with me, and grow stronger together. Although the past may never be forgotten, we can look forward to a better future. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, fly away from the gate of gym. There is complete freedom outside, and no trainer can restrain you in the future. Of course, you will definitely hesitate about me, and you can't completely trust me. But if you're willing to stay and grow stronger together, I think all Pokemon will be happy to have a new partner. After saying this, Xiaoming spread out the Pokeball in her palm, waiting for Charizard's choice. This Charizard had suffered too much abuse in the past, and Xiaoming wasn't sure if he would still be a trainer's Pokemon. However, before Charizard was able to walk out of those 3 meters, it was already a great breakthrough. Now is the final hurdle. Although it can be conquered by force, Xiaoming does not want to do such extreme things. Because the relationship between Pokemon and trainers is not so-called master and servant, but more like friends who can entrust each other's backs. The red and white Pokeball that Xiaoming swayed in the palm of her hand. Charizard was stunned for a moment and looked towards the gym door. The sky originally drifted with volcanic ash, representing freedom and carefreeness. But just took a look. Charizard immediately retracted his gaze, his wings snapped open, and he let out a roaring roar in the sky. In a roar, Charizard stretched out his paw and touched the Pokeball in Xiaoming's palm. A red light flashes, and Charizard absorbs into the Pokeball. Compared with the freedom of aimless and overwhelmed Charizard, who has suffered painful abuse, I prefer the respect that can become stronger, not to mention that that person is Xiaoming who just saved it. P.S. Thank you for your support. The author bacteria will definitely not be eunuchs, please rest assured. The author can only work hard to code words, write a wonderful plot to repay the readers, and kneel down. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Charizard's strength increases, Maxi from Rage, seeking data. Drop. Accompanied by a small beep. The Pokeball in the palm slowly stopped shaking. Xiaoming exhaled heavily, with a happy smile on her face. After all, Charizard suddenly looked out of Jim's door, as if envious of those wild Pokemon. Xiaoming has already given up hope. But in the end, I never thought that Charizard would enter the Pokeball without warning and become his Pokemon. It was a bit too surprising. After all, the Pokemon of the Charizard race are too handsome and popular. Take a deep breath. Xiaoming clenched the Pokeball in her hand and pressed the small button in the center. With a flash of white light, Charizard reappeared in gym, his strong wings spread out, looking rather majestic. However, I was very grateful to Xiaoming. Charizard, who rescued it from the abyss, became Xiaoming's Pokemon, and he did not hide his emotions. Just came out. Charizard rubbed his head against Xiaoming's chest to express his intimacy. Also stroking Charizard's head in response a few seconds later. Xiaoming took out all the Pokeballs in his pocket and released all the remaining 5 Pokemons from the Pokeballs. If it's not a special case, Xiaoming basically keeps Pokemon outside, not shutting them up in a small Pokeball. Garchomp, Arcanine, Lineuon, Tropius, Meowth. There was a flash of white light, and 5 Pokémon also appeared in the gym. Xiaoming looked at Charizard and pointed at the other 5 Pokémons. In the future, you will be partners. You must work hard to improve and become stronger together. Charizard kept nodding obediently, looking carefully at the other 5 Pokémon beside him. Charizard's body trembled subconsciously the moment he saw Garchomp. It seemed to recall the battle that Garchomp had unilaterally crushed not long ago. But even though he was a little scared, his eyes were burning with fighting intent. Now that it's decided to become Xiaoming's Pokémon, Charizard is ready to take on any challenge. Just to get stronger. Keep trying to be the strongest. At this time, Charizard's aura rose instantly, and his strength seemed to have more than doubled suddenly. A prompt sounded in Xiaoming's mind. Ding! Your Pokémon Charizard, with an unyielding fighting spirit, has a heart that has become stronger with covet, and has stepped into the elite level with great ambition, and his qualifications have also been upgraded to epic. The moment you hear the beep, Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and quickly took out the mobile phone in his pocket to check Charizard's specific attributes. Race, Charizard. Attribute, Fire and Flight. Characteristics, the power of the sun. Qualification, Epic. Strength, Elite level. Skills, Flamethrower, Heat Wave, Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, Inferno, Flare Blitz. Note: Charizard is very competitive, likes to fight, gets stronger, and spends a lot of time training or finding opponents, but it will never spit fire on a weaker enemy. This Charizard has an incredibly strong idea of getting stronger. Elite level. The moment a Pokédex shows a specific attribute, Xiaoming's face also showed a look of amazement, and there was an undisguised smile. It's a bit too surprising to go from quasi-elite to elite so easily. To know. It's a huge gulf to move from the quasi-elite level to the elite level. I don't know how many talented Pokémon there are who are stuck at this stage all their lives. It's a bit too surprising to go from quasi-elite to elite so easily. Currently in his team, there are already 3 elite-level Pokémons, which is just too scary. A gym leader has 3 elite spirits that are not weak. If this is announced to the public, it will be enough to shock everyone. After all, other than Champion and the old elite, no one has 3 elite Pokémon at all. And among them are Garchomp who can Mage Evolution, and Arcanine who has Z skill. If you encounter a champion trainer now, even if he may be lost, Xiaoming is confident enough to protect himself and can retreat safely. At the same time, at Team Magma's secret base, Maxi turned his back to Fire Yan and Hokage, and the black and red robe on his body was still stuck with a little dust, which was left to stop Steven. Maxi turned his head slowly, stared at Fire Yan and Hokage with sharp eyes, and asked indifferently. As you said. The flames were shot out of the teleportation array by Arcanine, and it's fine if there is no way to return to the base. After all, such an important underground activity will inevitably suffer some sacrifices and grief. This is an unavoidable situation. But Maxi suddenly paused, tugged at his dusty sleeves, and asked indifferently. You actually told me that the red orb disappeared in your arms. A red orb disappeared out of thin air. Do you think this is reasonable? Paying such a high price, not only did I not get any benefits, but it even led to the arrest of the Cotter's flame, and then the red orb disappeared without knowing it. You lost such an important beat in the end? Give me such an answer. Fire Yan and Hokage buried their heads even lower at the moment, not daring to make a sound at all, and silently endured Maxi's rage and accusations. After a few minutes, Maxi took a deep breath and gave the order with expressionless indifference. The organization is relatively short of manpower recently, so I won't deal with the 2 of you for the time being. You are now leading the way. Go to Fall Arbor Town right now, I'll give it a try. Isn't that gym leader as good as you say? Having 2 elite-level Pokémons, and at the same time being able to super evolution, use Z skills, and have a very strong combat IQ. It just so happens that Stephen and Wallace are going to deal with Team Aqua this time, and it's our best chance. P.S. Seedlings of the new book, seeking data and comments. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Team Magma, who was in a hurry, seeking data. Red Orb. It's what Maxi values most. Because in his opinion, only by getting the Red Orb can you control Groudon, complete the transformation of the world, and fill the continents with every ocean. So no matter what the price is, as long as you can get the Red Orb. Even though more than 24 members were arrested, the organization's cadres were detained in Pokemon prison. Maxi was able to remain indifferent, believing it was a reasonable sacrifice. Because as long as you control Groudon, the whole world will belong to him, and all that has been lost can be regained. Originally, I thought it would be foolproof to send 3 elite-level cadres to stop Stephen by myself. But now, Maxi never thought of all the plans. It was actually destroyed by a gym leader, and even the strongest cadre, Flame, was sent to the Pokemon court. Think before as much as possible in order to delay time. So embarrassed to stop Stephen. The result was nothing, and Maxi's heart was full of anger. Wei Wei clenched his fists hard. Maxi said to the 2 cadres with a cold expression. Remember to block the entire gym later, don't give him a chance to escape, don't worry about attracting other people's attention. The champions and elites of the Pokemon League, who are now handling Team Aqua in the underwater cave, have no time to stop it. Huo Yan nodded and replied quickly. I just passed the informant in the Alliance, and I have also carefully checked the specific situation of Akiba Gym. The previous trainer was named Xiaoming, and he became a gym leader in Fall Arbor Town a year ago. In the entire gym, except for Xiaoming, there is only one gym apprentice named Yellow, and there are no other registered personnel. However, the records about Xiaoming's strength are very strange, and I even guess that it is the practice used by the Pokemon Alliance to confuse the public. Because Huo Yan paused for 2 seconds, and continued to be extremely puzzled. In the records of the members of the Pokemon Alliance, Xiaoming is only barely able to reach the gym level. Even before, due to being too weak, I could only be a person in such a remote Fall Arbor town. Don't wait for the flamingo to finish. Maxi's indifferent eyes were looking at her, rubbing his fingers and asking in a cold voice. The weak gym class. If it's just gym level, how could you escape like this? And who else can go from barely gym to elite in less than a year? I'm afraid he has long been an elite level trainer, hiding in Akiba Gym. But it doesn't matter what the real situation is. After saying this, Maxi didn't speak anymore and looked into the distance coldly. According to his guess, Xiaoming, who has peak elite strength, will probably not give the Red Orb to Stephen. Just beat Xiaoming. You can get the Red Orb that you are thinking about. Dozens of flying Pokemon galloped high in the sky, heading towards Akiba Gym's location. Autumn leaves gym. Xiaoming holds the Poke Blocks production manual and is still researching how to make Poke Blocks with higher purity. Take out a few cherished tree fruits to find the most suitable combination. Just when Xiaoming was about to make a new attempt, the Pokemon Pokédex in his pocket suddenly sounded the official emergency page, and Xiaoming picked it up in confusion. Officer Jenny, what's wrong? Emergency. Not waiting for Xiaoming to finish, Officer Jenny's anxious voice came directly from Pokédex. Xiaoming leader go. We just found through monitoring that Team Magma sent at least 50 flying Pokemons to fly towards your gym, presumably to implement revenge. And based on appearances, Team Magma leader Maxi is also on this team. The second after Officer Jenny finished speaking, when Garchomp was guarding the gym, Rage's warning roar sounded outside the gym, followed by the sound of various bird Pokemon flapping their wings lingers throughout the gym. Xiaoming instantly understood the current environment she was in, took a deep breath, and said calmly, Officer Jenny, thanks for the reminder, but they've already arrived. Hang up the Pokédex pager. Xiaoming's eyes flashed with cold light, and a mocking expression appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself. Is this an all-out attack from the entire organization? Looks like I've accidentally slapped Team Magma in a hurry. After he finished speaking, he put down the fruit in his hand. Xiaoming slowly stood up and went out towards the gate of gym. P.S. Seedling's new book, asking for flowers, asking for support, asking for various data, and knelt down. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Sorry, I can't lose this time, seeking data. For Xiaoming. With his current 3 elite Pokémons, plus his ability to Mega Evolution and Z skills, he can challenge champion-level trainers. Not to mention, Maxie isn't really a champion, just that his Pokémon strength is at champion level. Just like, with the same champion level strength, Steven and Maxie are not on the same level at all. As for the other low-level Team Magma members, Xiaoming didn't care at all. Get out of the gym. Xiaoming saw dozens of flying Pokémon hovering in the sky, surrounding his gym. As for Maxie, she was already standing in front, staring coldly at Xiaoming, who came out. The opening was very straightforward, and he said without hesitation. Hand over the red orb, and I can spare your life. Such a direct attitude towards Maxie. Xiaoming was also slightly surprised. I didn't expect Maxie to be so clean and neat, not like the other villains at all, talk about a lot of reasoning before meeting. But this unrelenting threat. It made Xiaoming's attitude equally tough, rubbing her fingers and not responding to Maxie at all. There was a mocking smile in his eyes, and he didn't pay any attention to Maxie. For Xiaoming. Champion. It's totally possible to touch it now. Seeing the presence of an old god like Xiaoming, without worrying, Maxie spoke coldly and threatened again. Steven and Wallace have already gone to resolve the matter of Team Aqua's underwater cave, and it is impossible to support them within at least 3 hours. I advise you to hand over the red orb as soon as possible if you don't want to die. I can promise you that as long as you get the red orb, you will leave the team immediately. Don't think about resistance. Champion level is not the existence of elite who can taunt, and with your 2 elite level Pokémon in front of me. No fart. The last sentence. Maxie was snarl roaring out. The condescending attitude did not take Xiaoming in his eyes at all. After all, in his opinion, no matter how strong Xiaoming is, it is only elite. And most importantly, that kind of contempt and ridicule made Maxie's heart feel extremely rage, wanting to crush Xiaoming completely. Face Maxie's roar. There was a slight sneer on Xiaoming's face, but he didn't fight for the so-called quickness of his tongue. Prove everything directly with actions, and ordered to Garchomp beside him. Garchomp, use Dragon Rage. Next second, the violent energy accumulated in Garchomp's mouth blasted towards Maxie. See this scene. Maxie's eyes were full of cold killing intent, as if he felt offended by trash. His right hand rubbed his waist. 3 Pokeballs were already in his hands, and they were thrown hard. Come out, came Rupt, wheezing, Crobat. Appears with bright white light. 3 Pokémons are already in front of Maxie. Among them, Camerup's breath is the most terrifying, and his strength has obviously reached the champion level. Boom! Dragon Rage charged at the 3 Pokémons, setting off a burst of shockwaves and a cloud of smoke rising with it. To prevent accidents, Xiaoming also took out the Pokeball in his pocket and pressed the middle button to throw it. Arcanine, Charizard, Linoone, Tropius, Meowth. All of them appeared from the Pokeball, lingering around Xiaoming, and their eyes were full of war. The smoke from Dragon Rage gradually dissipated. Maxie glanced around at the 6 Pokémon beside Xiaoming with a mocking smile on her face. It's all stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Camerupt uses flamethrower, just burn them to ashes. The terrifying Camerupt let out a melodious deep cry, and scorching flames spewed out of his mouth. The billowing fire was terrifyingly hot, as if it could burn through the air, pouring out directly towards Xiaoming. Arcanine, use the flamethrower. Charizard, also use flamethrower. Xiaoming did not hesitate at all, and directly asked Arcanine and Charizard to use flamethrower to deal with it. Although understand that this is not the best response. But Xiaoming is trying to see how big the gap between elite and champion is from this same skill. The two groups of flamethrower tackle came together, suddenly causing a more intense burning. Under the terrifying high temperature, the surrounding scene seemed to be distorted, and the heat swept through everyone. Although it is 2-1. But Xiaoming could clearly see that the flames were still advancing towards him. This illustrates one thing. Under normal circumstances, the two Pokémons, Arcanine and Charizard, are simply no match for Camerupt. But if you add Mega Evolution and Z skills, and his knowledge of Pokémon battles, everything will be full of variables. Garchomp, use the Dragon Rage to defeat the flamethrower from the side. Garchomp spits out the energy ball again. Smash 3 Pokémon's flamethrower from the weakest point on the side. Maxie raised her eyebrows with a faint sneer on her face. It's interesting, it seems that this Charizard is also an elite Pokémon. 3 elite-level Pokémon, in the entire Pokémon League, are all powerful, right? I wonder how much Steven and Wallace would feel bad if they killed you. Oh, by the way, do you think it looks like 3-on-3 now? Any chance of winning? Maxie gave a cold smile. He stretched out his hand to Hokage, and Hokage beside him, took 2 Pokeballs, and threw them out again. Magcargo belonging to Hokage, and Ninetales belonging to Hokage appear on the scene. 5 are at least elite-level Pokémon. Exuding terrifying coercion, it swept away towards Xiaoming. Maxie looked at Xiaoming jokingly and sneered. It's 5-on-3 now, just those trash Pokémon. Can you still win? At this time, a series of prompt sounds suddenly sounded in Xiaoming's mind. Ding! Your Pokémon Arcanine. When he heard that he was mocked so much by his opponent, his heart was extremely rage, his potential was stimulated, and his strength was raised to the peak of elite. Ding! Your Pokémon Garchomp. Feel that this battle must not be lost, it must be won, the potential is stimulated, and the strength is raised to the peak of elite. Ding! Your Pokémon Charizard, fighting for you for the first time, suffered this kind of contempt. His fighting spirit rose, his potential was stimulated, and his strength rose to the peak of elite. Ding! Your Pokémon Linoone is extremely rage. I feel insulted. I must strive to improve my potential, stimulate my potential, and improve my strength to elite level. Ding! Your Pokémon Tropius found that he was not valued by the enemy, and found that he couldn't continue like this, his potential was stimulated, and his strength was upgraded to elite level. Ding! Your Pokémon Meowth, after finding that the strength of other companions has improved. He feels that he can't wait to die, his potential is stimulated, and his strength will be upgraded to the elite level. Hear this series of beeps in your head. With a faint smile on Xiaoming's face, she answered Maxie for the first time. Excuse me. I think this time I can't lose. P.S. If you think you can, vote for the data, vote for the monthly vote, vote for the flowers, and encourage the author. If you think it's not very good, you can comment and correct it, and the author will read it. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Champion Battle, Calculation and Strength Confrontation, Seeking Data. Won't lose. Hear this from Xiaoming. Maxie froze for a moment, then looked up to the sky and laughed. But after the laughter, it quickly turned into an extremely cold expression, as if looking at a dying person, waving indifferently. A disgusting trash fish is so stubborn. When you burn to ashes, I see how stubborn you can be. Camerupt, use the flamethrower again. Another low-pitched, incomparably hot flame, roared out of Camerupt's mouth again. The air on the way seemed to have been burnt through and burned, and it attacked Garcomp with high temperature. This time the target turned out to be Garcomp. No doubt. This attack was Maxie's temptation. Hopefully this will force out Garcomp's Mega Evolution form. After all, there is basically no Mega Evolution in the Hone region, and there is no material for Mega Evolution. Even as the leader of Team Magma, Maxie also wasn't sure what Mega Evolution would be able to improve Garcomp to. It is for this reason. So Maxie's second attack will target Garcomp. Maxie, who seems to be ridiculing constantly, is actually very focused and cautious in her heart. There is no reason to underestimate Xiaoming because it seems that the current strength is completely crushed. After all, he has been the leader of the villain organization for so long. If Maxie is still like a stunner, it's impossible to cause such a big trouble for the Pokemon League. I am afraid. Already in Pokemon Prison. Staring at the incoming flamethrower, Xiaoming's expression was calm without the slightest panic, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Come on, Garcomp Ultra Evolution! Right now! Garcomp's body lit up with colorful lights, his breath rose rapidly, and his bones showed significant changes. After the last experience, in just a split second, Garcomp completed this Mega Evolution. Garcomp, use the Dragon Claw/Flame directly. The dark purple dragon energy instantly lingered on Garcomp's scythes, with a terrifyingly sharp breath. Just when the flamethrower struck, Garcomp put his arms together, and the huge scythe cut the flamethrower right in the middle, and it was scattered and extinguished. Seemingly violent flamethrower. At this moment, it was directly cut/violently by Garcomp. Although Camerup's attack only deals half damage to Garcomp, but being able to slash flames is a bit too amazing. See this scene. Maxie's pupils shrank slightly, and her mood was a little dignified, and she no longer treated Xiaoming with contempt. Although it has long been heard that super evolution can make Pokemon improve a lot and gain more terrifying power. But he never thought to be able to forcibly upgrade an elite level Pokemon to a champion level, such a huge leap, is a bit too amazing. But while surprised, an emotion called greed was already emerging in Maxie's heart. Capable of super evolution. It means that Xiaoming must have Garcomp's evolutionary stone/ite. To know. The evolutionary stone/ite of Kalos is very strictly controlled, and basically it will not be circulated outside, and no one will sell it. But in the underground black market, there are still transactions about evolutionary stone/ite. But all are barter deals. That means, only evolutionary stone/ite can be exchanged for evolutionary stone/ite. Just like trade Garcompit for Cameruptite to further your power. Thought here. Maxie's eyes were already full of killing intent, and he rubbed his fingers and said slowly. The temptation to play a little trouble is over. I'll let you know one thing now, what is champion class? Ninetales activates the characteristic sunshine, which turns the weather into sunny day. The voice fell. Ninetales' eyes flashed red, and the originally gloomy weather instantly turned into a scorching sun. For Maxie, who mostly uses fire-type Pokemon, sunny day is the best weather choice. Although Xiaoming also has 2 fire-type Pokemon. But now the strongest Garcomp can't enjoy sunny days bonus. An Arcanine and Charizard are only elite level, even if there is a weather bonus, it is not enough to be afraid of. Maxie's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at Garcomp, the most powerful, with sharp eyes. Camerupt attacked Garcomp with a breath of fire. Catch the thief first to catch the king. As long as the strongest Garcomp is defeated first, the rest of the Pokemon are nothing to fear. Although Garcomp has a certain resistance to fire skills. However, the fire-breathing skill has a characteristic. The more physical Pokemon currently has, the stronger the power and the higher the damage caused. Now Camerupt doesn't take any damage at all, plus Sunny Day's blessing. No doubt. If Garcomp dares to fight directly, this blow certainly can achieve miraculous effects, and even defeat Garcomp directly. At this time, under the blessing of sunny day, the magma on Camerup's back appeared brighter and hotter, and the blue circle on his side emitted faint fluorescence. With a low groan, the lava from Camerup's back suddenly spewed out, rushing towards Garcomp at an extremely fast speed. But this is not the end. The real Pokemon battle is not a turn-based one-hit-me game. Maxie didn't stop and ordered to Crobat, who was flying in mid-air. Crobat is behind Spitfire, prepares the pursuit skill, and waits for the strike at any time. The extremely fast Crobat, the two pairs of wings flapped rapidly, and the whole body was surrounded by dark energy. It's a series of three-pronged acts. From Ninetales unleashing the Sunshine trait, to Crobat waiting to use Pursuit to fill in the knife. Such a set of offensives, Maxie did not know how many times he had simulated it in his mind. Xiaoming's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression was extremely calm, just a simple order. Arcanine, use extreme speed to stand in front of Garcomp, ready to use Fire Fang. Arcanine's limbs were on fire, his mane fluttered, and extreme speed opened like a golden light, quickly blocking Garcomp. Xiaoming is like letting Arcanine die. Maxie was slightly taken aback. Then I suddenly thought of some possibility, and my expression suddenly changed. When he was about to order Crobat to come back. Terrifying fire-breathing skills have swept over Arcanine. Boom! An extremely violent explosion resounded throughout the venue, smoke filled with gunpowder, and dust fluttered. The air was scorched hot, and the heat waves were blowing toward everyone. In the smoke, Arcanine was burning with monstrous flames, her mane turned brilliant golden, her eyes were as sharp as thunderbolts, and her limbs were lingering with wisps of lava. The terrifying high temperature seemed to burn through the world. P.S. Seedling's new book. Asking for data, flowers, and monthly tickets, the author hopes to bring you the most exciting plot. Asterisk. Chapter 35, Put the flamethrower in its mouth, a real suicide attack, seeking data. At this time Arcanine's majestic posture. It made Maxie's heart tremble and clenched his fists lightly. Sure enough. Fire feature. Xiaoming's Arcanine's feature is to start fire. Immune to all fire damage, and can absorb the power of fire to enhance its own strength. Camerup's extreme attack under various blessings was completely blocked by Arcanine. And all the hot magma. At this moment, all of them have become Arcanine's nutrients, rapidly increasing Arcanine's strength. Counted. With the blessing of Sunny Day, the power of Arcanine's fire skills may have reached champion level now. The most important is, extreme speed is paired with ignition characteristics. As a result, all fire skills will be blocked by Arcanine. It can be said. At the moment Ninetales used Rizeo, Xiaoming had already guessed every subsequent development. After a moment of astonishment, Maxie also reacted instantly and ordered quickly. Crobat, U-turn, get out of Arcanine's attack range. Previously, Crobat was brought close to Garcomp in order to make up for the knife, but now when he encounters Arcanine with the ignition characteristics, he directly becomes the best target. And with the blessing of Sunny Day and ignition, Arcanine's casual blow will bring terrifying damage to Crobat. At this moment, Xiaoming is extremely calm, reading the current battle situation, the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Do you still want to run? Arcanine gets close with extreme speed, then bite Crobat with Fire Fang. Arcanine, which was burning with hot flames, was like a huge fireball, rushing towards Crobat at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. In front of Arcanine using extreme speed, U-turn is not much different from slow-motion playback. Arcanine's razor-sharp teeth, with fire lingering, gnawed down on Crobat's wings. Pfft! The flaming teeth pierced directly through Crobat's wings and killed it completely. Crobat screamed and struggled, but couldn't break free of Arcanine's teeth, howling in pain. But this is not the end. She. Crobat's body suddenly burst into flames, with a terrifyingly high temperature, and his skin was covered with black marks. Burn. Because of Arcanine's terrifying attack, Crobat was directly burned. Just this blow. It has already put Crobat into a state of near coma. The wings were bitten through, and they were in a state of burns again. At the moment, this Crobat has no room to escape at all, and may lose its fighting ability at any time. Right now, Arcanine uses the flamethrower and pours it directly into Crobat's mouth. Xiaoming's orders are extremely simple and sharp, and sees every opportunity on the battlefield. Because real Pokémon combat is never a turn-based game. All kinds of inferior means may be used from Maxie's hands. Only by seizing the fleeting opportunity can the advantage be turned into a victory. Just when Arcanine was about to spit out the flamethrower, Maxie looked cold and said coldly, "Use your last light and heat, Crobat, with Tailwind." Crobat, who was struggling with severe pain, stretched out his only wing and waved it in the air. The energy of the flight system lingered around in an instant, and a huge wind direction airflow suddenly filled the entire space. Tailwind. Being able to double the speed of the team's Pokémon within a certain period of time is an extremely powerful field-controlling auxiliary skill. Instead of using escape skills like Substitute, Relay, etc. It was enough to see the terrifying calmness in Maxie's heart. For a Pokémon who is in a desperate situation and cannot be rescued, it can be abandoned without any guilt, and it can even squeeze out the last trace of its effect. Flamethrower spewed out of Arcanine's mouth, hitting Crobat as hard as possible. The blazing heat and pain made Crobat scream and struggle. But after this struggle, Crobat's eyes rolled in circles, completely incapacitated. Arcanine snorted coldly, and threw Crobat aside in disgust, staring at Maxie with cold eyes. See this scene. Fire Goose and Hokage, who were standing behind them, looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. For so long. It was the first time they saw someone could beat Maxie's Pokémon first in a battle. Besides, or this one-sided crushing. It was as if every step Maxie made was within Xiaoming's terrifying battle speculation. Although Crobat lost the ability to fight. But Maxie didn't have much expression at all, even a little indifferent. Because as long as there is a champion level Camerupt, it's almost impossible for him to lose. But Xiaoming's terrifying strength and control over battles. There's no need to keep fighting, and sometimes victory doesn't necessarily require Pokémon battles. Maxie has already put away the underestimation in his heart, thought for a moment, rubbed his fingers and said, "You're really strong, even champion level. I also have to admit that if I go on like this step by step, there is a very small possibility that I will be defeated in your hands. But that's it for now. Speaking of which," suddenly paused for 2 seconds, and continued to speak extremely coldly. "Do you know why our Team Magma has been around for so long? Because we have held one belief from beginning to end, and that is, in order to achieve the final success, even some sacrifices in the middle are inevitable. Everyone took out their own self-destruct Pokémon, used Tailwind's speed bonus, and moved to Xiaoming's side to use the self-destruct. This time, you can't escape. P.S. The author sent the contract today, and this book will definitely be put on the shelves. Please ask for various data. There will be more updates every day in the future. Dear readers, please continue to support the author, and kneel down. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Desperate, Mega Giant Charizard, Seeking Data. All Pokémon blow themselves up. Hearing Maxie's words, Xiaoming's expression changed slightly, staring sharply at all the Team Magma members around him. If as Maxie does, at least 100 Pokémon will explode at the same time. This is simply appalling, insane behavior. To know the self-destruction of Pokémon in the field is complete death, which is completely different from the self-destruction used by official organizations. The power of nearly 100 Pokémon's self-destruction. Enough to flatten the entire gym. Even some impact on Fall Arbor Town. Crazy. It's really crazy. Although these villains have been predicted, Xiaoming never expected that Maxi would be so crazy. But after a brief period of consternation, Xiaoming reacted instantly, and quickly began to give orders. All Pokemon back, Garchomp lifts the sandstorm barrier. Next second, Garchomp kicks up the dust. Violent gravel rises in the wind, enveloping the entire gym. All 6 Pokemon were all around Xiaoming at the moment, staring at the surroundings with the same sharp expressions. Now, all Team Magma members took out the Pokeballs in their pockets and threw the self-exploding Pokemon out of them. One after another white light flickered on. Guaidud, Naughty Egg, Weezing, and more, a series of Pokemon that can explode. It has already appeared on the battlefield and surrounded the entire gym. And with Crobat's last Tailwind skill, caused the self-destruction Pokemon was extremely fast, and was rapidly approaching Jim and Xiaoming. Once all the Pokemon have reached the gym range, it's a complete explosion. Although these self-exploding Pokemons are only superior level power at most. Even in a sense, these Pokemon are not cultivated at all, they are all Pokemon raised in batches for self-destruction. But quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Hundreds of Pokemon blow themselves up at the same time. With such a terrifying power, even ordinary divine beasts need to avoid the edge for a while. Watch the approaching self-destructing Pokemon. Xiaoming quickly pondered what to do in her head, frowning and clenching her fists gently, and a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This time is too urgent and dangerous, and every step can kill people. According to the current situation, it is impossible to use the extreme speed of Arcanine's skills to reasonably evade and dodge the self-destruction like last time. Because the target this time is him. As long as the power of this self-destruction cannot be avoided or resolved, then at the center of the entire explosion, there will be no bones left. Even the entire gym will be blown to smithereens, leaving only the rubble. Since the range of self-destruction cannot be avoided by virtue of speed, there is only another possible option. That is, in less than 10 seconds, kill all the self-destructing Pokemon on their way. This is also the only option currently available. Because only by killing them will they stop moving forward at the moment. But although self-destruction Pokemon basically only has superior level strength, but with only 6 Pokemon, it is absolutely impossible to kill hundreds of self-destructing Pokemon in 10 seconds. This is an impossible task. Is there any way? All self-destructing Pokemon can be killed within 10 seconds. This method must also be an attack that cannot be resolved and cannot be avoided. Xiaoming's mood is already a little restless. It was like a sharp sword hanging above his head, which could fall at any time. Right now, Charizard, who was standing beside Xiaoming, suddenly let out a roar, and the flames on his tail were boiling hot. A prompt sound even sounded in Xiaoming's mind. Ding! Your Charizard feels the distress in your heart. It just joined gym and thinks what it should do, actively activate the mutant genes in the body, and gain the ability to become a Mega Giant. Mega Giant! Hearing this word, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up, and the tension in his heart had completely dissipated. If there are any range skills that cannot be resolved or avoided, then the first choice must be the exclusive skills of Mega. At the same time, a strange downpour suddenly fell from the sky. The sandstorm barrier originally set up by Garchomp was gradually smacked down by the violent raindrops. This is the rain dance skill. Maxi rubbed his fingers, raised the glasses on his face, with a playful expression on his face, looked at Xiaoming and mocked. Want to hide in there and wait to die? That's embarrassing. I want to see your desperate death with my own eyes. After all, it should be a very good experience to see a trainer who is barely champion level get killed by these trash Pokemons, right? Listen to Maxi's words. The corners of Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly, her eyes were lowered, and she spoke slowly. Very well, you found a good reason for your own death. This is an uncompromising response. Maxi was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Xiaoming was so stubborn when he was about to die. Just the next moment, Xiaoming suddenly took Charizard back to the Pokeball. After the 4 purple lights flickered, the red and white ball, which was the size of a fist, began to expand rapidly, and finally turned into a basketball-sized purple light. Xiaoming threw her Pokeball hard, and the harsh words resounded around. "This is your glorious moment. Come on, Mega Charizard. P.S. I beg for data, comments, and support. I feel that today's data is much less than yesterday. Asterisk. Chapter 37 The Frightened, Trembling Maxi. Seeking data. In the sky of Fall Arbor Town, a huge purple vortex suddenly appeared. The air seemed to be filled with some kind of special energy, and all of this energy converged on Charizard. In Maxi's unbelievable eyes, Charizard's body keeps growing every second, and the colors and features on his body begin to change drastically. The flame on his body was no longer orange, but gradually deepened, turning into a dark red like hell. The whole body is covered with dark red flames, emitting a faint light. The dragon horns and the corners of the mouth are also raging, and the back is burning with flame wings. The most terrifying thing is, Mega Giant Charizard's body is more than 10 times larger than before, giving people a terrifying pressure. Roar! Charizard raised his head and roared angrily, staring at Maxi below with incomparably cold eyes, the flames boiling and burning all over his body. At this moment, Maxi shivered all over, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he shook his head in disbelief. This, how is this possible? Isn't the Mega Transformation a form that only exists in the Galar region? Why does it appear in Hone? Galar is so far away from Hone, how could there be a Mega Giant? At this moment Maxi was completely terrified. Looking at the huge Charizard in front of him, he didn't have the courage to resist at all. The sense of oppression brought about by Mega Transformation was so terrifying that Maxi didn't know how to deal with it. He didn't know what monster he had provoked. Super Evolution, Z Skills, Mega Transformation. These 3 abilities that are exclusive to other regions actually all appear on Xiaoming. Not just Maxi. All Team Magma members trembled after seeing the Mega Charizard, not knowing what to do. Panic. Fear. Back off. All kinds of pessimism. From the moment Charizard appeared, it has spread through Team Magma's organization. Seeing such a huge Charizard, the flamingos also stepped back in horror, their throats stretched and stretched. Leader Maxi, what are we going to do? How to defeat this big guy? Hear this. Maxi suddenly came back to his senses, and Rage, who rushed up, suppressed his fear, slammed his head sideways and stared at the wild goose, saying every word. How to defeat? Even if it gets this big, I don't believe it can survive 100 self-destructing Pokemon attacks. Maxi looked around at all the Team Magma members and gave an extremely cold command. Everyone ordered the self-destruction Pokemon to rush towards Xiaoming at the fastest speed and use the self-destruction directly. And if anyone dares to take a half step back, they will organize a disciplinary process when they go back. I think you all know better than me what measures I will take against the betrayers. The words fall. All Team Magma members forcibly suppressed their fear of the Mega Charizard, and ordered the self-destructing Pokemon to rush forward. Compared to Charizard, Maxi's methods frightened them even more. But today is different. Charizard after Mega Transformation, although he sacrificed his agility and speed, his other abilities have been greatly improved. Especially Charizard's giant transformation ability is enough to strangle these self-destructing Pokemon. Xiaoming lowered her eyes, didn't look at the self-exploding Pokemon around, and commanded her mouth slowly. Charizard, use the super giant hell extinguishing flame to crush all these Pokemon. Now. Xiaoming didn't try to keep his strength, nor did he think about whether he should keep his hands and save these self-exploding Pokemon. He just wants to make such Team Magma members pay the price they deserve. Charizard raised his head and let out a violent roar. In the purple vortex in the sky, a scorching flame appeared in the center, as if performing an unknown ceremony. The ground suddenly cracked, and a pillar of fire that seemed to come from hell spewed directly out, bathing Charizard in flames. Dark red flames lingered around Charizard, and the wings on his back were even hotter, burning and twisting the air completely. Charizard looked down and looked around, the self-destructing Pokémon charging from all around. Raise your feet high and stomp hard. Right now. The ground suddenly shook, and countless hot pillars of fire poured out from the ground, directly covering all the self-exploding Pokémon. The supergiant hell extinguishing flames. The extreme high temperature suddenly swept the entire battlefield. The terrifying power instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hundreds of pillars of fire rose from the ground, as if dotted with stars, shining brightly and dazzlingly. Officer Jenny, who was on his way, looked at the sight of EPUB in the distance, and quickly accelerated his pace. In meteor falls to the west, a young girl looked at the hundreds of fire pillars that appeared in the sky, and her eyes were full of brilliance. And this moment, in the battlefield of EPUB, each self-exploding Pokémon is in a pillar of fire, all of which explode with an unbearable crash under the terrifying flames. Boom! 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 One after another huge self-destruction sound resounded around. Hundreds of Pokémon. It's not a one-shot enemy, all of them are completely crushed and killed. P.S. If you feel comfortable, just vote for the data. Each of your data is the best support for the author's bacteria. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Forgiveness is God's Business. Chapter 1. One strike. Columns of fire rose from the ground, crushing hundreds of self-exploding Pokémon. This scene totally utterly terrified Maxie and the rest of Team Magma. Follow their ideas. No matter how tough Charizard was, he would never have survived this attack unscathed. After all, hundreds of Pokémon blew themselves up. This kind of crazy behavior, even some divine beasts Pokémon, can't completely resist, unscathed. But now, Charizard is just a blow. To resolve such a desperate situation, this is really shocking to make everyone's scalp tingle. They have absolutely no idea. What kind of monster is this Charizard in front of him, and why does it have such terrifying power? The flamingos, who were standing aside, immediately took 2 steps back, unable to restrain the panic in their hearts. They looked at Maxie and trembled. Chief Maxie, what are we going to do now? This sentence. It's not just the panic and doubts in the wild goose's heart, but also the inner words of all Team Magma members. If even hundreds of Pokémon blew themselves up, they couldn't pose a threat to Xiaoming. So what kind of attack is there to be able to beat Xiaoming? Maxie's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she clenched her fists, forcing her to remain calm. He looked around coldly, looked at the members of the organization who were already afraid, and said sharply again. Now everyone, take out their strongest Pokémon, use their strongest attack, and target this Charizard. Whoever dares to take a step back, I will throw him into the magma later. But this time, no one listens to Maxie anymore. His feet were shaking and he couldn't get his Pokémon out. Fear. Fear. The members of Team Magma have been completely devoured, leaving them so terrified that they can't even make the final struggle. See this? Maxie has stopped roaring and roaring, because even he himself can't bear the heart of confrontation. Now, his only thought is escape. The faster you escape, the better. It doesn't matter if all the members of the organization are thrown away. As long as he can escape this place, he has a chance to make a comeback. By his strength, it is completely possible to organize a villain organization again within a period of time. Thought here. Maxie didn't hesitate. He took out the leader's exclusive teleportation device. An array of light covered him. But Every movement of Maxi was exposed to Xiaoming's eyes. Look at Maxi like a lost dog. Xiaoming showed a faint playful smile on her face, raised her eyebrows and mocked. Want to escape? Take me here as a bathhouse, come when you want, and leave when you want. Hear this. Maxi, who was in the teleportation array, shuddered, gritted his teeth, and said rage. Xiaoming, I admit that I lost this time. But next time. Don't wait for Maxi to finish. Xiaoming turned to look at Arcanine beside her, pointed to Maxi in the distance, and said coldly without hesitation. Want another time? Hey! Arcanine, use the ultimate invincible crash. Give him to me, take a photo. Just in Maxi's unbelievable gaze. Arcanine's limbs were soaring with hot flames, and her mane was flying majestic, like a fireball that couldn't catch her figure. Quick! It's so fast! It was incomprehensibly fast, making Maxi's scalp go numb and trembling all over. Next moment. When Maxi saw Arcanine again, flaming claws had already appeared before him. Arcanine stared at Maxi with cold eyes, and slapped her claws mercilessly. Boom! Like a kite with a broken string. Maxi was shot out of the teleportation array and fell heavily to the ground. Severe pain suddenly swept through Maxi's body, blood was dripping from his nose and mouth, and his clothes were covered with burn marks. After a moment of coma, Maxi struggled to get the pokeball out of his pocket. But don't wait for him to get the pokeball. Xiaoming has come to him slowly. Putting a foot on his arm, he pulled 5 pokeballs out of Maxi's arms. Destroy the button in the middle of the Camerupt pokeball. This is because Camerupt is the Pokemon that Maxi nurtured and grew up with. When it is discovered that Maxi's life is in danger, it is very likely that he will come out of the Pokeball on his own and try his best to protect Maxi. Although he has the strength to subdue Camerupt now, Camerupt is a champion-level Pokemon after all. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiaoming simply destroyed the button of the Pokeball directly. Now, looking at the demon-like Xiaoming, Maxi struggled and shouted. Fire Goose, Hokage, all Team Magma members. Hurry up and use your Pokemon to attack Xiaoming with all your might. But no one responded. All Team Magma members dared not make the slightest move. Because Garchomp and Arcanine were staring at everyone. Whenever they have any changes, merciless attacks will strike instantly. Rout. Complete rout. Xiaoming didn't say anything at all, she stretched out her hand to the flamingo and said expressionlessly. You should still have a self-destructing Pokemon, right? Come on, give it to me. Huo Yan's expression was stagnant, and his eyes were full of horror. She wants to resist. But Xiaoming's icy eyes did not make her feel any resistance. The wild goose slowly stretched to his waist, and tremblingly took out a self-destructing Pokemon. Maxi was stunned for a moment, instantly understood what Xiaoming wanted to do, and quickly begged for mercy. Let me go, let me go. The Pokemon Alliance has principles, it won't allow it, it certainly won't allow you to do this. Take the explosive Pokemon. Xiaoming sneered and shook his head sarcastically. Forgive you. You are going to kill me, and now you want me to spare you. A trainer with champion quality. Do you think the Pokemon Alliance will blame him for killing a villain leader? The world of Pokemon is never as peaceful as it seems. Xiaoming is not a virgin. During his time with Team Magma, he has learned one thing. Forgiveness is God's business, and all he has to do is send these people to God. Press the Pokeball button. The naughty bomb appeared in Maxi's arms, and energy continued to brew in his body. Maxi froze for a moment. It seems that Xiaoming did not expect such a thing, struggling and roaring. No, no. I'm going to Pokemon Court, I'm going to sue you, Xiaoming, I'm going to sue. Not waiting for Maxi to finish. The naughty bomb flashed bright white light all over, and the terrifying explosion resounded all around. P.S. Ask for data for the last time. Is the author's writing bad? Are there any readers who voted for the data? I feel that there is not much data today, so I cry. The author has sorted out the follow-up plot. It will definitely be more exciting, and the update will change a lot. Readers will wait and see. Asterisk. Chapter 39, The New Champion. This is our home region expectation, seeking data. White light shone, and the sound of tremor roared. The terrifying high temperature and impact caused by the self-destruction are simply beyond resistance by ordinary people. After dozens of seconds, with the self-explosion smoke gradually dissipated, all Team Magma members trembled involuntarily, staring blankly at the ruins ahead. Now, where is the figure of Chi-Yun-song? There was only one pair of glasses, which were shaken out by the aftermath of the explosion. The lenses were damaged, and the frame was distorted. And this glasses? Maxie never took it off. In a terrifying explosion, not even an ounce of flesh and blood remains. Although used numerous self-exploding Pokemon. But this time, all the Team Magma members opened their mouths in horror and couldn't say a word. They couldn't think of anything. The leader of the organization, who seemed to be omnipotent before, would die in such a place, under the self-exploding Pokemon. After the horror, everyone was in a commotion with fear, and stepped back to escape from this place. No one wants to end up with a dead body like Maxie in the end. Just when all the members of the organization were about to flee, Xiaoming suddenly turned around and looked around, staring at every backing Team Magma member. The cold eyes are like a visitor from hell, more like an emotionless death, which makes everyone's heart tremble. Pointing at the broken glasses in front of him, he opened his mouth extremely coldly. "Don't worry, I have no interest at all for you little soldiers and trash fish. But who dares to take another step back? The glasses in front are waiting for your end." Such cold words. In an instant, all Team Magma members stopped, their legs trembled, and they dared not move for half a minute. More than this, he collapsed directly to the ground. His expression was full of despair, and he didn't know how Xiaoming would deal with them. After a few minutes, a piercing alarm bell rang from afar. "Hear this voice." All Team Magma members breathed a sigh of relief and felt the joy of the rest of their lives. Because compared to being turned into nothingness and self-destruction, it seems a little more acceptable to be detained by Officer Jenny in Pokemon Prison. When nearly 100 Officer Jenny came to Jim. See this scene. They all had expressions of astonishment on their faces, and even rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Nearly 70 members of the Team Magma organization stood there obediently, and even looked at them excitedly. Just like looking forward to being taken into custody. Despite the doubts in their hearts, Officer Jenny still acted quite quickly, taking out the handcuffs and detaining these Team Magma members one by one. Compared to the previous fierce resistance, this time, almost all Team Magma members are extremely well behaved. Some people even took the initiative to reach out, their faces full of horror, hoping to be detained as soon as possible. Officer Jenny, who led the team, came to Xiaoming, frowning and puzzled. "Xiaoming leader, what is the situation?" Watching all Team Magma members get detained, Xiaoming also restrained his cold expression, scratched his head, and said with a simple and honest smile on his face, "This group of people just came to trouble me. It seemed like it didn't work out, so it became what it is now. But that's fine too." Together with the one at MT Chimney, basically the whole Team Magma was disintegrated. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't plan to say anything specific, Officer Jenny was very cooperative and stopped asking. After all, Xiaoming's strength is there, as well as her identity as a gym leader. For these details, even if the Alliance intends to pursue them, it is not something she needs to care about. At this time, another officer, Jenny, walked up to the two and reported a surprise report. "Captain, according to the calculation, a total of 68 people have been arrested this time, including 2 codders and 66 ordinary members. Hey! Officer Jenny was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, "Is there no Maxie?" "No, there's no Maxie in here." Officer Jenny, who led the team, frowned in great confusion. "Was previously under investigation. I did see Maxie's figure, but why didn't I see it now?" Just when Officer Jenny was so confused, a broken pair of glasses on the ground in the distance instantly caught her attention. "Step forward quickly." Picking up the broken glasses, Officer Jenny's face was full of incredible horror. She has been chasing villains outside all year round, and she is naturally very familiar with these glasses. The damage of the glasses in this way undoubtedly shows one thing, that is, Maxie may be dead. It was because of Maxie's death that those Team Magma members were so well behaved and terrified. In an instant, the cause and effect were sorted out. Officer Jenny gasped suddenly, a look of shock on his face. "Can kill Maxie." This is enough to show that Xiaoming's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Silence for 2 seconds. Officer Jenny put away the broken glasses and looked at Xiaoming with a smile as if nothing happened. "Xiaoming leader, actually I don't think you can be a gym leader in this remote town. All of us Hone trainers want a new champion in the league." Xiaoming waved his hand and quickly shook his head in rejection. Forget it, how tired champion is. It's like Stephen and Wallace, who don't have a few days off a year and are still working on Team Aqua. If it's all right, I'll go in. It's more appropriate for you to deal with it here. Just call me if you have anything." Finish saying this, Xiaoming walked into gym slowly, and didn't go to see those Team Magma members at all. Officer Jenny sighed deeply. Looking at Xiaoming's back, his eyes were full of anticipation and admiration, as well as regrettable helplessness. Back to gym. Yellow also walked out of the room, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and asked Xiaoming. "Brother Xiaoming, what happened just now? Why do I feel that there is a loud explosion?" Looking at the appearance of Yellow who hasn't woken up yet, the corners of Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly. Then he stepped forward, rubbed Yellow's head lightly, and said softly, "No explosions. Just had a group of Pokemon migrating, and now they're gone." Chapter 40 Stephen is shocked. "Wallace, we have to do our best, seeking data." Pseudopolis City. Channel 128 at the beach. A submarine is diving under the sea, and the hull has the unique identification number of Team Aqua. In the command room of the submarine, Archie stared at the detector display, frowned deeply, and turned to ask, "Shelley, can you figure out what it will take to get to the underwater cave?" Shelley, who was carefully observing the environment outside the submarine, tapped his fingers on the keyboard for a few seconds, shook his head and sighed. "Reporting to Boss Archie, based on our current progress, there is no way of knowing exactly how long it will take to arrive. After all, we only speculated that the underwater cave is near Pseudopolis City based on the previous murals of the ruins. There is no specific location, and it can basically be said to be aimless. It can only be done like now, to conduct a comprehensive search of the entire seabed, without missing any traces that may exist." Archie tugged at the turban on his head, was silent for a moment, and continued. "How many areas have you searched so far?" 50% of the most likely seabed areas have been searched. If we are lucky, we may find it in the next second, but if we are unlucky, I'm afraid it will take 3 to 4 days before we can find the location of the underwater ruins. Hear this? Archie seems to be clenching his fists angrily. After a few seconds, he reluctantly let go, and patted Shelley on the shoulder lightly. "Okay, you guys work hard. A rude person like me doesn't know how to operate the instrument. Find the underwater cave as soon as possible. Because the Pokemon Alliance has already started discussing against us, I'm afraid it won't be long before we can catch up." Besides, Team Magma is also looking for Groudon, we must not be slower than them, otherwise we will lose the opportunity. Then he glanced at the instruments that kept flashing numbers again, and slowly walked out of the submarine control room. Come to the dedicated captain's office. Archie opened the door, looked at the man sitting in the captain's chair shrouded in shadows, and shook his head helplessly. No, I still don't have the slightest clue. It is estimated that it will take some time to find the underwater cave. Hear this. The man didn't seem at all strange, adjusted his posture, took out a blue orb from his pocket, and kept playing with it. Fine. When you find the underwater ruins, I will give you the blue orb. Look at the blue orb in the man's hand. Archie's eyes showed undisguised greed, and he wanted to touch her. But not waiting for Archie to make a move. In the shadows, a Zoroark emerges, staring straight at Archie with icy eyes, threatening. The man lowered his eyes and rubbed his thin fingers. How? Want to try again? Can you steal the blue orb from me? Archie woke up instantly, shook his head quickly, and replied nervously. No. No. I'm just a little confused. Why are you here to help me as the leader of the Unova region Team Plasma? Actually, before that, Archie has already tried to capture the blue orb from the man's hand, but in the Pokémon battle, he was defeated without any suspense. Zoroark, who just hides in the shadows, has champion-level strength. The key is the Pokémon with lightning flashes all over his body. Even if it was just a glance. He was so terrified that he couldn't say a word. He never thought about it. There are actually human beings who can perfectly control such a terrifying Pokémon. Oh? Maxie. Actually, before this, I had some observations on both of you. Although you are not a good person. But it's not as strong as someone like Maxie, who uses self-destruction Pokémon as his trump card. If I didn't want to keep a low profile in the Hone region, maybe Maxie would have already been killed by me. By the way, do you still remember the request I made to you? The man raised his eyes and looked at Archie extremely coldly. Remember? Archie was silent for 2 seconds before replying meaningfully. Free all Pokémon when the ocean fills the world. Hear this answer. The man hiding in the shadows leaned out and nodded in satisfaction. Right. To free all Pokémon. The Pokémon Alliance Convention Center in Pseudopolis City. Steven's face was dusty and his brows were furrowed, staring at the distant sea in a daze. Wallace looked at the reports presented one by one in his hand, and looked sideways at Steven anxiously. Steven, with the full helping hand of your father Devon Corporation, how long will it take Curator Kusnagi to assemble a new submarine? Steven took out the Pokémon Pokédex in his pocket, glanced at the latest information, shook his head and replied. Although there is a semi-finished product under construction, it will take at least half a day to be able to dive into the water. Wallace put down the report. He slammed his fist on the table, and rage said in a low voice. Damn Team Aqua! Not only did the Highwind No. 1 be taken away, but all the other submarines were blown up. We now have all the top league leaders gathered in Pseudopolis City, but there's nothing we can do about Team Aqua at the bottom of the sea. If it can't be stopped in time, they will find Kyogre, then it will be troublesome. Looking at Rage's Wallace, Steven also suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. No way. Even if we had water-type Pokémon dives, it wouldn't last long in the deep sea, it would be okay to have to use a submarine. Let me urge Curator Kusnoji again. Steven picks up the Pokémon Pokédex and is about to rush to speed things up when an urgent message reaches his Pokédex. Glancing slightly, with a shocked look on Steven's face, he hurriedly said. Wallace, just look at the latest news, it's incredible. Wallace in rage. Hearing this sentence, he picked up Pokédex and exclaimed with a dull expression as soon as he glanced at it. Team Magma down. Continuing to look down quickly and earnestly, Wallace became more and more shocked, and at the same time looked at Steven very complicatedly. Here's a champion-level trainer at Fall Arbor Town. Gym leader. Stephen also nodded in admiration and smiled genially. In this whole day of bad news, there is finally good news. Team Magma down, champion trainer. Wallace. It seems that as seniors, we have to work hard. P.S. The man in Team Aqua, everyone knows who he is, right? His name is N, a very charming character. Now the plot is entering a climax, please continue to support the author Fungus. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Meteor Falls exploring the traces of Rayquaza, seeking data. Brother Xiaoming, why do each of their Pokemon have to evolve? Can't we just keep it as it is? Do you have to evolve? Looking at the interview on Pokemon TV, Yellow asked in confusion. Although as the owner of the power of Viridian. But she didn't like Pokemon evolution from the beginning and didn't want to see Pokemon's pain in evolution. Xiaoming picked up a tangerine fruit and handed it to Yellow like a fruit after a meal, and said gently with a smile. Evolution, it's not really necessary. If Pokemon wants to get stronger, it's best not to go against its will and hinder evolution's transformation. If Pokemon doesn't have a big obsession with becoming stronger, then there's no need for evolution, and it's fine to keep the original cuteness. And it's just for the average trainer to judge whether or not a Pokemon evolution is needed. If you change to Yellow, then there is no need for Pokemon to evolve at all, because even if you don't evolve, your Pokemon can still fulfill its potential. At this time, Xiaoming, like a best teacher, taught Yellow earnestly. Received the tangerine fruit from Xiaoming. With a very happy smile on Yellow's face, he said quickly. Hehe, then I'm not going to evolution Pokemon. Because I can feel the Pokemons don't really want evolution in a hurry. And Xiaoming's brother said that I can do without evolution Pokemon, so I feel more at ease. After speaking, he took a big bite of the orange fruit in his hand, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he said in surprise. It's so sweet. Seeing Yellow's cute appearance, Xiaoming also had a faint smile on her face, and also picked up a tangerine fruit. If seen by others, be sure to marvel at the luxury of Xiaoming. Even the tree fruit is eaten as an ordinary fruit. Although it is only the most common tangerine fruit, it is also expensive compared to ordinary fruits. A strange roar sound suddenly resounded outside the gym. Xiaoming and Yellow, who were tasting the tangerine fruit, looked out of gym by coincidence. Xiaoming frowned suspiciously, put down the orange fruit in his hand, and said slowly. Yellow, wait for me here, I'll go see what happened. Without much hesitation, Xiaoming walked straight out of the gym and searched for the source of the sound. Just when Xiaoming didn't know where the strangeness happened, the strange voice sounded again. Xiaoming noticed instantly. There is an Absol not far away. That weird sound. It turned out that Absol was standing on the raised stone, roaring and screaming up to the sky. This is a calamity beast. Suddenly a female voice came from a distance. Xiaoming looked in the direction of the voice, and a girl who covered her face under a white robe was gradually walking towards him. Although a stranger, but Xiaoming felt no hostility from her. The girl walked up to Xiaoming and tore off the white robe on her head, revealing her beautiful face, and said slowly. My name is Sigana. Absol is called a calamity beast, a symbol of disaster, because when it appears, it means that a huge disaster is about to happen in the world. Hear this explanation. Xiaoming shrugged and retorted rather helplessly. I feel like calling Absol a symbol of disaster, it's more a reminder that a huge disaster is coming. Maybe that makes more sense. After all, in so many disasters, there is no evidence that the disaster was the work of Absol. Although it was obvious that Sigana was here for him. But when she is not hostile. Xiaoming didn't mind being Absol, carrying the black pot for an unknown amount of time, and rehabilitated a little. Sigana was visibly stunned. It seems that Xiaoming didn't expect to say these words, looked at Absol on the stone again, and smiled. It's a unique insight, but it does seem to make sense. Every time there is no disaster, Absol starts yelling, is that a reminder? Although agree. However, Xiaoming can still clearly feel that Sigana will not be able to reverse it for a while, and Absol is the view of the beast. Nothing to explain. Quietly waiting for Sigana's follow-up words. Since I came here specially to find it, it must have come with something, and it is very likely about a super ancient mythical beast. Sigana raised her head, stared at Xiaoming's eyes, and said slowly. I saw it not long ago. Beat so many self-destructing Pokémons in one hit, your Charizard is really strong. Because of your powerful strength, I want to invite you to my village. Hear this. Xiaoming's eyes flickered slightly and continued to point out. Your village. Sigana hesitated for 2 seconds, bit her lip, and then spoke firmly. You should know that to the left of Akiba Gym, there is a huge meteor falls. I am the people of the meteors living in the depths of the waterfall. The reason why I came to Akiba Gym this time is to ask you to help us explore the location of Rayquaza together. P.S. In the special chapter, Sijana is the descendant of the people of meteors and has the identity of the inheritor. Asterisk. Chapter 42 The legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, first. Seek out the trail of Rayquaza. Hearing Zijana's words, Xiaoming was not surprised at all. As a descendant of the meteor people, they have spent their entire lives searching for Rayquaza. Even Rayquaza is called the Dragon God. But it's too difficult for mortals to find ultra-ancient Pokémon. Even as the people of Meteor, it is very likely that they will never see Rayquaza for the rest of their lives. And always has been. Although the Meteor people never stopped searching for Rayquaza, they basically didn't talk about it to others. Now suddenly so urgently seeking helping hand. Most likely, some kind of tricky thing has happened. Quickly going through this information in his mind, Xiaoming lowered his eyes and asked rather sharply. Why me? If you have to look for Rayquaza, maybe there will be a better choice. In a sense, Xiaoming's exposure to the public is not high. If it was a tricky situation where something unexpected happened, compared to him, long-established champions like Stephen or Wallace should be the first choice of the meteorites. Sigana looked at Absol in the distance, sighed, and explained slowly. Because disaster is coming. We meteor citizens alone will not be able to find Rayquaza in time to solve the terrifying disaster that is coming. So we need to find the right person to embark on the journey to find Rayquaza together. As for why choose Xiaoming leader? Sigana paused for 2 seconds, stared at Xiaoming's eyes again, and said very seriously. On the one hand, due to the strength of Xiaoming leader, he was able to defeat the entire Team Magma organization by himself. Such terrifying strength is exactly what we urgently need. On the other hand, it may be said that fate chose you. As the inheritor of the meteor people, I can clearly feel that Xiaoming leader has a very special aura. Maybe it's character, strength, quality, Pokemon, or some kind of special ability, I can't tell exactly. But I can firmly answer Xiaoming leader. You are special and have the possibility to find Rayquaza, because there has never been a trainer like you before. Hear the words. Xiaoming raised her eyebrows slightly, guessing in her heart what Sigana meant by the special aura. Character? Pokemon? Quality? Just when Xiaoming was a little silent, Yellow stuck his head out of the gym gate and looked at the two of them cautiously. Brother Xiaoming, what are you doing? The two of them looked at Yellow in unison. Sigana just glanced at Yellow, her eyes shone slightly, and she was extremely surprised. I really didn't expect that this little girl has a special aura. But compared to Xiaoming leader, although the aura is thinner and single, it can be regarded as a genius. Feeling Sigana's scrutiny, Yellow slowly walked out from behind the gym door, lowered his head and muttered. Brother Xiaoming, I just saw that you haven't come back, and I'm worried about something. So come out and see, you shouldn't be angry, right? Seeing Yellow look worried, Xiaoming's heart warmed. She walked up to Yellow with a smile, rubbed her head, and said gently. Of course not angry. Since they're all out, let's come together. Although the appearance of Yellow is a bit sudden. However, Xiaoming also guessed what the special aura she was talking about was based on Sigana's reaction. That is the 3 major divine powers he obtained some time ago. The power of aura, the power of supergram, the power of viridian. In the Pokemon world, a person who can acquire one of these abilities is a well-deserved genius, not to mention he who possesses the 3 major divine powers at the same time. Although ordinary trainers can't feel it. But Sijana is the inheritor of the meteor people. It is not surprising to be able to perceive such a special aura. Seems worried about Xiaoming's rejection. Sigana bit her lip lightly, frowned slightly, and continued to speak. Xiaoming leader, this matter is too urgent, I hope you can agree to helping hand us. I can also guarantee that on the way to find Rayquaza, I will choose the safest way to avoid too much danger. And as one of the oldest peoples in the Hone region, we can also offer precious treasures in return for assisting in the search. Excuse me, can you go back to the meteor's land with me first? Sigana was looking forward to Xiaoming, but she was hesitating in her heart, hoping to get the answer she wanted. Xiaoming rubbed his fingers lightly, thought for a few seconds, and said with a faint smile. Sure. Let's go to the meteor's land with you first and see what the specific situation is. If there is a chance, I would also like to see that legendary super ancient Pokemon. Rayquaza. P.S. Always swallow the picture, and then put the picture of Sigana. There will be no less updates today, at least 50,000 words, everyone can rest assured to follow and eat, and it will explode directly after it is put on the shelves. Asterisk. Chapter 43 The power of Viridian shows its power, the people of the meteors in shock, seeking data. Tropius on his back. Yellow grabbed Xiaoming's clothes, eyelashes fluttering, staring at the huge meteor falls below, exclaimed. Wow, this waterfall is so big. Xiaoming also looked down at the same time. The huge waterfall is hundreds of meters hanging on the cliff, like a white train rushing non-stop, and at the bottom is a vast deep pool. In clear pool water, there's even a faint glimpse of wild Pokemon like Magikarp, Goldeen, Marill, and more, snorkeling in them. Compared to other places, Meteor Falls, a sparsely populated place, is truly a paradise for these Pokemons. But only just a glimpse of it. Xiaoming didn't see where to get into the meteor at all, and there weren't many hints and oddities. It seems to see Xiaoming's doubts. Sijana, sitting on Salamanqui's back, pointed to the huge waterfall in front of her. Xiaoming leader, you follow me first. You will need to pass through Meteor Falls and enter a long and narrow cave passage to reach the meteor. Because we don't want to be disturbed by other people, the village is built in such a hidden place. After speaking, Sijana is like a sword that is off the string, rushing towards Meteor Falls. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. Some did not expect that the meteor's land was hidden under such a huge waterfall. Hastily ordered Tropius to follow Salamins. Pfft! Through the thick curtain of water, Xiaoming found herself entering a secluded cave passage. The sides were covered with small pieces of meteorite glowing with fluorescent purple light, illuminating the entire dark and deep passage. These meteorites, which seem precious to the outside world, are extremely common in Meteor Falls. Because according to ancient records, Meteor Falls is a huge crater formed by a meteorite that fell from the universe. After an unknown number of years of evolution, it finally formed such a shocking natural landscape. The inside of the passage is extremely narrow. Basically, only one flying Pokemon can pass through. Sigana turned her head to look at Xiaoming, who was following behind her, exhaled a long breath, and said with a bright smile on her face. Xiaoming leader, it will take about a minute to reach the meteor, and you can see the light at the exit right away. The voice just fell. The front of the narrow passage is a dazzling light. Xiaoming was also looking forward to it. As a little-known place in the Hone region, what magic will there be in the meteor? No. With dazzling white light filling his eyes. The fresh air is already lingering on the tip of Xiaoming's nose, and a touch of floral fragrance is refreshing. After a moment of adaptation, Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes and carefully observed the surrounding environment in meteor. This is a huge valley. There are various trees and flowers growing all around, among which the rare fruit trees that are extremely rare in the outside world are also quite numerous here. And judging from the size of the berry at the end of the branches, these rare fruit trees are well cared for. Beside various fruit trees and flowers, there are hundreds of old and new wooden houses. The decoration is very simple but full of charm. Judging from these cabins, there are not many meteor people living here, about 200 or 300 people. There were also several villagers looking at Xiaoming and Yellow with a little surprise. After all, Meteor Village is a very hidden village, and there are basically not many outsiders coming. Look up. From the mountain stream on the cliff in the distance, you can see the picture of meteor falls rushing down from the inside out. If you have to use any words to describe it, Xiaoming thinks that there may be no more suitable words to describe Meteor Village than Peach Blossom Spring. Hey, so many, lots of Pokemon, and it looks like a newborn cub. Hear Yellow's surprise voice. Xiaoming followed her gaze towards the Pokemon nest under the fruit tree. Dratini, Bagon, Heartscale, Gible, Axew, Gumi, and many more dragon-type Pokemon cubs are playing around. One of the Axews even had his hands on the fruit tree, staring curiously at Yellow. Seeing such a precious dragon-type quasi-god cub, Xiaoming couldn't help but lament the specialness of this place. As the oldest ethnic group in the Hone region, basically, everyone in the Meteor people is a trainer, and most of the Pokemon they use are dragon-type Pokemon. Let's just talk about the background of dragon Pokemon. I am afraid that it is much stronger than the Yulong family in Kanto. It's a little unfortunate though. Due to the people of the Meteor who have pursued Rayquaza as their lifelong goal, they have been secluded here for many years and isolated from the world. Not too obsessed with training Pokemon. Not to mention going to gym tournaments and league conventions in front of everyone. But this group of meteorites who seem to be reclusive and ignorant of the world. But when the world is about to have a disaster, he will take up his own responsibility. Xiaoming didn't know how to evaluate this special group of people. Get off Salamanqui's back. Sigana looked at the Pokemon cubs next to her with a smile, and said slowly. If you like it, you can try to adopt a Pokemon cub. After all, with your character, you must be able to take good care of these little guys. But let me remind you. Because these Pokemon grew up in Meteor, they will only be close to us villagers. As for other people, they basically can't get the favor of these little guys. If Yellow you think you can try it now. Hear this. A look of surprise appeared on Yellow's face. I didn't pay attention to what Sigana said in front of me, I only heard the last sentence. You can adopt one. Although he couldn't wait to hug the Pokemon cub, he still looked at Xiaoming and wanted to ask his opinion. Seeing the deep anticipation in Yellow's eyes, Xiaoming smiled and nodded in agreement. As for Xiaoming, he also didn't take Sigana's preamble to heart. Even Yellow, who has the power of Viridian, can't get the approval of these Pokemon cubs. So basically in the entire Pokemon world, no one can do that anymore. With permission from Xiaoming, Yellow's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran towards the Pokemon's nest next to him, stretched out his hands into a hug, and muttered in his mouth. Although I want every one of you, I can only want one. So whoever comes to my arms first, I'll take whoever. Yellow slowly closed her eyes and waited, but her slightly trembling eyelashes could tell the tension in her heart. The body has been involuntarily exuding green light, and the breath of Viridian's power gradually diffused. Now, the Pokemon cubs who were playing all stopped and looked in Yellow's direction. Sigana also found this strange green light, blinked her eyes in surprise, and muttered to herself. Is this the aura of Yellow? It seems that with this aura, there is still a chance to attract a Pokemon cub, but there will only be one. But she didn't wait for Sigana to finish. Next moment. Start with Axew, the most lively at first. The Dragon-type Pokemon cubs ran into Yellow's arms one after another, rubbing Yellow's hands very cordially. Less than 3 seconds. Yellow is surrounded by dozens of Pokemon cubs. See this scene. Sigana showed a look of astonishment and exclaimed in disbelief. How is it possible? Why do you get so many Pokemon cubs? P.S. The most exciting climax is about to come, and the update of the author's bacteria will also be faster. I hope you can always support the author's bacteria. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Flowing Cloud Line, Rayquaza soaring high in the sky, seeking data. Sigana looked at this scene in disbelief. All the Pokemon cubs surround Yellow, showing affection in various ways. Gibble playing sand, Axew rubbing in Yellow's arms, Heartscale Treasure shaking his scales. No doubt. Pokemon cubs show this side. It's because of the love from the heart, wanting to get close to Yellow. This situation was something that Sigana never expected. After all, even they are the people of meteors. Even if you can get the approval of these dragon-type Pokemon cubs, it is impossible to let the cubs behave like this at the first contact. In fact, it is far more than just Sigana. Even the other villagers standing next to the wooden house were equally astonished. An outsider. To be able to love Pokemon kids more than they do. At this moment, Yellow also opened his eyes in surprise. Holding Axew in his arms with one hand, he touched Gibble's head with the other. Looking at Zinlinbeo and Dratini at the same time, they were a little out of place for a while. Yellow quickly turned his head to look behind him, and asked in surprise. Brother Xiaoming, all the little guys like me, so can I? Not waiting for Yellow to finish. Xiaoming had already guessed what she wanted to say next, and interrupted sternly. Cannot. You can only choose one at most. Because there are too many Pokemon cubs, you can't take care of them alone, and it's not a good thing for these little guys. Although I usually dote on Yellow. But Xiaoming never backed down on this kind of thing. If you have too many Pokemon. As a result, there is no way to cultivate communication well, which is undoubtedly the biggest waste and pity. After getting answer from Xiaoming, Yellow lowered his head slightly disappointed, and picked out all the Pokemon cubs in front of him. But no matter which one you choose, it means giving up the remaining dozens of Pokemon cubs. Looking at each Pokemon cub carefully, no matter how many times, Yellow still couldn't make a decision. At this time, Sigana also came back to her senses, looked at Yellow with a complicated face, and said gently. It's okay if you can't choose it now, you can wait until you finally leave the meteor star before choosing. I'm going to take you to find the old woman first. She is the most respected elder and the manager of the entire Meteor Kingdom. Whether it's the best time to find Rayquaza, it's up to her to decide. At this point in time, if there is no problem, the basic old woman is watching meteor falls at the Dragon God Bridge. Let's hurry up first. Xiaoming also nodded in agreement. No matter what. This time, I came to the meteor, and the most important thing is to find the super ancient Pokemon Rayquaza. You should really hurry up. Seeing Xiaoming nodded. Yellow also stood up quickly, and finally glanced at the Pokemon cubs reluctantly, turned and walked towards the two of them. It looked like Yellow was about to leave. Axew was the first to react. Da-da-da. A pair of small feet staggered and ran directly in front of Yellow, and jumped into her arms. Gibble and Heartscale looked at each other. He hurriedly ran forward, jumping and waving in front of Yellow, hoping that Yellow would bring them. As for the other Pokémon pups, some did not dare to come out, and slowly returned to the Pokémon's nest. At this time, Yellow was holding Axew in his hands, and in front of him was Gibble and Heartscale Treasure fighting for favor. I didn't know what to do for a while. Biting his lip lightly, his eyes were a little red. He wanted to keep the 3 Pokémon cubs, but he didn't dare to speak to Xiaoming. Seeing the tears in Yellow's eyes, Xiaoming's heart tightened and she shook her head helplessly. Take it with you. Anyway, I haven't left Meteor, so I can play with these little guys during this time. When it's time to leave, choose one of these 3. Xiaoming then turned to look at Sigana and asked in doubt. If that's the case, it should be fine, right? On this kind of thing. Sigana naturally wouldn't refute Xiaoming and replied with a smile. Of course can. Let's go, let's hurry up now and find the old woman. Got the affirmative answer from both of them. Yellow cheered loudly in surprise, and the 3 Pokémon cubs around him also joined in and danced. The 3 were walking on the village road. Gradually going deep into Meteor, the surrounding decorations became more solemn and solemn. While Sigana led the way, she introduced the basics. The old woman is actually the elder in Meteor, but because we all respect her, everyone calls her the old woman. When you see her, you can just call her the old lady. It's almost here, you can see our Dragon God Bridge when you walk around this corner. Xiaoming and Yellow nodded and nodded, indicating that they understood these basic things. Go around the corner. A wooden bridge appeared in front of the 2 of them. The wooden bridge is hundreds of meters long, and the traces of the years are engraved on every part of the wooden bridge. The end point is actually in the cave at the other end of Meteor Falls, and I don't know what is hidden inside. And at the starting point of the wooden bridge, an old man in a white robe with silver hair and a vicissitude's face was looking up at the site of Meteor Falls. Sigana hurriedly accelerated her pace and walked to the old man with Xiaoming and Yellow. Old lady, I'm here with someone. Xiaoming leader has a very special aura, and I think he is the person we are looking for. The old man did not immediately answer Sigana's words. Instead, he still stared at the turbulent Meteor Falls and said hoarsely. I just saw it. I saw the flowing cloud line when Lord Dragon God soared in the sky. P.S. Dragon attribute Pokémon's flight traces are called flowing cloud lines. Meteor citizens can see the traces of the dragon attribute Pokémon flying, and the old woman saw the traces of Rayquaza flying. This is the setting in the special chapter, and the specific pictures are attached for everyone to see more clearly. I ask for your support, every data is the best encouragement for the author. Asterisk. Chapter 45, The Trace of Zekrom, The Power of Aura Against the Sky, Seeking Data. Lord Dragon God. Sigana suddenly became excited and clenched her fists hard. He hurriedly followed the old woman's gaze and looked beyond Meteor Falls. But no matter how carefully she observed, you can only see some thin clouds and smoke, and it is impossible to explore the flowing cloud lines of Rayquaza. After a few seconds, Sigana slowly loosened her fist, shook her head regretfully, and sighed. No, I still can't see it. Although all of us Meteor citizens can see the flying clouds of Dragon Pokémon. But Rayquaza's flowing cloud line, now only the old woman can see it. I heard from the old lady that the flowing cloud line in Rayquaza is very special. The clouds and smoke fill the sky like a scene of splitting the sky, and the air pressure will not disperse even for 3 days. So it can be identified with just a glance, and no special identification is required at all. But I have never seen. Speaking of the back, Sigana's tone couldn't hide her disappointment. For the meteorites who have been chasing Rayquaza all their lives, it is a rare consolation to be able to take a look at the unique flowing cloud line. And Sigana's words. It made Xiaoming more curious about Rayquaza's flowing clouds. What a shock it is! To be able to make these meteor people yearn so much. Xiaoming then looked up subconsciously. But apart from meteor falls, which was surging like white practice, I didn't see anything else. Just when Xiaoming was about to give up, he suddenly remembered the power of aura he possessed. The power of Supergram represents communication, the power of Viridian represents healing, and the power of aura represents perceive. If you can see the flowing cloud lines of Pokemon, it is a special and exclusive perception of the people of meteors. Then, as the most powerful power of aura in all perceptions, it should also be able to see the flowing cloud line. Thought here. Xiaoming no longer hesitated, secretly aroused the power of aura, and the blue light gradually enveloped his eyes. Everything around him seemed to be gradually becoming clearer. The subtle movements of various Pokemon around you. The majestic rumbling of meteor falls hits the water. Even the heartbeats of the four present were clearly imprinted in Xiaoming's ears. When the perception brought by the power of aura is about to be raised to the limit. In Xiaoming's sight, there were traces of Pokemon flying in the sky, clouds filled the surroundings, and there were traces of slowly spreading. Just like various fighter jets, or the wake clouds of the roaring and flying of civil airliners. But more characteristic. As long as each trace is carefully observed with two eyes, the difference can be clearly seen. When Xiaoming raised the perception of aura's power to the maximum. At the top of the sky, a huge and shocking flowing cloud line appeared, instantly attracting all eyes of Xiaoming. The clouds and smoke are filled with boiling, as if welcoming the emperor to go out, cutting the sky into two pieces. Tiny cyclones are entangled in it, and each cyclone has a unique mystery, so that this flowing cloud line will not overflow for a long time. Shock. It was too shocking. No doubt. This is the flowing cloud line when Rayquaza soars. Just like what Sigana just said. Even if you have never touched Rayquaza's flowing cloud line, you will definitely recognize it instantly when you see it. See this flowing cloud line. Xiaoming suddenly understood why the meteor citizens pursued Rayquaza so much. But it's not over yet. Just when Xiaoming deflected his gaze, an equally terrifying and shocking flowing cloud line appeared in his eyes. The clouds and smoke boiled, the thunderbolts thundered, and the arcs condensed into balls, flickering in every cloud line, like a thunder streaking across the sky. See this flowing cloud line. After just 2 seconds of doubt and hesitation, Xiaoming instantly recognized that this was definitely Zekrom's flowing line. Because it is among the dragon-type mythical beasts that can be compared with Rayquaza. Only Zekrom has 2 attributes of dragon-type and electric-type. Such a unique streamline with arcs. This indicates that Zekrom must have passed this place before. And it can be judged according to the direction of the flowing cloud line. Rayquaza is heading west in an accelerating state, while Zekrom is descending in a decelerating state. According to this trend, Zekrom's target this time is the Hone region. It can be used as a representative of the ideal Unova region mythical beast. What is the reason for this? To get Zekrom Norman all the way from the Unova region to Hone. And Rayquaza's target direction is equally bizarre. Just when Xiaoming couldn't stop thinking. The old woman, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke at this moment. Sigana, do you know why you haven't been able to see the flowing cloud line of Lord Dragon God? It's because you haven't fully qualified as an inheritor. Wait until the day you truly acquire the status of the inheritor, that is, when you can see the flowing lines of Lord Dragon God. But what makes me a little puzzled is that according to the flowing cloud line of Lord Dragon God, where is it going? The old woman still looked up at the sky, with deep worry hidden in her brows. Sinnoh. Rayquaza is going to Sinnoh region. Xiaoming spoke firmly and answered the old woman's doubts. But when this sentence is said, Sigana opened her mouth in astonishment and looked at Xiaoming in disbelief. The old woman also quickly turned her head to look at Xiaoming, her voice trembling with excitement. You did you see the flowing cloud line of Lord Shenlong? Is not it? Can you see it? He looked at the two people beside him in shock. Xiaoming looked extremely calm, nodded, and answered affirmatively. Yes. I can see it. P.S. I suddenly want to complain about one thing. Cynthia, Sigana, and Sheena, these three names are so similar, not to mention whether readers will read it wrong. I feel that when the author writes it later, it will be wrong. Or change Cynthia to Cynthia. Get everyone's opinions. Then please rest assured, readers, that the authors you want to see are clear and written. In the end, the author should ask for the data. The lack of data really makes the author panic. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Exclusive Skill, Dragon Ascent. Heirs of Rayquaza. Xiaoming answered in the affirmative. While Sigana opened her mouth in astonishment, the old woman's voice trembled with excitement. Xiaoming didn't care about the strange expressions of the two, and looked up at the sky again, and began to explain quite seriously. The flowing cloud line of Rayquaza is accelerating westward, which is obviously going to go out of the Hone region and go to other continents. Flying faster to the west, and passing through meteor falls, you can already rule out most of them, leaving only one Sinnoh region. It's just that I don't understand, what is Rayquaza going to do in Sinnoh region? Speaking of which, Xiaoming was also a little puzzled. I don't understand why Rayquaza, as a super ancient mythical beast of Hone region, suddenly went to Sinnoh region. And Unova represents the ideal beast Zekrom, and Norman came all the way to the Hone region. It's like visiting the house during the festivals, but the span of the distance is too big to be confusing. Meteorite. Rayquaza is usually in the ozone layer and occasionally rests at Sky Pillar. Only when meteorites appear outside the atmosphere, Rayquaza will go to other regions to defeat the falling meteorites. As the guardian of the sky and atmosphere, it has been silently protecting our planet. The old woman looked at Xiaoming and explained in a hoarse voice. Meteorite? Although there are already speculations in mind. But getting this affirmative answer still made Xiaoming a little surprised. The old woman's eyes drooped and seemed to fall into memory, her eyes were deep and slow. I don't know how long ago. The meteor shower continued to streak across the sky, and the primordial Groudon and the primordial Kyogre fought a monstrous battle in the Hone region. Dry and flood, lava, and tsunami. The battle went on for days, and I don't know how many Pokémon died in this battle. In the end, the appearance of Lord Dragon God stopped them, and the two super ancient Pokémon also returned to their respective habitats and fell asleep. Until 1,000 years ago, a meteor fell from the sky and accidentally woke Groudon and Kyogre from their sleep again. At that time, the inheritors of our meteor people stood on the Celadon/Rainbow Stone, praying for the appearance of the Dragon God, and let him mega evolution. Only then did the two angry Pokémon stop. Since then, we began to believe in Lord Dragon God, built Sky Pillar, and carved and painted exclusive murals to commemorate Lord Dragon God. I lived in seclusion in the meteor and began to pursue Lord Dragon God from generation to generation, not only because of respect, but also because of. Speaking of which, the old woman paused for 2 seconds, took out a stone fragment from her bosom, rubbed it carefully, and continued. At that time, the ancestors predicted that in 1,000 years, there would be a larger tackle world of meteorites. If it is not defeated outside the universe, it will definitely cause a world-annihilating catastrophe. According to the recent frequent occurrence of small meteorites, it can be guessed that the huge meteorite will soon tackle this world, maybe a month, maybe 3 days. And that meteorite is too huge, and it can't be solved by Lord Longshan alone. In order to prevent this disaster, the only way to defeat the meteorite is to let the inheritors go to find Lord Dragon God and make Lord Dragon God mega evolution again. And Xiaoming leader, you may be the true successor we have been looking for. Although the history of these Pokémon has been known for a long time. But hearing the horse story of the old woman with her own ears still made Xiaoming feel agitated and felt like she had experienced it herself. The most important thing is the last sentence. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly woke up and asked in doubt. True inheritor? What does this mean? Isn't Sijana the inheritor you chose? The old woman glanced at Sijana beside her, shook her head and said regretfully. No. The inheritor of Lord Dragon God needs to meet 2 requirements, and Sijana, like me, can only meet one of the requirements of the inheritor. If not, how can it be so difficult for us to find the way for Lord Dragon God? Listening to the old woman revealing more and more secrets, Xiaoming was already full of doubts at this moment, and her eyes were flickering constantly, thinking carefully. The old woman didn't sell anything, and continued to explain hoarsely. One of the 2 requirements is that the inheritor needs to be able to see the flowing cloud line of Lord Dragon God. Sigana just doesn't meet this requirement and can never become a true inheritor. And another requirement is... The old woman took out the meteorite fragments in her hand and handed it to Xiaoming, trembling with anticipation. This is a fragment of celadon/rainbow stone. If the fragment can be lit up, it represents the second condition of agreeing with the inheritor. The more colors displayed by the lit shards, the higher the suitability of the inheritor. Sigana can barely light up 2 colors now, cyan and red. Cyan represents the power inherited from the people of the meteor, and red is the power of the thin dragon. But now that I can't see the flowing lines of Lord Dragon God, it is doomed that Sijana cannot truly become the inheritor. Come on, Xiaoming. Try how many colors you can inspire, and you who can see the flowing clouds are already our last hope. Feeling the anticipation and hope of the old woman, Xiaoming was silent for a few seconds. Take the celadon/rainbow stone fragment, hold it lightly and firmly, and take a deep breath. The power of aura. Superpower. The power of viridian. 3 kinds of divine powers were stimulated from Xiaoming's body, infecting the celadon/rainbow stone fragments. At the same time, blue, red, green. The 3 colors flicker alternately on the celadon/rainbow stone. Sijana looked at the celadon/rainbow stone that changed 3 colors, and said in shock. It turns out, there are 3 colors. Is Xiaoming leader really the inheritor of Lord Dragon God? The voice just fell. The 3 colors suddenly merged without warning. Infested and intertwined, all kinds of colors flickered on celadon/rainbow stone. Red, green and blue, representing the 3 primary colors in the world, have the ability to create all colors through fusion. Right now, with the fusion of the last color, the colorful colors like celadon/rainbow are displayed in front of everyone. The old woman's eyes widened, her hands trembled constantly, and her eyes were full of tears. Celadon/rainbow color, it turned out to be celadon/rainbow color. Has it finally appeared? The inheritor of Lord Dragon God. After saying this, the old woman took a deep look at Xiaoming, as if she had made an important decision. He walked slowly towards the quiet cave at the other end of the Dragon God Bridge. When the old woman reappeared, she was holding an unknown scroll in her hand. Coming to Xiaoming, he carefully presented the scroll to the road. Respected inheritor of the Dragon God. Please keep this scroll, which records the exclusive skills of Lord Dragon God. Dragon Ascent. **. Chapter 47, Go to Sinnoh, from Cynthia's attention, seeking data. Dragon Ascent. Hearing the name of this skill, Xiaoming couldn't help but take a deep breath. Not only because of the powerful skills. More importantly, this skill is the key to unlocking the Rayquaza Mega Evolution. It can be said, if you don't learn Dragon Ascent, Rayquaza's strength will be reduced by more than half. The old woman looked at the scroll with deep eyes and explained slowly. This scroll. It was the inheritor from 1,000 years ago. After establishing a connection with Lord Dragon God, he exhausted his life's efforts to create a scroll. According to her orders. Although I have lost the celadon/rainbow stone now, with this scroll, Lord Dragon God can also mega evolution and learn a terrifying skill. As the master of Meteor, when the real inheritor appears, I will naturally take out this scroll. Xiaoming leader, I implore you to put down the scroll and embark on the road to find Lord Dragon God. If you don't have your helping hand, Lord Dragon God alone can't handle such a huge meteor, and our whole world will be in crisis. Look at the excited look of the old woman and the scroll in her hand. Xiaoming hesitated for a few seconds. After thinking about all the details, with a faint smile on his face, he took over the scroll path of Dragon Ascent. Okay. I can try to find Rayquaza. In fact, except for the urgent things the old woman said. Xiaoming still has an expectation deep in his heart, that is, through this opportunity, he will be recognized by Rayquaza. To know Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. Even among all the divine beasts, they are the first batch of existences. And Xiaoming has champion level strength. But there is still a lack of one of the most powerful cards, and that is the approval of the beast. In the entire real Pokemon world, the beasts are extremely special beings. Even the most common 3-level divine beast. In some special fields, they have extraordinary abilities. Just like, although Suicune was killed by someone in one shot. According to legends, they are all incarnations of the North Wind, with the special ability to purify water sources. Moreover, this so-called recognition. It is the recognition that the divine beast can fight for the trainer. Not red feathers, silver feathers, etc., just a token of being able to see the divine beast. Through the identity of this inheritor, it is entirely possible for Xiaoming to be favored and recognized by Rayquaza. After seeing Xiaoming take the scroll, the old woman also breathed a long sigh of relief. The large stone in my heart finally fell to the ground at this moment, and handed out the Celadon/Rainbow Stone fragments. Xiaoming leader, you also take this piece with you. If you go to the Sinnoh region at that time, you will need to use it to establish a connection with Lord Dragon God. By the way, I also want to ask, when are you going to look for Lord Dragon God? Sudden respect for the old lady. It made Xiaoming feel a little uncomfortable, but still responded with a smile. Now then. After all, none of us know when exactly that huge meteorite will fall on this world. Just finished saying this. Yellow, who was standing beside him, was struggling to hold the 3 Pokemon cubs and hurriedly said, I want to go too. Seeing Yellow's eager expression, Xiaoming still shook his head. Squatted down and explained gently. You can't go this time. Because I don't know where I'm going, so I can't take you with me. But Yellow said halfway through, but saw that Xiaoming was shaking his head in doubt, so he could only lower his head and whisper. Then, well, I see. Reaching out and rubbing Yellow's head and comforting her lost expression, Xiaoming looked at the old woman and asked. The time I went to Sinnoh region. Yellow stays in Meteor, shouldn't there be any problem? The reason for leaving Yellow here. It was Xiaoming who was worried that there were members of the Team Magma organization and went to Jim for the revenge operation. After all, no one can guarantee it. Are there any Team Magma members anywhere else? The old woman standing aside looked at Yellow and nodded in agreement. Naturally. Being recognized by the Pokemon Cub also shows that she is a pure-minded little girl. And during the time you went to find Lord Dragon God, we will naturally help you solve your worries. If you are sure there is no problem, please also ask Xiaoming leader to come here with me. Our Meteor Land has Hoopa's teleportation halo, which was specially left by our ancestors thousands of years ago. To the transfer area. Xiaoming looked at the golden circles in front of her eyes with a look of surprise on her face. It turned out to be the halo of Hoopa. Due to the particularity of Hoopa's ability, as long as anyone or anything enters the aura, they can immediately teleport to a specific area in the next moment. I don't know how much more convenient it is than Pokemon Airlines. The old woman pointed to several halos in front of her and explained slowly. The third halo here can directly reach Hirthome City, the largest city in the Sinnoh region. As for how to find the trace of Lord Dragon God, Xiaoming leader should have his own ideas, so I won't say too much. Xiaoming nodded to understand. Looking at Yellow comfortably, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. After nodding slightly to the old woman and Sigana, he strode into Hoopa's teleportation aura. After a dazzling bright light, Xiaoming has completely disappeared. Sijana looked at the teleportation aura in front of her, clenched her fists, and said worriedly, "Old lady, do you think Xiaoming leader can be recognized by Lord Dragon God?" With a kind smile on the old woman's face, she nodded firmly. "Can. After all, he is the one chosen by Lord Dragon God." Sinnoh region. Hirthome City. Xiaoming emerges from Hoopa's teleportation aura. Looking at the Sinnoh region where the buildings and scenery are obviously different, I stretched hard. Have to say, Hoopa ability is really very useful. It's like any door of a robot cat, which is extraordinarily convenient and quick. But this time with the goal of chasing Rayquaza. Xiaoming didn't hesitate anymore, her eyes flashed blue light, and she looked towards the sky. Rayquaza's special flowing cloud line is like a beacon in his eyes. After a few seconds of careful observation, Xiaoming frowned and muttered to herself in doubt. Did you slow down and head in the direction of MT Coronet? Why go to such a special place? Is the meteorite going to land on MT Coronet? MT Coronet. One of the most important places in Sinnoh region. Covered with snow all year round, the rugged mountains stretch across the entire Sinnoh region. Full of wild Pokémon of all kinds. And the pinnacle of MT Coronet, Spear Pillar, is an even more legendary place. In engraved murals and ancient books, here Arceus created 3 legendary Pokémon, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. They govern time, space, and antimatter respectively. Although I don't know why Rayquaza went to MT Coronet. But Xiaoming hesitated for a few seconds after thinking. Still riding on the back of Tropius, he flew towards the area of MT Coronet. Although MT Coronet is special, but Dialga and Palkia both inhabit different dimensions, and are largely absent from the Pokémon world. As for Giratina, not to mention, she was banished to the antimatter world, so don't worry too much. Not to mention, the most important thing at the moment is to find the location of Rayquaza as soon as possible. Just as Xiaoming flew towards MT Coronet. In Celestic Town, Cynthia, who had just been taught by her grandmother, walked out of the Historical Institute with a bitter face and muttered to herself. "Why are you being scolded every day? It's okay to be told by grandma that I was immature when I was a child. How come I have won the league champion now, and I am still being taught by my grandma to be immature?" Just as Cynthia sighed, the Pokémon Pokédex in her pocket rang out. After seeing the paging number, Cynthia immediately returned to her usual expression, picked up the page and asked, "Lucian, what happened? My research on the ancient ruins has not been completed, and I can't return to the Alliance to work recently." In the offices of the Sinnoh Union, a man with grey-blue hair held a book in his hand and shook his head helplessly. "Not for you to come back to work. Just now under our monitoring, we found that a strange man without immigration registration was speeding to the top of MT Coronet. And according to the rough appearance comparison, it is found that it is not our trainer in Sinnoh region. Judging from the current situation, his Tropius may have elite-level strength, which cannot be stopped by ordinary Pokémon investigators, and is most likely a member of Team Galactic. The rest of the 4 elites are far away from MT Coronet, so you can only make a trip to the nearest you. Hurry up. At the current speed monitoring, I'm afraid it won't be long before he reaches Spear Pillar." After hearing the news, Cynthia's eyes turned cold, and she agreed. "Okay, I see. I'm going to MT Coronet right now. P.S. Cynthia is out, and the follow-up will be more exciting, so exciting that the author is kneeling and begging readers to watch it. Chapter 48, Meet Cynthia for the first time, Garcomp is promoted to champion level. Seeking data. Lucian, can you hear me? Now give me one last indication of where the intruder is, I'm about to enter Spear Pilla's range. Cynthia rode on the flying Pokemon and asked calmly with the Pokemon Pokédex. There was silence for a while, except for the sound of tapping on the keyboard. According to the real-time analysis of our deployed equipment, we can guess that the intruder will arrive in your area after about a minute. And the time may be extended, not earlier, because the intruder has slowed down in these few minutes and seems to be looking for something. Cynthia Champion, you can just stand there and wait for the invaders. After checking the latest results, Lucian didn't hesitate to tell Cynthia the best solution. An intruder with an elite level of strength is something worthy of attention no matter which region he is in. Not to mention, still the most important MT coronet in Sinnoh region. Alright, I understand. I'll settle this matter later, I'm calling you. Cynthia's eyes flashed slightly, and she hung up the phone. Let the Pokemon land first, stand on a huge mountainside platform, and wait in silence. Although it seems that the intruder is swaggering, defiant, and arrogant like never before. But Cynthia wasn't nervous at all. As the undisputed champion of Sinnoh region, she has enough confidence to face these invaders, even if he is elite level strength. MT Coronet is extremely expansive. Snow-capped and precipitous, all kinds of Pokemon live here. Xiaoming, sitting on the back of Tropius, his eyes shrouded in blue light, looked up at the sky to identify Rayquaza's flowing cloud lines. To the depths of MT Coronet, Rayquaza's flowing cloud line has become more and more obvious. In some places, it was rolled into a large circle, as if Rayquaza was circling and examining. And it's not just Rayquaza's streamline. Xiaoming actually saw two other extremely terrifying flowing cloud lines. One flowing cloud line is full of water droplets, and the other is an Orberg-like icy metallic light. No doubt. These two flowing cloud lines are also the flight traces of the two dragon-type mythical beasts. And it can be judged from the particularity of the flowing cloud line. It is the most famous time-space double dragon in Sinnoh region besides Arceus. With the Orabug flowing cloud line is Dialga, known as the god of time. Able to control the time flow rate, reverse the time. The one with the lines of water droplets and clouds is Palkia, known as the god of space. Able to create parallel space, distort space. During the time when Arceus lost the news, the double dragons of time and space were the undisputed kings of the Sinnoh region. As for Giratina, it is in its own antimatter world, and it will not come to the Pokemon world at all. But after seeing the flowing cloud line of the space-time Shuanglong, Xiaoming was not excited at all, but secretly worried. Because under normal circumstances, these two mythical beasts are basically in other latitudes and rarely come to the Pokemon world. Not as it is now. The flowing cloud lines of the two Pokemons are very close, as if they are looking for something. Could it be that Rayquaza and them caused a territorial conflict? Most of the beasts' territory matters a lot. But it shouldn't. Rayquaza's authority is completely different from the time-space double dragon, and it will not cause territorial conflicts. Just when Xiaoming couldn't stop thinking about it, the power of Aura, who was at its peak, suddenly felt a piercing sound of breaking wind. Xiaoming reacted instantly, patted Tropius' neck in a hurry, and said hurriedly, "Tropius, fly to the side." Just as Tropius deflected, a compressed energy ball passed by. Dragon Rage. It's a one-shot trained Dragon Rage. Being able to compress Dragon Rage's energy to such an extreme shows that this attack is definitely not the work of wild Pokemon. Someone attacked. Rebel organization? Or Pokemon hunters? Xiaoming hurriedly looked in the direction where the energy ball was coming. Just a glance. Xiaoming showed a surprised look, even more incredible. Blonde curly hair, black dress, huge decorations around the ears, and most notably, a Garchomp stands beside him. Not some villain organization at all, or Pokemon hunters, it turned out to be Cynthia. The champion of Sinnoh region, Cynthia just shot him. Although I don't know if there is any misunderstanding. But Xiaoming knew very well that if he continued to fly in the sky, he would be no different from a living target. He quickly patted Tropius on the neck and signaled to land. As it is not clear why Cynthia attacked, Xiaoming is also extremely cautious. Landed on another huge mountainside platform 30 meters away from Cynthia, and was always on the lookout for a possible surprise attack. Watching Xiaoming's movements, Cynthia lowered her eyes and said with a cold expression on her face, "It's a bit stubborn. You are the first Team Galactic member who dares to confront me, but to avoid accidents. Garchomp, set off the sandstorm and don't give him a chance to escape." The voice fell. Garchomp, next to Cynthia, roared up to the sky, as if shocking the entire MT coronate vein. The sand and dust filled the sky, and the wind roared, like a black cloud covering the city, and the sky covered the scene. The extremely heavy sandstorm instantly filled the surroundings, and Cynthia's Garchomp champion level strength was undoubtedly revealed. At the moment when the storm was formed, a prompt sounded in Xiaoming's mind at the same time. Ding! Your Pokemon Garchomp, finding that his peers are so majestic, feels that he must strive for success, and he must not lose face to the host, stimulate his potential, and improve his strength to champion level. P.S. The climax of the plot is coming soon. If you like it, please vote for the data. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Unexplainable Reasons, The Fierce Battle of Two Garchomp, Seeking Data. Champion Level. Garchomp has been promoted to champion level. The corners of Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't hide her joy in her heart. It was a real surprise. Although through Mega Evolution and various other methods before, Xiaoming's 3 main battle Pokemon, the strength can also be promoted to champion level. But not really champion level. And now, even without these external forces, he still has a Garchomp that is truly champion. But he didn't wait for Xiaoming to think about it. A cold breath came straight at him, and Cynthia's emotionless voice sounded at the same time. Go ahead. What did Cyrus do for you to come to MT Coronet? If the explanation is clear, maybe in the Pokemon Court, there is still room for a lighter sentence. Cynthia's words instantly brought Xiaoming back to her senses from joy, and she also understood why Cynthia suddenly launched an attack just now. Does this make him a member of Team Galactic? Xiaoming was rather helpless, scratched his head and explained slowly. Cynthia Champion, I think you have misunderstood. I'm not a member of Team Galactic, and I'm just as disgusted by this type of evil organization. In order to avoid the explanation being too pale, Xiaoming also pointed to his clothes. If I'm a Team Galactic member, why don't I wear a special organizational outfit and I dare to communicate directly with you face to face? Cynthia's expression did not change in the slightest, and she still spoke extremely coldly. Anything else to say? Your identity cannot be checked in Sinnoh region trainers, and there is no record of entering Sinnoh region anywhere else. There are basically only 2 types of people in this situation, evil organizations or Pokemon hunters. And your goal is clear from start to finish, always heading towards Spear Pillar, not a trainer at all to improve, but more like looking for something or a Pokemon. Forget it, don't talk too much nonsense with you. After saying this, Cynthia raised her hand, ready to order Garchomp to attack. Seeing this action, Xiaoming quickly took out the Akiba Gym Leader badge from her pocket, raised it high and explained. Etc., etc. I'm actually the gym leader of the Hone region. Since I came to Sinnoh region by flying Pokemon, there is no record of Pokemon shipping. The badge of the gym leader of the Pokemon Alliance, presumably Cynthia Champion, should be able to distinguish the authenticity from the fake. Xiaoming weighed the gym leader badge twice and threw it directly to Cynthia. After all, when it comes to how to prove your identity, the exclusive gym leader badge is indeed a good way. Take the badge. Cynthia carefully looked at it for 2 seconds, and she had already confirmed the authenticity of the badge, but she still frowned. Even if the badge is real, it doesn't mean you're not a member of the villain organization. Because for you cunning villain organizations, it's not a strange thing to penetrate into our alliance. Your previous behavior was too weird. In order to avoid accidents, you still need to. Don't wait for Cynthia to finish. Xiaoming hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt his words, and said with a headache. Wait, Cynthia champion, stop talking. I'll call Steven right now and ask him to help confirm my identity. Even if you don't believe my words, you can still believe in Steven champion, right? Xiaoming was full of helplessness. Cynthia has a great sense of justice and is a typical character of being cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She usually has a very gentle and friendly attitude towards her friends and relatives. But when dealing with evil organizations and Pokemon hunters, they are very cautious and calm, and do not give the villains any opportunity. After discovering that she can't convince Cynthia by herself, Xiaoming also moved out of Steven quickly, as a bridge between the two. After all, they are both champions. They all know each other, and there will be no impersonation and trust issues. I heard Xiaoming offered to ask Steven to help confirm. Cynthia was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't understand how the intruder in front of him, as an ordinary gym leader, could contact Steven. But looking at Xiaoming's confident look, his eyes softened slightly, and he nodded. Can you call Steven's page now and ask him to help verify your identity? As the champion of Sinnoh region, Cynthia has also met Steven several times before. Can clearly feel the justice that Steven insists on, and it is natural for Steven to prove the identity of the intruder. Due to concerns about Rayquaza's problems. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoming dialed Steven's page number in Pokédex. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After dozens of seconds passed, Pokemon Pokédex sounded the official beep. Sorry, the paging you dialed is temporarily unavailable, please dial later. Hear this beep. There was a sudden embarrassment on Xiaoming's face. At this critical moment, Steven's paging could not be connected, and even if it makes sense now, it is unclear. Cynthia's previous soft gaze has gradually dissipated, and it is cold again, as if she has seen enough of Xiaoming's tricks, there is no doubt. Enough, if you have anything, go back to the Pokemon Alliance with me first. Whether you are the real Hone region gym leader or the fake gym leader, it doesn't matter. If you can't prove your innocence or sneak in, please go to the Pokemon Alliance with me first. After the identity is identified, if there is no problem, I will naturally let you leave without any impact. Although the solution given by Cynthia is good. But for Xiaoming, currently it is simply unacceptable. Because according to the path of the streamline, Rayquaza is now around the spear pillar. If I miss this opportunity, I really don't know where to look for Rayquaza in the future. Thought here. Xiaoming sighed deeply, looked at Cynthia sincerely, and said softly. Cynthia champion, I'm really the Hone region gym leader, and now I have something very important to do, a trip to Spear Pillar. I'll report to the Sinnoh Pokemon Alliance as soon as I'm done with the matter, look at this. This time, Cynthia didn't wait for Xiaoming to finish speaking, she pointed coldly ahead and ordered. Garchomp, use the sand tomb and trap the invaders in the sandstorm completely. Garchomp next to Cynthia roared and roared again, and all the surrounding sandstorms were directed by him, roaring towards Xiaoming. Sand tomb doesn't do much damage, but can trap people and be unable to move. Once again, he looked up at the flowing clouds in the sky. Xiaoming thought quickly for 2 seconds, her eyes were firm and sharp. She took out a Pokeball from her pocket and threw it out. Come out, Garchomp! Use Dragon Claw/Sand Tomb. After the white light flashes, Xiaoming's Garcomp, followed by an appearance on the platform. The scythe on both arms was slashed with purple energy, slashing directly at Sand Tomb. Boom! The explosion sounded all around, and Sand Tomb disappeared. See this scene? Cynthia's pupil shrank, and a shocked look appeared on her face. From the dragon claw attack just now, she could clearly feel it. The intruder Garcomp in front of him also has champion-level strength. The most important is, how can a small gym leader have champion-level Pokemon? Elite level is already considered the limit of impossible. So to say. Then this person in front of you. It must be an intruder from an evil organization. Champion-level invaders have come to the Pillar of Heaven. Does it seem that they are really here for those 3 Pokemon? Think about this. Cynthia's original hesitation disappeared completely, and her eyes were staring at Xiaoming with incomparable coldness. The entire mountainside platform. Sandstorm filled the air, and the wind roared. The 2 Garcomps, who are both champions, stand next to Xiaoming and Cynthia respectively. This moment, the air seems to be tense and condensed. Chapter 50, The Tit for Tat, astonished Cynthia, seeking data. The gravel flew and the wind howled. The current tense atmosphere is like a balloon filled with water that could burst at any moment. Taking advantage of this confrontation stage, Xiaoming hurriedly sent a message to Stephen about the current situation, asking him to take the time to help solve it. Garcomp, use the dragon pulse to probe, and always be on the lookout for your surroundings. Cynthia took the lead, carefully observing the situation on the battlefield. Although as a trainer, Cynthia has basically won all the honors she has received, her strength is amazing and she is respected. But in the face of fellow champion-level trainers, Cynthia did not take it lightly and treated this battle with caution. He lowered his eyes, his expression was calm, and he did not reveal the slightest emotion. In a Pokemon battle, no matter how critical or unfavorable the situation may be, Cynthia is able to remain calm at all times. Look at the incoming Dragon Pulse. Xiaoming was not surprised or puzzled at all, because Cynthia was such a person. Be very gentle and sincere with your friends. But when encountering evil organizations, the offensive is extremely sharp and fierce, and will not give the slightest chance to breathe. Although being regarded as an intruder by Cynthia, Xiaoming felt a little helpless. But he was a little excited inside. Just took this opportunity. You can really feel the strength and fighting skills of the Alliance champion. It's a good opponent. Garcomp uses Dig to dodge, sneaks to the surface, ready to attack. Xiaoming also read the situation on the field and issued orders calmly. Boom! The terrifying Dragon Pulse, tackled directly onto the ridge of MT Coronet, set off a roar. How to deal with Xiaoming? Cynthia raised an eyebrow, seeming a little surprised. Dig. It doesn't seem like a good way to dodge. Garcomp uses Earthquake to attack the underground. Earthquake. It is an extremely powerful skill of the ground system. Not only does it damage all Pokemon on the field, but it also doubles the damage to Pokemon using Dig. If you take this attack hard, sure to do horrific damage to Xiaoming's Garcomp. Next second, Cynthia's Garcomp, shrouded in cocky light, mastered the power of the earth, and stomped hard toward the ground stomp. Boom! The terrifying earthquake waves scattered along the central point, and some small stones were instantly crushed by the tyrannical earthquake waves. Staring at such a terrifying offensive, Xiaoming didn't have the slightest worry on her face. Instead, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if everything was under control, and calmly responded. Garcomp uses Dragon Rush to escape Earthquake's range with the help of his skill. Right now, Garcomp, who had been sneaking on the ground, suddenly rushed out of the surface, as fast as a jet fighter, enveloped in a faint purple dragon energy. Dragon Rush. Requires a Pokemon to splash high and charge down towards your opponent. And now, Garchomp used Splash as a precondition to avoid Earthquake's attack. The key is, Cynthia's Garchomp couldn't move and dodge for a while because of Earthquake's massive ability. The previous dig skill. It is completely a trap designed by Xiaoming on purpose. Garchomp splashed high, covered in purple fluorescent light. His sharp arms and scythes were drawn together, and he swooped down. Due to the dragon's own restraint. After this impact hits, it will deal double damage. Cynthia's expression was still very calm, and she was not nervous at all, and her eyes were lowered. Garchomp sticks out his scythe to block, uses the opponent's energy to hone claws, and then uses the Dragon Claw to fight back. The voice fell. Dragon Rush followed suit. Cynthia's Garchomp also blocked with arms closed together, endured the strong impact, and relied on the overflowing dragon energy to sharpen the scythe on both arms. When you sense that the impact is about to dissipate, the energy of his own dragon system was stimulated, and Constrict slammed out on the sickle on his arms. Kang! The screech of tackle resounded like a golden iron. A gust of wind blew from the center of the battle, blowing Cynthia's blonde hair. At this time, the two Garchomps had some obvious injuries on their bodies, but their eyes were extremely bright. It's the excitement of meeting an opponent. Judging from the fight just now, although Xiaoming's Garchomp took some advantage, it was simply not the key to victory. And after using the Hone Claws skill, Cynthia's Garchomp attack power and hit rate will increase significantly. It is completely possible to narrow the current subtle gap in the subsequent battles. Only this first round of engagements. Cynthia's calm coping strategy surprised Xiaoming. Use Hone Claws and Dragon Claw to fight back after observing that you can't escape Dragon Rush's attack range in time. Take every possible opportunity. Inflicts damage to the enemy while increasing self. This fighting talent. It's just a little too good and bizarre. Cynthia seems to be calm at this time. For Xiaoming's combat response and command, he was also full of admiration, arousing the desire to win or lose. Although I want to have a good fight with Xiaoming. But Spear Pillar is too important, only ending the battle as soon as possible is the most important thing. Although the identity of Xiaoming has not been determined. But smuggling to the Sinnoh region and targeting Spear Pillar is too suspicious. Even if the gym leader badge is genuine, it cannot completely explain that Xiaoming's identity is correct. Because now all the top executives of the Pokemon Alliance already know that the villains of the major regions have already infiltrated the Alliance. Especially Kanto region. There are only 8 gym leaders in total, and 5 of them have been suspected by Lance and are under surveillance. If it is confirmed that the 5 leaders are all Team Rocket's members, how horrific the result would be. No need to say more. So now the major region alliances. For trainers with official status such as gym leader and investigator, they are basically conducting a large-scale investigation and cleanup. It is under the superposition of various special circumstances that resolving the battle as soon as possible is the top priority. Cynthia looked up at Xiaoming and said in a cold voice. You are very strong, much stronger than Cyrus. But that's only so far. Subsequently, Cynthia slowly raised her right arm, and the evolutionary stone/ite bracelet on her wrist flashed with colorful lights. Garchomp Ultra Evolution. The bracelet radiated a dazzling light in an instant. Cynthia's Garchomp is covered in sandstorm, hiding in the sand and changing. The moment when Garchomp reappears, the scythes on both arms are already huge, and under the streamlined body, contains explosive power. Looking at the super evolutionary Garchomp, Cynthia spoke again rarely. Give up. Even if your strength is similar to mine, but there is no super evolution transformation, failure is only a matter of time. And I'm not arresting you now, but asking you to go to the Alliance Center to find out your identity. If there is no problem with your identity, you can naturally come to MT Coronet, and no one will stop you. If you still have to resist and struggle, Cynthia's words were not finished. But Xiaoming has been able to hear the meaning contained in it. If nothing like chasing Rayquaza happens on a regular basis, a trip to the Alliance Center to find out isn't a problem. But now if you miss this opportunity, neither can be determined. When will the next time we see Rayquaza? Xiaoming took a deep breath, stretched out his hand to his Garchomp, and replied suddenly with sharp eyes. Super evolution. Sorry, I can too. Evolution beyond evolution, Garchomp super evolution. The voice fell. It seems to be the same. Xiaoming's Garchomp was also covered by sandstorm, and his body shape began to change, and his breath kept rising. This scene. A rare gaffe that amazes Cynthia with a look of incredible shock on her face, *.